The day of awakening finally arrived, and right from the start, the situation already seemed insane. In the middle of a storm of blue energy, the whole place was destroyed, as if the sky itself had been ripped open. That was the moment when the Lair of Death, an S-rank existence, appeared in front of everyone. The Lair of Death was known as the oldest existence. The first S-rank dungeon had appeared on the Blue Star, and for decades, it remained untouched. Countless powerful warriors had tried to face it, but all of them ended up dying there. Then, in the middle of that chaos, Su Ming appeared alone, and thought that now he would finally challenge the Lair of Death. Even knowing the danger, he did not back down. Instead, he looked even more determined, because he believed his own power had already reached an insane level. Su Ming faced everything coldly, and thought he was striking that terrifying existence with divine-level strength. Even so, the situation was still not over. As he moved forward, several men around him laughed at him, as if they were sure he would die there. One of them shouted for Su Ming to stop clinging to life and hand over the divine artifact already. Another said that the luck of the god of slaughter had run out. They wanted Su Ming to simply give up the artifact, because maybe that way he could have a quick death and still keep his body whole. But Su Ming did not fall for it. Instead of surrendering, he drew his sword and released an intense blue energy mixed with the red glow of the artifact. He realized those men were pretending to negotiate, but in truth, they only wanted him to lower his guard. Then he thought that after so many years fighting beside them like brothers, they still treated him like someone easy to fool. Meanwhile, a blonde man watched everything with a confident smile. He revealed that this had been the plan from the very beginning. Their goal was to make Su Ming hand over the divine artifact. But Su Ming answered without hesitation and called the man Zhang Xuan, telling him to hand over the artifact. Zhang Xuan, showing no fear, said that for the sake of their brotherhood from the past, he would not kill Su Ming. But right after that, he made it clear that he would destroy all of Su Ming's powers. It was a fake kind of mercy, because he wanted to take away everything that made Su Ming strong. But Su Ming was not fighting on impulse either. Even wounded and surrounded by that red energy, he revealed that he had been pretending to be blind. Since he met his brother 18 years earlier, he had always stayed by their side. Because of that, he knew very well who those people really were. He then stared at the traitors and said they had never realized who he truly was. Then he revealed the heaviest truth. What they wanted all along was actually him. Su Ming was the true divine artifact. After that reveal, his power exploded in a brutal way. Red energy took over the battlefield, and everyone was shocked when they realized they were facing something far greater than they had imagined. Su Ming gave them a direct challenge, saying that if they wanted to test the power of the true divine one of defiance, then they should come and take it from him. The enemies became frightened. One of them admitted that this power truly belonged to a divine artifact. Another shouted that there was no time to waste and ordered them to kill Su Ming so they could find the divine artifact he had hidden. But even while afraid, they knew they could not act recklessly, because Su Ming had the power of the divine artifact, and because of that, they could not rush forward without thinking. As everyone tried to complete the plan, Su Ming began to be surrounded again. He seemed ready to fight until the very end. But suddenly, something unexpected happened. A woman named Xiao Man appeared in the middle of the battlefield, stepping in exactly where no one expected her. She moved towards Su Ming, and he was surprised to see her there. He asked what she was doing in that place, because the situation was far too dangerous. Xiao Man, not hiding her worry, said she had heard that someone was plotting against him. She had become very worried about Su Ming, and that was why she showed up there. Even in the middle of that hell, Su Ming held Xiao Man close to him, still trying to understand why she had appeared in such a dangerous place. Even surrounded by enemies and trapped in that chaos, he said everything was fine, because he already had the divine artifact, the true divine one of defiance. He also made it clear that those enemies were no match for him. Still, there was something strange about the situation. Su Ming could not understand how they had discovered his location. While he thought about that, Zhang Xuan appeared with a confident smile, as if everything was happening exactly the way he wanted, and soon the answer came in the worst possible way. Xiao Men, who was standing right in front of Su Ming, attacked him directly. She drove her weapon into him from the front, without hesitating. Su Ming froze, completely shocked, because the strike came from someone he trusted. He looked at her in disbelief, feeling the pain and seeing the blood spread. Then he murmured her name, Ren Xiao Men. Xiao Men stepped back, holding that red core full of energy. Su Ming, wounded and confused, asked why she had done that. He could not accept that she had been the person who betrayed him. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan celebrated from afar, saying the plan had worked and that the final catalyst was finally in place. Then he ordered them to activate the imprisonment formation. A huge red formation appeared around Su Ming. Chains and seals began to bind him, while cursed energy wrapped around his body. He realized this was not an ordinary trap. It was something prepared especially to stop him from using his powers. Su Ming understood that this cursed seal came from Ren Xiaomen. He began to wonder if she had been betraying him for a long time. Zhang Xuan confirmed everything with pleasure. He said that the formation had been created especially for Su Ming, and that now he would no longer be able to channel his powers. Xiaomen, still beside Zhang Xuan, apologized to Su Ming, but that apology changed nothing. She revealed that, to be honest, she had always stayed with Su Ming because because of Zhang Xuan. Then she said that when Suming awakened a 9-star talent, she realized she could simply use him to obtain the divine artifact. That hit Suming harder than any attack. He realized he had been fooled by someone he trusted. Filled with anger and disappointment, he shouted and ordered everyone to be killed. The enemies began to move against him, trying to end his life and take the divine artifact. Zhang Xuan also ordered them to kill Suming and recover the artifact. But in the middle of the chaos, Ji Yao appeared to stop the enemies from advancing. She entered the battlefield, even knowing the risk, trying to protect Suming. Suming, trapped and wounded, became alarmed when he saw her there. He asked what she was doing in that place. Ji Yao answered seriously, saying that Suming might still be able to free himself from those dangerous powers and recover the divine artifact. She was there to help him, even knowing she could die. But Zhang Xuan attacked Ji Yao without mercy. The burst of power opened a huge crater in the battlefield. The energy spread with so much force that it sent snow, stones, and debris flying everywhere. Everyone who saw that scene became frightened, because that power was clearly not normal. Someone even commented that it looked like a divine-level technique. In the middle of the debris, Suming appeared holding Ji Yao in his arms. She was injured, and he looked at her with concern, unable to understand why she had put herself in that danger. Suming called her name and asked why she had come, saying that he had told her so many times not to get involved. Even hurt, Ji Yao looked at him calmly and called his name. She said that if they had to die there, then they would die together. Her words shook Suming because even in the middle of that chaos, she still chose to stay by his side. Soon after, a huge scythe-shaped weapon came down from the sky and stabbed into the ground. Suming, still carrying Ji Yao, stood on top of the giant weapon and declared that he, Suming, the god of slaughter, had spun it right there and then. After that, he said that if Ren Xiaoman dared to try to tear him apart, he would not just stand still and accept it. Down below, Ren Xiaoman called out to him, while Zhang Xuan also shouted her name. The two of them seemed to realize that Su Ming was about to do something unexpected. Then Zhang Xuan understood his intention. Su Ming was trying to drag the divine artifact back into the lair of death together with him. As soon as he realized that, someone shouted for them to move quickly, ordering them to stop Su Ming and seize the divine artifact. While he was being pulled away, Su Ming raised his hand, causing a golden light to appear. He asked if Zhang Xuan really wanted the divine artifact. Then, without any fear, Su Ming told them to come and take it. The golden light shone brightly in his hand, revealing the divine artifact. Meanwhile, Su Ming kept holding Ji Yao as he was carried into the lair of death with her. In the middle of the darkness, Su Ming felt as if his consciousness was fading away. Not understanding what was happening, he wondered if he had died. After that, only silence remained. Then, little by little, he started to feel something again. First, he noticed his own hand. Then he saw the blue sky above him. Still confused, he tried to understand where he was. When he looked around more carefully, Su Ming realized that everything seemed very strange. He saw a microphone, heard the movement of the crowd, and started to feel like he recognized that scene. Soon, an announcement echoed through the place. At the 127th awakening ceremony of the first Xuanzong Academy, student Wang Chang had successfully changed professions. The announcement said he had awakened a life profession, enchanter, with an innate 3-star attribute. As the crowd reacted, some people commented that at that day's ceremony, most of the awakened students had not received combat professions. Others said that enchanter was a very useful life profession, and that the young man would have good status in the future. Some also complained that the school had not been very lucky that year. In the middle of all of this, Su Ming became more and more surprised. As he recognized that scene, he understood what it was, and in disbelief he thought that this was the awakening ceremony. Su Ming realized he had gone back in time, back to when he was only 18 years old. The student who had just awakened, the chubby Wang Chang, had also been an enchanter in his past life. The next ones to awaken would be Li Songyang, who successfully awakened his combat profession, warrior, with a 2-star innate attribute, Chan Yu, whose awakening would fail, and Sung Lin, who would successfully awaken as a battle mage. Then, just as Su Ming had said, the man with the microphone called the next student, Li Songyang, then Chan Yu, and then Sung Lin. Su Ming smiled in satisfaction, realizing he really had returned to the past. He thought about Zhang Xuan and Xiao Man, then said that maybe this was the will of the heavens, giving him a chance to rewrite all his regrets. Then another student awakened successfully. It was Zhang Xuan, a magic hammer warrior, with an 8-star innate attribute level. The students started talking, saying this was the first hidden combat profession to appear. They also said his father was a war emperor, and his mother was a magic warrior, so his bloodline had always been powerful. Su Ming watched everything quietly. Zhang Xuan was the one who had betrayed Su Ming in his past life. Then someone touched Su Ming from behind and said she had been looking for him for a long time. It was Ji Yao. She asked why he had such a surprised look on his face, and if there was something on her face. Su Ming said it was nothing, and that he only wanted to congratulate her in advance. Ji Yao asked why he was congratulating her, and Su Ming said it was nothing. She would understand when she went up there. Then the man with the microphone called Ji Yao and told her to place her hand on the heavenly stele. It reacted to her, and people started saying it had happened again. It was another hidden profession. She had awakened a hidden combat profession. necromancer, with a 7-star innate level. The students got excited, saying their school was really on fire. Su Ming thought that everything was exactly as he remembered it, so now it was his turn. Ji Yao wished her friend good luck as she walked away. The other students said there would not be a third hidden profession after 2 in a row, and another said there really would not be, because that was Su Ming, the orphan of the class. Then it began to explain that in a world ruled by the Awakened, in the Dragon Nation on Blue Star, decades after the Day of Awakening, everyone who turned 18 could change professions by taking part in the awakening ceremony, becoming one of the Awakened. The Awakened had changed the face of the world. They had the power to bend the rules, along with wealth and equipment capable of changing fate, but at the same time, they had to face giant beasts, terrible disasters, and countless challenges. In his past life, Su Ming, as an orphan, survived with help and scholarships. On the day of the awakening ceremony, he was lucky enough to be blessed by the heavens. A heavenly phenomenon also appeared back then, and in the end, Su Ming awakened with a 9-star innate attribute, the legendary profession God of Slaughter. And now, in this life, Su Ming would make everyone see him in a different way. The man with the microphone felt the energy and wondered if this could be the birth of a genius, with a 9-star innate attribute, or even higher. The students wondered if it could be another hidden profession. Su Ming thought he would feel the runes again, but then he became confused. The divine artifact, the divine ring of rebellion, appeared to him. Had it returned to the past together with Su Ming? A golden system screen appeared in front of him, showing strongest Godslayer system. Binding successful. The system had bound a new profession to him, a mythical profession, Sword God. Su Ming stood in front of that huge red energy while a giant shadow seemed to form in the sky. The power took over everything, and the pressure was so strong that even the teachers on the platform became frightened. One of them said that for a vanished phenomenon, the data was still changing during the profession change. He said that if it was a combat profession, it would be amazing, but if it was a life profession, it would be a tragedy. Right after that, another teacher scolded him, saying he was stupid because a phenomenon like that would never appear for a life profession. While everyone looked at the sky, Zhang Xuan also watched the scene closely. He seemed bothered and thought about that guy, not understanding why Su Ming was not moving. In the middle of that pressure, Su Ming stared at the red phenomenon and noticed something strange. The profession he had awakened was Sword God, not the God of Slaughter from his past life. Then he understood that this golden system was different from the system he had before. Soon after, a golden screen appeared in front of him. The system was identified, and the confirmed target was Su Ming. Then the awakened profession appeared, Sword God. A golden talent also appeared, called Sublimation of All Things. Su Ming was surprised when he saw that. He thought about the golden talent, and realized it was even greater than the 9-star profession level he had awakened in his past life. So he concluded that, if it was real, it should even surpass the old God of Slaughter from his past life. But when the interface opened the skills, the result was completely unexpected. The system showed 0% in the profession skills, and warned that no skill had been awakened. Su Ming stayed silent for a moment, unable to believe what he was seeing. Soon after, he became desperate and complained, asking for at least one skill. He questioned how that system could be worthy of the golden level if it had not awakened anything for him. The people around him also started talking, not understanding what was going on. Some asked what that guy was doing, thinking he was dragging things out or embarrassing himself. Another asked Su Ming if he had already finished his profession change, but Su Ming answered that he had not awakened any skills. Then he wondered what the difference was between that and before awakening, thinking the system was mocking him. At that moment, the system began processing again. The screen showed that it was receiving feedback and continuing the guidance. Then a new message appeared, saying that a required item had been identified. Su Ming found that strange right away. He looked at his own hand and saw a ring glowing. Confused, he wondered if that thing was a ring. Soon after, the system confirmed that the divine ring of rebellion had been successfully identified. A golden light exploded around the item, and the glow became so strong that it lit up the whole place. The energy in the area began to shake in an absurd way, and one of the teachers was impressed by the strength of that fluctuation. Right after that, another confirmed that the awakening was complete. Then, in the sky, a huge number appeared, surrounded by bluish lightning. It was 10. The teacher with glasses was shocked when he saw it. He shouted that it was 10 stars, and the news spread through the ceremony like an explosion. Su Ming had awakened a hidden profession through his profession change, Sword Controller. The crowd was completely stunned. Some students asked if that was really a 10-star innate attribute, saying that this was the kind of monster chosen by the heavens. Others said this was the talent level of the first place on the ranking. Even Zhang Xuan, the blonde-haired young man, became serious as he watched the situation. He did not seem to believe what he was seeing, because before, his 8-star magic warrior already seemed terrifying. But now, in front of Su Ming, there was someone with the maximum level of 10 stars. The principal also became excited and announced that this year was truly a year of developing talents for the academy. According to him, not only had several students with hidden professions appeared, but a chosen one of the heavens with a 10-star innate attribute had also appeared. Even so, the principal explained that the potential of the sword controller profession was not that exceptional within the swordsman category. He said that although Su Ming had a 10-star innate talent, his profession still had a limit in the future. Because of that, as the principal, he decided to reward Su Ming with a set of cultivation support items. To him, thinking of Su Ming as just a sword controller would be wasting his innate talent. Meanwhile, other students started talking about the profession. They said the sword controller was considered the bottom of the barrel among swordsmen because it was a close-range category, but it could not fight as closely as the others. To attack up close, he needed to cultivate both physical attacks and magical attacks. Besides that, even if he could use ranged attacks, that required close-range cultivation resources. Not to mention that swordsmen in general had mediocre combat power. Because of that, many called that profession completely weak. Some even said it was like God had opened a door for Su Ming, only to close the back door right after. After all, having a 10-star talent, but falling into the sword controller profession was a huge mental blow. Others explained that the general report on awakened professions said the sword controller only advanced to later stages if he managed to get reliable support. Since Su Ming had a high innate talent, maybe he could still grow, but he would need to put in twice as much effort in cultivation just to gain more cultivation points than others. In the middle of all those comments, Su Ming stayed quiet, listening to everything with a cold expression. To him, in the eyes of those people, the sword controller was nothing but trash. At that moment, Ji Yao appeared and called out to Su Ming. She walked up to him and congratulated him. Su Ming thanked her, and Ji Yao said everyone was talking nonsense. To her, being able to awaken a 10-star talent was already incredible. She also said that although the sword controller profession was a little weaker in the early stages, she believed that with Su Ming's talent, that definitely would not be a problem. Su Ming thanked Ji Yao, but said he had not taken those people's words seriously. To him, their reaction was exactly what he wanted. Soon after, the next student was announced. A student shouted that he was going, while others commented about a beautiful girl walking over. The student named Ren Xiaoman walked to the front of the ceremony, drawing a lot of attention. Zhang Xuan looked at her with a smile and called her name, encouraging her. He said she would make it. Ren Xiaoman answered with only a yes, and the other students also started cheering her on, telling her to go for it. Ji Yao casually looked to the side and said that Xiaoman was super popular, which was only expected from the school beauty. But to her complete surprise, Su Ming did not care at all. He simply turned his back and started walking away, leaving the pink-haired girl totally confused as she let out a stunned, "Huh?" She still tried to follow him, walking quickly and warning him that the ceremony was not even over yet, and that classmate Xiaoman was right there. But the young man cut her off coldly, saying straight out that he was not interested at all. The truth was that Su Ming's mind was far away from that place, turning over the bitter memories of his past life. He clearly remembered how that woman had used his talent to benefit herself and in the end did not think twice before cruelly betraying him. While the crowd outside cheered, lifting the girl up as she showed a cynical and victorious little smile, a thought full of revenge echoed in the young man's chest. He would get revenge for every single part of that betrayal. Walking alone, Su Ming began watching the streets and the city's movement, with drones flying over the buildings and mixing modern scenery with traditional structures. From above, it looked like that whole daily routine continued exactly the same and unchanged in this new life. Everything seemed normal, except for one small detail, his awakened profession. Suddenly, a golden floating screen shone right in front of him, showing the legendary skill Total Concealment. That terrifying power could hide or simply rewrite any of his data, including equipment, profession, and other techniques. Staring at the system interface with a deeply serious and focused look, Su Ming knew very well the trump card he had in his hands. That was only one of the 4 overpowered skills he had managed to bring directly from his past life to change his fate. He was suddenly struck by a clear memory of that shining ring, the great center of so much conflict in his past life. But the real shock came right after, when a floating system screen flashed in front of him, announcing in real time the loading of the divine artifact, Divine Ring of Rebellion. Su Ming stared at it with his jaw almost dropping, trying to process what was happening as golden light wrapped around him. And the system's surprises did not stop there. The panel kept shining and warned that he had inherited part of the skills from the profession. The young man could barely hold back his shock when he realized how absurd it was. His new profession was Bateep, but now it was perfectly combined with the powers of a god of slaughter. Curious about his own potential, he opened the full status panel to check the details. There was his profile. Level 1, with strength, agility, constitution, spirit, and luck all set at 10. His class was mythic grade and unique in the world, along with the absurd talent and insane techniques like God of Slaughter Strike, Divine Shadow Step, and Total Concealment. Walking with his head lowered, deeply focused on his thoughts, Su Ming began seriously thinking about the weight of that inheritance. He knew very well that an ordinary man could be innocent, talent, but holding a treasure too valuable would become a crime in the eyes of others. To avoid being used and manipulated again like in his past life, and knowing that his current strength was still at a beginner level, he needed to be very smart. Since his 10-star talent was too eye-catching and could not be hidden, the best move was to use his head. He decided right away that he would use his powers to hide any information about his sword god profession. Looking at the blue sky and the bright sun, a cold determination took over him. This chance to be reborn was unique, and he would grab it firmly, leaving no room for mistakes. Using the experience from his past life, the young man already knew exactly what would happen the day after the awakening ceremony ended. The novice dungeon challenge would arrive, opening that red and chaotic portal. But for someone with Su Ming's experience, the novice dungeon was not a challenge at all. If his goal was to level up as fast as possible and get the best equipment right from the start, he could not waste time with the basics. Staring at the horizon with a sharp look, he decided he would ignore the safer path and go straight to challenging the hardest and most dangerous boss in that place. Before taking the next step toward his plans, Su Ming knew very well that he had to solve one basic priority: getting his hands on a good weapon before risking himself anywhere dangerous. Meanwhile, far away from there, at the top of a luxurious skyscraper in the city, the mood was completely different. Inside an elegant suite, Zhang Xuan and Xiaomen were enjoying a private moment together in a very intimate way, relaxing on the bed while wearing only white robes. The girl gave a playful smile and started teasing the young man, saying he was so bad for taking her to a place like that right after the awakening ceremony that had happened that morning. Zhang Xuan, however, immediately frowned. Completely frustrated, he asked her not to bring up that ceremony, complaining that Su Ming had completely stolen his spotlight and his moment. Xiaomen, staying calm and holding her phone, snuggled up to him to soothe him. In a soft voice, she asked him not to be angry, arguing that although Su Ming was only a simple Tutang, the attributes he had awakened were far too high to ignore. With a purely calculating mind, Xiaoman added that the boy would definitely have a lot of value for both of them in the future. Interested in his partner's greed, Zhang Xuan changed his tone and wanted to know exactly what she was planning. Xiaoman simply turned the phone screen and revealed her intentions. With a dark look and a cynical little smile, licking her lips with malice, she promised that if she went to Su Ming herself to charm him and draw him in a little, he would definitely take the bait like a fool. In the end, the idea was to turn him into a puppet, so he would become extremely useful for the couple's future goals. Su Ming went straight to one of the biggest and most impressive skyscrapers in the city to solve the problem of his weapon. After going up to the 12th floor, he came face to face with a huge distributor and was quickly welcomed by a well-dressed employee who greeted him at the weapon shopping area and wished him a great experience. The young man looked around and thought to himself that he had finally found the right place. The place was very busy inside, full of glowing glass displays showing swords and top-tier equipment. In the halls, he could hear other young people talking about how the awakening ceremony at the schools in the area had already ended, and how everyone was rushing against time to prepare for the novice dungeon test the next day. Some people pointed in wonder at the display cases, longing for the newest models from the ads, while others, being more realistic, complained that newly awakened students would never be able to pay for something so expensive. All they could do was accept their fate and work like crazy to save money in the future. Farther ahead, a huge crowd was packed around the main highlight. Everyone was shocked, talking in awe about the famous Tirant Frostave, a legitimate diamond-grade weapon recently forged by a very high-level greatsword class warrior. The rumors going around there said it cost a ridiculous 1 million advent coins and could instantly freeze the blood of any monster. Su Ming walked straight past the crowd, letting out a small, ironic smile from the corner of his mouth while everyone drooled over the item. He knew very well that the weapon was a huge fake. In his past life, the merchant gang selling those cheap replicas was later exposed and arrested. But before he could continue his search, a firm voice echoed behind him, telling him to wait. Su Ming glanced sideways and became alert right away. An elegant woman with short purplish hair and glasses approached, surrounded by several bodyguards in suits and dark sunglasses, asking directly if he was the classmate Su Ming. A little suspicious, the young man looked the woman up and down and said, "Huh? Who are you?" With a confident and proud smile, she noticed his tone and calmly answered that she had not properly introduced herself yet. Holding out an elegant card, she revealed her identity. She was Zhang Lan, the vice director of the powerful Jiang'an conglomerate. Su Ming took the business card and stared at the details for a moment, searching his mind and thinking that no matter how important she seemed, he definitely had no idea who she was. Zhang Lan moved even closer and with a self-assured smile, put the offer on the table. In the name of the Jiang'an conglomerate, she would cover absolutely all of his expenses in that store today. But of course there was no free lunch, and Zhang Lan quickly added that she hoped the young man could do her a favor in return. Su Ming, without changing his cold and calm expression, only asked directly what kind of favor it was. Instead of wasting time explaining, Zhang Lan simply ordered one of her guards to bring the photo. At that same moment, the bodyguard in a suit held a smartphone right in front of the young man, showing the picture of a very young, smiling girl surrounded by white flowers. Jiang Lan explained that this was her younger sister, Jiang Yunqing, who happened to study at the same school as him and had also awakened successfully that morning. The vice director continued in her confident tone, revealing that she had already fully investigated the news that Su Ming had awakened an absurd 10-star talent. With all that potential, she argued that the novice dungeon the next day would not be a big challenge for him, since only students who had recently changed professions were allowed to enter that portal. What she really wanted was for Su Ming to team up with her sister and protect her from danger while she completed the challenge. Su Ming stayed silent for a brief second, staring at the woman with a completely bored look. Out of nowhere, he gave a dry and direct answer. He refuses, he is not interested, and simply kept walking, leaving the group behind. Everyone's jaw dropped right away. Jiang Lan and the guards were in pure shock, unable to accept that a poor student who had nothing to his name and had barely just awakened was giving the biggest conglomerate in the city such a historic rejection. In Jiang Lan's mind, that was an unbelievable insult. But before Su Ming disappeared completely, he suddenly stopped. He raised his index finger, straightened his posture, and looked back over his shoulder. "Really?" he said, suddenly changing his tone when he remembered her promise to pay for any expense. "Then he wants that." With a priceless expression, he pointed firmly at the large glowing glass display tank in the center of the hall. The young man was choosing that exact worth 1 million advent coins. The flashy weapon he already knew was the biggest fake on the market. Jiang Lan became completely irritated and nervous because of the boy's absurd demand, feeling like he was only trying to make things difficult for her. From the woman's offended expression, it was clear she was wondering if an ordinary student really thought he had enough status to demand an item worth 1 million coins. Su Ming showed no sign of being shaken. With complete indifference, he began turning away, making it clear that he had only followed her original offer to choose whatever he wanted, and that if she was not willing to keep her word, then it was better to forget the whole thing. Before walking away, he also struck right at the rich woman's pride, hinting that financial power could not buy shortcuts for everything in life, and suggesting that her sister focus on doing her best in the next day's dungeon test, instead of looking for middlemen. Swallowing her anger against her will, Jiang Lan tried to keep her composure and left the place with her bodyguards, but she showed clear resentment and hinted that the conglomerate would see that attitude as a huge offense. Around them, people began whispering loudly, completely impressed by the boldness of that young man who had just stood up to and mocked one of the most powerful organizations in the city. Ignoring the public chatter, Su Ming felt his phone vibrate in his pocket and pulled it out to check the new notification. To his surprise, the message came from Ren Xiaoman herself. In the text, the girl used the excuse that she knew about his interest to pretend she had changed her mind, inviting him to a secret meeting that same night on the school rooftop. The young man found the situation funny, realizing that even after changing the direction of things in this new life, her selfish and fake plans were still the same as in his past life, when he had been easily tricked. With a cold look and the will to turn the tables, Su Ming quickly typed a reply confirming that he would be there. Then, free from interruptions, Su Ming put his phone away and calmly headed to the service counter, where the store employee quickly made herself available to help him choose a real weapon for the challenge. Su Ming walked over to the huge rough swordstones stacked in the store, wanting to confirm if they could really randomly produce high-level weapons. With a worried expression, the young attendant explained that although there was a tiny chance of getting something silver grade, everything depended purely on luck, since most of those rocks only produced very low-quality equipment. She even tried to advise him to think carefully before buying, but she was completely stunned and left with her jaw dropped when the young man showed that this was exactly what he was looking for. For Su Ming, the strategy was very obvious. Instead of burning a fortune on a real silver sword that would soon become completely outdated as he advanced, betting on one of those cheap options was the smartest move. And in truth, calling it a bet was not even right. As he stared at the mineral structure, a blue holographic interface began scanning the rock in front of his eyes, revealing that he could read all the hidden data inside the stone. That absurd advantage was his second skill inherited directly from his past life as the god of slaughter, the Eye of Perceptor. The system itself explained the legendary power on a golden screen, stating that the user's eyes gain the mystical ability to see the basic information of any and all matter. With a huge satisfied smile, Su Ming lifted the large and heavy stone with his own hands, knowing he had hit the jackpot. While normal silver weapons were sold for hundreds or thousands of advent coins, getting something at that level for only 50 coins was an absurd bargain, fitting perfectly with his current situation as a broke student. But his movement ended up drawing the attention of other customers passing through the hallway. Recognizing the young man right away, some youths started pointing and laughing behind his back, finding it unbelievable that the guy who had just rejected the million-coin offer from the Jiang'an conglomerate was standing there alone, spending the little money he had on rough stones that everyone considered completely useless and a waste of time. Su Ming was interrupted by the loud laughter of Yang Ding, an extremely annoying spoiled rich kid who in his past life spent his time bullying freshmen. The rich boy walked over full of mockery, but instead of feeling intimidated, Su Ming decided to turn the situation around himself. Looking at the troublemakers with total calm, the young man proposed a bold bet of 5,000 advent coins, challenging the pair to accept that he could pull a silver-grade weapon from that rough stone. Yang Ding and his lackey reacted by laughing even louder, thinking the protagonist was a total idiot. They mocked the offer, saying that kind of mineral had almost a 100% chance of producing only trash, and that they had never seen someone so eager to give away free money. Su Ming simply kept a cynical smile on the corner of his mouth, knowing who would really win there. With the deal made and no chance to back out, the system's golden interface appeared, asking for confirmation to open the stone. While his rival celebrated too early, sure that he would squeeze a fortune out of a broke student, Su Ming activated the legendary Eye of a Perception. A blue holographic circle shone brightly in his right pupil, allowing him to see through the solid rock. At the heart of the mineral, he clearly saw an imposing blade glowing in a burning red color. Certain of his overwhelming victory, the young man delivered a precise and devastating strike, shattering the stone shell all at once and releasing a curtain of dust as the true treasure began to reveal itself. As soon as the dust began to settle, Su Ming's hand firmly wrapped around the handle of the new weapon emerging from the shattered rock. Around him, silence took over the hall in an overwhelming way. Yang Ding and his lackey turned completely pale and stood there with their jaws dropped, unable to believe the miracle happening right before their eyes. The mockery and arrogant laughter of the troublemakers disappeared instantly, replaced by looks of pure shock and cold sweat as they realized they had just lost a fortune in a bet that had seemed impossible to lose. Floating in the air, the system's golden screen confirmed the huge success of the opening, showing the details of the weapon he had obtained. It was a black iron crimson edge sword, truly classified as low-grade silver. To make the win even more overpowered, the panel highlighted a special affix called Blood Drinker, a rare property that allowed the blade to absorb the blood of wounded monsters and instantly heal the wielder's injuries. Holding the sword with complete confidence and showing a victorious little smile on the corner of his mouth, Su Ming tested the sharpness and energy of the weapon, mentally concluding that it was a fantastic tool for someone who had just awakened. Besides pocketing the bet money and shutting up the arrogant rich kids, the young man knew perfectly well that this new blade would be the ideal companion for the date full of hidden intentions, scheduled for that same night on the school rooftop. The shining blade finally revealed itself completely, showing a flawless edge that gleamed in the room. Yang Ding and his lackey stepped back, totally shocked and sweating from nervousness, unable to accept that the young man had been so absurdly lucky right in front of them. The system panel glowed right after that, confirming that Su Ming had obtained the share of silver grade, with an extra bonus of 10% lifesteal. After judging the weight of the equipment, the young man found the result excellent, since that practical effect would completely save him the trouble of having a healer in the group. Without wasting time, Su Ming pointed the sword lightly toward his rival, making it clear in an ironic way that a bet was a bet and that he was there to collect the 5,000 advent coins. Completely humiliated and foaming with rage, the spoiled rich kid had no choice but to transfer the money right away, muttering that he would remember that face. The phone screen flashed with the confirmation that the 5,000 coins had been received, while the crowd around them began to leave, impressed by the boy's unusual luck. Even the attendant became thoughtful, remembering that it had been years since anyone had managed to pull a real weapon from a rough stone there at the distributor. Taking advantage of the huge amount of money he had just earned for free, Su Ming told the employee that he would also need a quality sheath to match, suggesting that she use the same 5,000 coins he now had in his pocket. The girl quickly guided him through the hall, and the system interface soon notified him that he had obtained a silver-grade sheath whose special effect reduced the weapon's durability loss by half. Looking at the full set, the young man felt very satisfied, knowing it would protect the edge of his blade a lot, especially since his current financial situation as a student did not allow him to replace swords whenever he wanted. While the attendant politely thanked him for his purchase, a new floating system window flashed in Su Ming's vision, bringing a tempting offer and asking if he wanted to unlock the hidden function. With a mysterious smile and a focused, thoughtful look, he chose to leave that for later. His plan now was to focus on what was coming next, knowing he would use that new weapon to raise his level and climb another step in his journey toward power. Walking back through the city, passing by a court where some guys were playing basketball while completely unaware of the awakened world, Su Ming kept his thoughts focused on his growth. Looking at his new weapon still inside its sheath, he thought about a small problem in his current situation. Even though he had awakened as the impressive class, he still did not have a single active class skill he could use right away. However, his real trump card was hidden in his talent tree, which held an original power that was absurdly strong. He opened the system interface and looked at the glowing golden rune circle that represented the talent, Sublimes. The holographic panel explained that this passive skill could give a massive upgrade to the quality of absolutely any loot, including equipment, combat skills, scrolls, and many other items, with the only limit being that it could work only once per object. Just having that card up his sleeve already gave the young man a crazy advantage over any other beginner. Without thinking twice, Su Ming decided to improve the sword he had just obtained and focused his energy on it. At that same moment, a sharp red aura began to come out of the blade, while the system notifications confirmed that the talent had been activated. Under his focused gaze, the golden screens announced the complete success of the sublimation, showing that the weapon had evolved and gained the brand new effect, something truly worthy of the golden grade represented by the Sword God class. The information panel revealed the full transformation of the weapon, now renamed the Bloodthirsty Swan Steel Sword, rising to high-quality silver grade. Besides keeping the original effect, which absorbed life from targets to heal his own wounds, the blade now carried the property. With this new overpowered effect, every monster he killed would temporarily increase all his stats by 5 points for 30 seconds, giving Su Ming a perfect and devastating weapon for what was coming next. With the massive upgrade to his weapon, the young man felt a huge wave of confidence, fully aware that the novice dungeon challenge the next day would become infinitely easier and completely under his control. Not long after, night covered the city, highlighting the tall clock tower under the starry sky. Getting ready for the meeting he had accepted, Su Ming stayed by the window of his room, watching the horizon of lit-up buildings while adjusting the last details of his shining sword. On the school rooftop, Ren Xiaoman was already waiting, looking out at the wide city view. When she heard footsteps getting closer, the young woman turned around with her usual fake expression, ready to pretend to be friendly and complain about his delay, but her smile froze instantly, replaced by pure shock and fear. Without giving her any chance to talk, a fast attack cut through the wind toward the girl. The weapon grazed past her and slammed violently into the concrete structure of the roof, causing a loud crash and making the young woman scream in terror. Completely shaking and stepping back in panic because of the sudden danger, Ren Xiaomen tried to understand the reason for that sudden hostility. When she looked ahead, she saw Su Ming standing only a few meters away, firmly holding his equipment and giving off a dark, terrifyingly threatening presence. The young man's sharp and fixed stare made it clear that the time of innocence was over, as his mind was flooded by bitter memories from his past life, full of betrayal, pain, and the downfall caused by that girl's traps. Su Ming's ruthless posture showed that this night meeting was only for settling accounts and beginning his long-awaited revenge. Ren Xiaomen stepped back, horrified and offended by the sudden attack, questioning why he was talking about revenge. Filled with anger, the girl showed the screen of her phone with the old message history, reminding him that he had been the one who insisted again and again while declaring his feelings. From Ren Xiaoman's point of view, the invitation to that rooftop meeting was only a response to his own attempts to date her, making that violent move completely unjustified. Listening to her desperate protests, Su Ming only lowered his head, letting a bitter and cynical smile appear on his face, because to him, her arguments were nothing more than distant echoes from a naive version of the facts that belonged only to his past life. In his previous timeline, that young woman represented the peak of popularity, known as the school beauty, and an important figure who lived in a world completely out of his reach. As an orphan who had grown up pushed aside and ignored by everyone, the young man had never imagined that he would one day have any kind of interaction with her. His whole view changed drastically on the second day after the class awakening ceremony, when the girl took the first step and approached him with a gentle smile, showing concern for his well-being while he rested alone in the classroom. That sudden attention was the final trigger that won him over, filling the emptiness of a whole life of loneliness and quickly turning into romantic confessions, dreamy dates in flower fields, and close interactions that he valued more than anything at the time. However, all that nostalgic perfection shattered in the blink of an eye in front of the cruel reality of the present. Su Ming's expression changed into overwhelming fury as he remembered that every touch and sweet word had been nothing but a carefully planned lie, meant to manipulate and use him. The hatred built up over years of suffering overflowed, making the protagonist move forward and confront her directly with a look of pure contempt. He made it clear that now he knew absolutely all the dark secrets and dirty deals she had been keeping behind everyone's backs with Zhang Tong. Su Ming openly exposed the girl's true intentions, accusing her of only trying to take advantage of his talent and awakened abilities for her own benefit. Ren Xiaoman reacted with clear anger and nervousness, trying to shut down his words and demanding that he stop saying such nonsense. However, the young man continued without mercy, calmly walking across the empty rooftop, while saying that she knew the truth very well, and that the whole image of a beautiful, graceful, and perfect girl admired by everyone at school was nothing but a shameless lie. He coldly described her as vain, disgusting, and completely shameless, drawing a reaction of restrained rage from the young woman, who clenched her teeth at the direct insults. Completely shaken and unable to keep pretending to be innocent, the young woman exploded in anger, insulting the protagonist for being an orphan and questioning what he really thought he knew about her. Ren Xiaoman ended up indirectly confessing her greedy nature, as she shouted that if his talent had not had any practical value, he would never have even had the chance to speak to someone at her social level. Furious about the names he called her, she threw out aggressive threats, declaring that neither she nor Zhang Tong would allow him to get away with that insult. Facing her loss of control, Su Ming only showed disdain, challenging her to try her worst, and warning that she should worry more about the devastating impact the reveal of her dirty dealings would have on the spotless image she worked so hard to keep in front of others. Cornered and afraid that her reputation was about to be destroyed, the girl fell into into desperation and launched a sneaky, treacherous attack, swinging a blade quickly toward the young man. That violent and cowardly reaction was exactly what Su Ming had already expected, a perfect repeat of the behavior that had made him her victim in his past life. Without showing the slightest sign of surprise or hesitation, he blocked the attack with instant mastery, immediately activating the mystical property of his sword, the Blood Drinker effect, which could absorb the target's life energy through physical contact to heal the wielder. The crimson energy released by the weapon was not a simple reflex, but a trap that Su Ming had carefully planned from the moment he turned her into his target. Ren Xiaomen had no chance to defend herself when the sharp aura struck her directly, hitting her face with brutal force. Falling to her knees on the school rooftop, the young woman went into complete despair, covering her wounds and crying out frantically when she realized that her once perfect features had been completely disfigured. Even after falling and being humiliated, the girl still poured out her poison, shouting with pure hatred that she would make Zhang Tang murder him, while her mind relived the partnership she had with her ally. Su Ming looked down at her with an icy stare, showing that the mention of his rival's name did not scare him at all. With complete indifference, the young man started walking away, and ironically made it clear that her accomplice was more than welcome to come settle things if he wanted. To the protagonist, that brutal strike served as a final break, cutting away not only the attacker's flesh, but also all the attachment and fake concern he had foolishly valued in his previous life. Leaving the young woman crying alone in the darkness of the rooftop, the young man went on his way with his mind focused on tomorrow. At that same moment, a new holographic interface floated in front of him, bringing a message sent directly by Director Wang. The school notice congratulated the student for his extraordinary 10-star talent and delivered an exclusive beginner gift package, expressing the wish that he would achieve great results in the next day's challenge. After accepting the reward, the system added a marrow strengthening pill, a full combat outfit, and another 10,000 advent coins to his inventory, giving him an overwhelming advantage for his upcoming dungeon exploration. The next day, right at 6 in the morning, the sun began to rise on the horizon, while the young man held the marrow strengthening pill in his hand. He mentally recognized the director's great generosity in giving him that item, though he suspected the gesture was driven by pure pity. In other people's eyes, it was considered a waste for someone with 10-star talent to awaken in a supposedly weak class like Sword Controller, so the bonus seemed like just an attempt to make up for that apparent disappointment. Even though he noticed that the item tasted absolutely terrible for breakfast, the practical results of taking it were immediate. His Constitution attribute received a direct increase of 10 points. He gained 100 experience points, instantly rose to level 2, and received 10 free attribute points. With that growth, his status panel began to reflect his true power, showing him at level 2 with the Sword God class, a mythic grade distinction unique in the world, with his Constitution and agility raised to 20 points. This early evolution also triggered the activation of a powerful passive talent called Origin Sword Body. That ability made the heart the source of a natural sword intent, allowing the user to learn absolutely every sword type technique and ignore any existing restriction by concept. Seeing that gaining a new talent at only level 2 was exactly what should be expected from his golden 10-star potential, the young man showed ruthless determination, focused on proving his real value in that day's novice dungeon. A little later, the movement shifted to the novice dungeon area at the first Xuanzong Academy, where the students were already starting to gather. As soon as the protagonist stepped into the place, his firm steps quickly drew the attention of several people around him. In an extremely selfish and practical way, a group of classmates came over and surrounded the young man, flattering him and insisting on forming a team with him. The students claimed that, with the potential of his 10-star talent combined with the director's gift package, he would be perfectly able to clear the dungeon with ease. They suggested that their own classes could make up for the weaknesses of a sword controller and increase everyone's contribution points. Feeling deep disgust at that approach, the young man clearly remembered that those same people had been looking down on his class the day before. With no intention of giving in to that group's hypocrisy, he firmly rejected the proposal in a cold way, saying he already had a team formed for the challenge. The sudden rejection left the flatterers completely frozen and drew Ji Yao, who came running toward him and looked extremely surprised as she asked if he really already had a group set up. Ji Yao explained that she had arrived very early that morning, with the firm hope of being the first to form a team with Su Ming. The young man, a little caught off guard by her approach, tried to explain himself carefully, saying that the challenge he planned to face was not aimed at normal contribution rewards. He added that if they teamed up, he would genuinely worry about the possibility of her getting hurt in the process, then quietly admitted in a low mutter that his real plan was to challenge the dungeon completely alone. Understanding his position perfectly, Ji Yao accepted the answer and politely stepped away. A little later, another student approached the protagonist. It was Yan Zhe from Class 4, who formally introduced himself as a 9-star awakened from the Demon Hunter Ranger class and invited him to join his group. When he looked at him, Su Ming immediately remembered that, in his past life, that young man had also been a strong 9-star awakened just like him. But determined to keep his independence, the protagonist quickly answered with a direct refusal, refusal. Before the situation could drag on, Ji Yao stepped in to protect the young man, saying firmly with a smile on her face that Su Ming had already formed a team with her and asking everyone else not to bother him anymore. Yan Zi quickly accepted the explanation, apologized for disturbing them, and ordered the other students around them to leave, which made the protagonist admire how unbelievably reliable Ji Yao was. Looking at the clock on the courtyard pole, he realized the exact moment of the opening had arrived, matching the sound alert that echoed through the academy and officially announced the start of the 127th Novice Dungeon Challenge. A huge blue portal of spiraling energy appeared majestically before the students, immediately catching the attention of Su Ming and Ji Yao. At that same moment, a live stream appeared on a large screen, revealing Director Wang still wearing sleep clothes and scratching his head while sincerely apologizing for oversleeping and not being able to show up in person to cheer them on. The director explained that he would do the live stream directly from his home to go over the rules of the one-day trial, a required step that all newly awakened students that year had to go through. While the magical rift shone brightly in the center of the courtyard, the director's voice stressed that all participants had already been properly registered for immediate identification as soon as they crossed the entrance, and that each challenger would earn points and clearing rewards based strictly on their individual contributions during combat. Director Wang continued his broadcast, explaining that to ensure a high survival rate, the most recommended option was to challenge the dungeon in teams. He emphasized that the students only needed to complete the trial within the one-day limit to successfully finish the first major challenge of their lives after awakening. After declaring that the moment to decide everyone's fate had arrived, he officially opened the dungeon without any more delay. However, a sudden flash of movement cut through the energy rift, making the surrounding students cry out in surprise that someone had already entered before everyone else. Ji Yao looked around in alarm and confusion, searching for the protagonist and wondering where he had gone, while murmurs quickly spread through the courtyard. General shock took over the crowd when the students realized that the person behind that sudden entrance was none other than the 10-star young man, Su Ming. Showing impressive boldness, the young man jumped directly into the blue portal, letting the magical currents wrap around him with a calm expression and a confident smile on his face. After crossing the portal and stepping into the trial setting, a strong wave of nostalgia hit the protagonist, and he found the novice dungeon environment incredibly familiar. He remembered how, in his past life, he felt an intense mix of fear and excitement, running recklessly through the areas just to get the minimum contribution points needed. In front of him, the system screens appeared to announce to the new class holders of Blue Star that the multiversal massacre was about to begin in a place full of dangers and opportunities. The floating guidelines explained that, to leave the place and claim the rewards, the challengers could follow the standard path of defeating the regular boss, but there was also a much harder method available. With his gaze sharp and focused on the peak of power, Su Ming decided that, in this new chance, he would take the path of maximum difficulty and choose the challenge of hunting down and killing the supreme hidden boss. After crossing the portal, Su Ming materialized in a dense and mysterious place known as the F-rank Furious Tide Forest, where the exotic local wildlife, like small reptiles camouflaged among the branches, silently watched the arrival of the intruder. The protagonist soon understood that the novice dungeon map changed completely at random every year, revealing terrain totally different from the one he had gone through in his past life. As he moved quickly through the glowing dense vegetation, he mentally analyzed the structure of the challenge, knowing that all spawn points from the entrance portals were also random, forcing each challenger to create a completely personal route plan. The dungeon variables did not stop there, because the types of creatures spread along the path were also drastically different from his memories. In the distance, Su Ming caught sight of a terrifying tree-like creature wrapped in living flames, lurking behind the twisted trunks. The young man identified the monster as an elite creature that, although it looked still like an ordinary tree, had deadly vines capable of grabbing prey and dragging it into the burning hollow in its head to roast them alive. Focused strictly on his true goal of facing the supreme hidden boss, Su Ming decided the best thing to do was ignore and avoid those troublesome monsters that would only drain his time and energy. Using his holographic panel to lock onto a strategic reference point, the young man justified to himself why he had rushed to be the first to enter the dungeon. His plan was to scout the entire route in advance and locate the elements needed to activate the special battle, knowing that although the map geography changed with each edition, the logic for facing the hidden boss remained the same. Moving with cat-like agility through the treetops, he sped up even more, fully aware that if he allowed more people to enter and spread through the forest, the task of gathering the necessary items would become much more complicated. While the protagonist acted quietly in the depths of the forest, time moved forward to 7:30 in the morning, when the flow of regular students began to appear. A young woman with short light-colored hair carefully emerged from a blue portal with other classmates, relieved when she noticed the absolute silence of the area and assumed the place was safe because there were clearly no other competitors nearby. That false sense of safety collapsed in the blink of an eye when a loud crash from the dense woods drew the group's attention, and they pointed in alarm at the silhouette of a student running desperately toward them. Panic spread completely when the bloodied boy appeared screaming for help between the trees, revealing to the horrified newcomers that he was being chased closely by a huge and monstrous frenzied blood rat. Chaos immediately broke out inside the forest when several frenzied blood rats appeared as a pack, rushing fiercely at the trapped students. Desperate screams telling everyone to run and split up echoed between the trees while the young people tried to escape the claws and sharp teeth of the creatures hunting them without mercy. Outside the dungeon, exactly at 7:31 in the morning, a feared real-time report appeared in front of the academy students, bringing the tragic news that 3 challengers had already been gnawed to death. The impact of the reveal became even greater when it showed that the highest level fighter among the first victims was Li Debiao, a young awakened student with a respectable 6-star talent. The tragic news sent a wave of shock and panic through the students still waiting in the academy courtyard. Ji Yao looked at the floating panel with deep anxiety, shaken when she realized that participants were already dying inside the dungeon before she had even had the chance to build and finalize her own team. In the middle of the growing uproar and the fear taking over the courtyard, firm voices began echoing through the crowd, calling for everyone to form groups as fast as possible and cross the portal, since the people inside urgently needed help to hold back the monster's aggression. While the general mobilization happened outside, in an isolated and shadowy area of the dense forest, a young woman with short grayish hair ran desperately, her breath completely cut off and her chest heaving from exhaustion. Holding her magic staff with a star-shaped tip tightly, she tried to find an escape route, but panic took over her mind when she realized she had been completely separated from her companions. Not knowing where to go, and completely lost in the heart of that mysterious forest, she slowed down under the quiet, watchful eyes of a small lizard camouflaged in the bushes, realizing far too late how serious her lonely situation had become. The girl's despair turned into pure terror when a sudden sound from above made her freeze in place. When she lifted her trembling eyes, she saw a dark and massive silhouette perched threateningly above the treetops. In the blink of an eye, a huge and fierce monkey monster fully revealed itself, leaping toward her with eyes shining in a murderous crimson shade and showing sharp fangs. Totally cornered and crushed under the huge shadow of the elite creature, the young woman stepped back, shaking and helpless, with tears of horror running down her face as she let out a weak and desperate cry for help. Before the monkey monster's sharp claws could reach the helpless young woman, a crimson flash violently cut through the dim forest. The blade, filled with burning reddish energy, crossed the air like lightning, announcing a ruthless intervention. Appearing from above with frightening speed, Su Ming launched a devastating aerial attack. His precise movements created several arcs of crimson light that tore through the massive silhouette of the elite creature, instantly ripping it apart in an explosion of blood and stopping its brutal advance before it could make another victim. While Su Ming acted with mastery on his own path, in other parts of the furious Tide Forest, the situation turned into a scene of absolute horror. A completely terrified student found himself cornered in front of a bloodthirsty brown bear, a level 5 elite monster. As the creature struck him violently, the boy fell into despair, wondering why he had run into such a brutal threat right at the beginning and lamenting his terrible luck. The carnage spread quickly through the woods as other terrible creatures entered the action. Level 2 swamp hunters tore through the beginner's defenses without mercy, while level 3 tracking hounds chased whole groups in a panic, pulling screams of pain and agony from the young warriors. The widespread despair soon overloaded the dungeon communication line, starting a flood of emergency transmissions. Through the audio channels, a student's voice echoed frantically, warning that the transport point located at the 9 o'clock position on the map was completely surrounded by monsters and asking for immediate support. In a devastating chain reaction, other alerts appeared right after, revealing that the 6 o'clock position also needed urgent help and that the 11 o'clock quadrant was also under siege. The monsters, including terrifying level 5 draconized lizards, appeared in relentless hordes and kept advancing without stopping, completely overwhelming the students' ability to respond. Toward the center of the forest, the real weight of the trial reached its peak for a group that had entered the challenge with confidence. A young woman with bluish hair stared at the forest floor in complete shock, looking at the bloody bodies of those who had been her allies just moments before. An entire team of 5 had been completely wiped out in a matter of seconds. Curled up against the trunk of a tree and trembling from head to toe, she cried bitterly as she realized the dungeon had started only half an hour earlier, and that the difficulty of that place was absurdly too high. Completely broken and without the strength to fight, the girl sank into deep despair, crying as she wondered if newly awakened students like them could really challenge that brutal reality and leave alive. The young student watched the scene in absolute shock, amazed by the overwhelming power she had witnessed in the blink of an eye. After seeing the arcs of crimson light cut through the air, she could barely believe how easily the danger had been pushed back, realizing that he had defeated that monster in a single instant. With her heart still racing, she expressed her deep gratitude gratitude for the rescue, but suddenly cut herself off when she recognized the silhouette of the boy in front of her and realized she was facing Su Ming, the freshman with the 10-star talent. Keeping his firm posture with the sword in hand and his back turned to the girl, the protagonist answered with complete indifference, saying he was only passing through that route. He made sure to coldly warn her that he would not be able to save her a second time, and revealed that, unlike what she thought, the battle was not over because the creature had not been completely killed yet. Scared and unable to fight, the young woman did not think twice. She turned around and ran through the forest, shouting that she would urgently look for reinforcements and begging the young man to hold on. Focused on the threat rising again, Su Ming activated the Eye of Perception, making a glowing crest appear directly over his gaze. Instantly, the system's holographic interface detailed the enemy's stats, revealing that it was a vicious beast classified as a mutant monkey king, a level 3 creature with an impressive 28 strength points and 24 constitution points. Studying the floating data, the young man fully understood why the enemy had managed to survive the first continuous attacks from his silver-grade weapon inside an F-rank dungeon. When the huge primate jumped toward him again and unleashed a massive strike, the protagonist dodged with extreme fluidity, mentally judging that the enemy's speed was not bad at all. Far from feeling intimidated by the beast's high stats, the young sword god showed a confident and focused smile, ready to turn the confrontation into a small contest of power. Su Ming had secret trump cards inherited from his past life, drawing out the echo of the skills that belonged to the terrifying class known as the God of Slaughter, which now existed together inside his current mythic grade class, unique in the whole world, the Sword God. Among his special skills, the third technique available to him was the Divine Shadow Step. This exceptional movement art gave him a 50% boost in speed. On top of that, at the exact moment it was activated, it granted absolute immunity against all physical, magical, and spiritual attacks, making the user completely impossible to target, even though it consumed a huge amount of stamina while active. Suddenly wrapped in a bright cyan energy aura, the young warrior changed his stance to counterattack the beast's rage. With an explosive burst of boosted speed, he tore across the battlefield like a blur of pure motion. Before the massive primate could even notice his movement, Su Ming silently appeared right behind it, coldly whispering that he was already at its back. The beast staggered from the unexpected impact, letting out a muffled groan of pain as the surprise attack completely threw it off balance. Watching his opponent's wild reaction, Su Ming commented with a hint of boredom that there seemed to be no need for a real fight, finding the whole situation pretty dull. In one final show of surgical precision, the clear reflection of a blade about to fall shone desperately in the great monkey's widened eye. Openly declaring that he had already grown tired of playing with the creature, Su Ming delivered a devastating slash that sealed the fight for good. A golden system notification soon appeared in the air, confirming that he had successfully defeated the vicious beast, the mutant monkey king. While the monster's body broke apart into a cascade of red fragments under the young man's indifferent gaze as he calmly operated his holographic interface. After the beast fell, a golden light floated in the air, revealing the loot he had obtained, a linear/skill scroll, classified as low-grade bronze. Looking at the holographic item in his hands, Su Ming mentally judged that although it was only a basic bronze-grade technique, it was still not bad for the early challenges of that novice dungeon. However, his calm did not last long. A virtual boom echoed through the whole area when the system announced a major achievement in real time, displaying the title First Blood in huge golden letters. The global message informed all participants that a level 2 sword controller player had completed the first kill of the mutant monkey king in the Furious Tide Forest. The sudden notification immediately caused an uproar among the other students spread across the forest, who stared at their floating panels in total shock. Stunned, the students talked among themselves about how a player had already managed to successfully kill a monster, and a mutant creature on top of that. Along with the announcement came a collective reward tied to the dungeon achievement. Every player instantly received a small healing potion. In an isolated corner of the woods, a wounded young man hiding in the bushes let out a relieved sigh as he held the glowing bottle, celebrating the fact that he was saved and could finally recover his health, without noticing that a dark, monstrous creature was watching him from behind a rock. While they recovered from the first shock, curiosity took over the students' communication channels, and they began wildly guessing the identity of the mysterious fighter. Many wondered if the sword controller mentioned in the global announcement was the famous Su Ming from the First Academy, immediately remembering that he was the legendary rookie who had awakened 10-star talent. Others, more skeptical, argued that it might not be him, since there were a few other sword controllers taking part in the trial that year from nearby cities. Either way, the general agreement was that this new achievement clearly proved that newly awakened students really did have the strength needed to clear the dungeon. While chatter and hope spread across the map, Su Ming himself cursed inwardly as he ran through the dense forest, suddenly hit by an annoying realization. He realized, frustrated, that he had completely forgotten the game's title system would expose his true strength to everyone. The young man concluded that he would need to be much more careful from then on, planning to activate his total concealment skill to hide his achievements before he drew even more attention. He simply had not expected that, even after half an hour since the trial began, not a single other player had managed to kill even one monster. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted when he heard a low growl coming from the shadows. Stopping at once, Su Ming turned around and faced two agile silhouettes with glowing green eyes as they leaped toward him, revealing themselves as level 3 hungry wolves ready to attack. Facing the beasts in front of him, Su Ming showed a calm look when he noticed they were wolf monsters, one of the 3 classic creatures and ideal targets for beginners to gain experience. He considered the situation perfect, seeing it as the best chance to test his newest combat tools and measure the potential of his sword attack techniques. Without wasting time, the young man activated his powerful talent skill, Sublimation of All Things. Instantly, a huge and complex golden magic circle, filled with runes and shining stars, appeared in front of him, channeling overwhelming energy to upgrade the low-grade bronze linear/skill scroll he had recently obtained by defeating the mutant monkey. The system responded right away, confirming that the sublimation had been activated successfully and completely transforming the basic item. A new and refined skill was obtained, Iaido/, now classified as low-grade silver. Its instructions required the warrior to sheath the sword, focus the mind completely, and release a devastating attack in one single precise cut. In front of one of the wolves, which let out a fierce howl to intimidate him, the protagonist focused his killing intent in a fraction of a second. With insane agility, he executed the new technique, releasing a sharp crescent arc of bluish light energy that violently tore through the air and advanced ruthlessly toward the creatures, showing in practice the true power of his mythic class. The energy slash flew straight and hit the first hungry wolf. Right away, the system screen flashed. Another 80 experience points added to the account. Before the rest of the pack even had time to react, the wave kept tearing through them, silencing the beasts and giving him a massive bonus of 800 more XP all at once. The clock already showed 9:30 in the morning. After 2 hours of pure solo farming in the middle of the forest, Su Ming was still untouched, holding his weapon among the blood and smoke from the falling monsters. Out of nowhere, a pillar of golden light burst around him, and the system announced that he had reached level 9 and earned the title Hungry Wolf Legend. Watching the bodies turn into tiny cubes of light, he realized that using the range of that attack to crush low-level wolves was the perfect strategy. Calmly, he pulled the silver blade straight out of that stylish sheath. The logic behind it was nasty. The energy it generated built up perfectly when locked onto the target, setting up a fatal hit. When more wolves came rushing out and charged at full speed, Su Ming released the strike with insane speed. A giant arc of blue energy exploded through the air, sweeping across the area and swallowing the monsters in a spiritual flash that destroyed everything in front of it. The energy created by his focus built up quickly, locking straight onto the targets. But the calm barely lasted. Su Ming's eyes froze at once when he sensed a strangely crushing presence. From deep inside the thick woods, a massive and brutal shadow jumped out, pouring an absurd pressure over the battlefield. Staring at the young man with glowing red eyes and exposed fangs, the creature had its details revealed by the system, confirming the true boss of the area, the level 10 Wolf King leader. At 8:30 in the morning, the pace of the trial started to change. In several parts of the dungeon, the students finally managed to organize into teams, joining forces to move forward together. Even though they were only inexperienced students, they raised their shields and blades, activating their first spells to try to push back the monster hordes. The main force of these young people moved with determination. A blue-haired student rushed forward and delivered a violent blow, managing to take down a colossal creature in the middle of the forest. The system panel confirmed the kill of a mutant field rat, and seeing that giant monster break apart into glowing dust, completely renewed the group's hope of victory. Motivated not to fall behind the mysterious first blood player, who had earned healing potions for all participants, the boys pushed themselves with everything they had. The blue-haired young man even cried from emotion when he managed to reach level 2. Panic took over the students right after that, with a new and unbelievable global system notification. The alert announced another first blood, but this time against a leader monster in the Raging Tide Forest. Everyone was shocked when it revealed that the one behind the achievement was a player from the Fisherman class, already at level 9, who had just earned the title leaders. The students simply could not understand what was happening. Nobody could accept that a class meant for civilian life and supposedly peaceful work could be so strangely strong, much less how someone had already reached level 9, while most of them were still struggling to get past the first monsters. The truth behind that madness had happened only 10 minutes earlier. Alone in the dark woods, Su Ming was locked in a frantic battle against the area boss, sending out a powerful blue energy slash that shook the Wolf King and left the creature's health bar in the red, with blood spraying out after the first impact. Far from being scared by the enemy's size, the young man jumped at it with everything he had. Facing the giant beast up close as it foamed with rage, Su Ming gave a confident smile before bringing down a crushing strike from above, making it clear that the monster's stats were nothing but a joke compared to the hidden potential of a reincarnated person. The final impact was brutal and finished the boss for good. Right away, the golden system screen rose full of rewards: 500 experience points that took him straight to level 10, massive proficiency bonuses for his cutting techniques, an iron-cutting clawbone, and the heart of the Wolf King as battle loot. After a bloody fight, Yang Ding finally managed to kill the last wolf in a pack. Exhausted, he looked at the trail of defeated monsters, knowing his group had only avoided being completely wiped out because the attack boost scroll arrived just in time. But the calm quickly gave way to anger when he fixed his eyes on the notification about that level 9 fisherman, thinking it was completely absurd that someone with a utility class could level up so fast. Feeling that this was a real humiliation, Yang Ding threw his broken beginner machete to the ground in total frustration. Furious at the weapon's ridiculously low damage, he started eating himself up with anger, remembering that he had been tricked by Su Ming at the weapon shop before entering the dungeon. If he had not lost his hard-earned money to him, he could have started the test with a much better silver-grade weapon. When the other students tried to comment on the impressive luck of that mysterious player, Yang Ding exploded in rage and told everyone to shut up. Annoyed, he threw it in his classmates' faces that he had spent the whole time taking damage alone, and that, because he had shared the experience with the rest of the group after killing so many wolves, he had only managed to reach level 2, making him feel like the biggest idiot of all. With his eyes overflowing with hate, Su Ming's image came straight into his mind, feeding his desire for revenge even more. Yang Ding swore to himself that, if he found his rival inside that place, he would destroy him without mercy to let out all his fury. Even with the other students trying to calm him down and saying that farming would get easier now that everyone was level 2, he only isolated himself in a dark corner of the woods, muttering alone with hatred among the bushes. Right after the victory, the golden panel Su Ming had been waiting for finally appeared in front of him. The system confirmed that level 10 had been reached, instantly unlocking the mission for his first class change, with a challenge randomly created according to his current situation. He remembered that, in his past life, he had only reached that level after leaving the beginner dungeon, which had created a mission on a rank E map that was insanely hard for him at the time. Back then, he had not been able to complete the challenge right away, and had needed to grind until level 15 to handle it, which greatly reduced the final bonuses and rewards he received. But this time, everything was different, since he had reached level 10 inside the starting area itself. The notification soon detailed the target. He needed to kill the guardian of the Red Rock Cave, a powerful elite monster located right there in the Raging Tide Forest. Since the objective was inside the current map, the task was basically already in the bag. With a confident smile, Su Ming decided to put all his saved points directly into agility. At that same moment, a new golden alert burst onto the screen. His agility had broken past the 100-point barrier, unlocking the mythical passive skill of the Sword God class, called Sword Martial Master, as a low-grade platinum quality effect. This broken skill allowed him to equip any sword of any level, completely ignoring all system requirements. In the meeting room of Xunjing City First Academy, the ranking list for beginner dungeon number 144, showing the strongest talents from the surrounding area, had just been released. While analyzing the holographic data, one of the staff members noticed something strange and told the principal that some people seemed to be missing from the official stats. The principal stood up in irritation, wanting to know right away where Su Ming was, the young prodigy he had placed such high hopes on. The assistant explained that no data had been left out and that this was the full report returned from the dungeon. She considered that the title data for the 8 o'clock First Blood pointed to a sword controller, which meant it was likely Su Ming himself. Even so, the principal still could not accept it, because the boy had perfect 10-star natural attributes, had received a beginner gift pack, and should have been able to solo monsters with raw strength, making it impossible to explain why he was not even in the top 500. Before they could solve the mystery, the door to the room was opened by An Ranling, the deputy mayor of Xunjing City, who appeared to demand an answer about the academy's promise that it would have an excellent 10-star seed that year. Holding the beginner dungeon data, she shouted that the recommended student did not appear on the list at all. Director Wang tried to explain that the starting combat power of a sword controller was usually a bit weaker, but the deputy mayor did not buy the excuse, saying it was impossible for a genius with that kind of talent to be outside the top 500. She accused him of lying about the student's strength just to boost the school's numbers and get more qualification tokens tokens for the Heavenly Tower Council. Pointing at the reports, the official made it clear that the school only had Yan Zhe, a 9-star talent from the hidden Demon Hunter Ranger class, in second place, and Zhang Tang, the legitimate son of the Zhang family, an 8-star Magic Hammer warrior, in fourth place. Looking at the overall performance, she made the final call and handed over only 2 qualification tokens for the council. The school staff questioned the loss of the usual 3 tokens. However, the deputy mayor was direct. The academy had finished in last place during the previous 2 years. If they failed again this year, then next year the school would be removed from the Heavenly Tower Council. The principal tried to argue that the students would bring good results later, but she ended the conversation, said she was busy, and left. Alone in the room, Director Wang stared at the only 2 tokens left in his hand. These items were vital for accepting important missions, getting rewards, and improving the student's strength. He had believed that a 10-star student would secure 1 extra token for the school, but he ended up disappointed, sweating cold from pure anxiety. He could only hope that Su Ming would do well in the dungeon and not let him down. Meanwhile, unaware of that crisis, Su Ming moved quickly and stopped near an old stone structure with wooden doors. He had reached the entrance of the Red Rock Cave, where the map showed the objective for his class change. Relieved that he had not run into any troublesome monsters along the way, the young man went straight into the dark cave. He moved forward with total caution through the darkness. Since Su Ming had not visited this place in his past life, he did not know what kind of creature would come out of the shadows. Suddenly, a heavy impact broke the silence. A bluish creature with red eyes appeared, smashing a heavy weapon into the ground. It was a level 6 gold-digging goblin, his first obstacle inside that place. The goblin fixed its red eyes on Su Ming and charged forward with a heavy stomp against the ground. Su Ming reacted at that same moment with a determined look, delivering a precise sword strike that made the monster's blood spray out. He jumped quickly right after the kill, knowing he could not let that creature alert the rest of the cave. But the effort was useless, because the system immediately sent out a warning confirming that the general alert and Ben triggered. When he heard footsteps echoing right after that, the young man turned around in surprise and realized that this class change mission would not be as simple as he had imagined. In front of him, a huge horde of furious monsters began pouring out of the darkness. The interface showed a direct message on the screen, warning that every goblin inside Red Rock Cave would launch a fierce attack against him. The system explained that the activated mode gave the creatures an indulgent and greedy lifestyle, while the blade fell upon them. Seeing that crowd of red eyes appear, he realized the enemies had the advantage in numbers. Su Ming moved forward with determination against the approaching horde, but an immediate concern rose in his mind. He was not sure whether his weapon's durability could hold up in a fight against so many enemies at once. Before he could plan a long-term strategy, a sudden sound made him hesitate. From the rocky shadows of the cave, a massive goblin with red eyes and exposed fangs jumped toward him with a blade in hand, bringing down a crushing strike that violently shattered the stone floor, right where the young man had been. Ranged attacks started right after that, as enemy archers fired a coordinated rain of arrows. After being grazed on the shoulder, the young man recognized the monster's tactical intelligence, since they attacked knowing perfectly well that it would be very hard for him to make any evasive move while he was suspended in the air. When he tried to regain his position on the ground, more armed creatures jumped toward him with sharp daggers. He reacted with a quick move to stop the rush, but soon calculated a new critical limit for the fight. His mana pool in the early game was very low, and it would not be enough to keep using the Divine Shadow Step skill for a long time. Facing a large group of goblins led by an elite variant, Su Ming quickly judged the situation. For someone like him who was still dealing with a lack of skills this early in the game, fighting all of them head-on would be a slightly tricky challenge. The only realistic option was to act with more flexibility and tactical intelligence. He pushed off the ground and jumped, dodging first out of respect for the number of enemies. The monsters became completely confused by his agile movement and tried to figure out where he had gone. Positioned strategically above them, the young man watched the horde right below and, with a confident smile, challenged the enemies to come after him. That was when he unleashed a devastating strike, like a real gift for the creatures. The glowing arc cut through the air and sliced through the monsters mercilessly, one after another. He knew that, as long as he could keep the height advantage, he would be able to get the most out of his Iaido slash, wiping out the horde with absolute precision. With an overwhelming blow, Su Ming eliminated a large part of the goblins with his blue energy. Taking one firm step forward, he calmly walked among the bodies of the defeated enemies and stared at the last opponent still standing, the level 10 elite goblin captain, who was now completely cornered. Nearby, outside the cave, one of the students from Yang Ding's group hid among the bushes and warned the others that he had heard clear fighting sounds coming from inside the place. Yang Ding thought the idea was ridiculous, arguing that the system showed monsters level 7 and above in that area, which made it impossible for any student to challenge the inside of the cave alone at that moment. However, the sound of footsteps approaching the exit completely changed the mood. Yang Ding watched carefully to find out who the mysterious student was, until his eyes widened in pure shock when he saw his rival. It was Su Ming, walking calmly out of the cave with a light smile on his face. Thinking about how fate loved making enemies cross paths so often. When he came face to face with Su Ming, Yang Ding immediately recognized him as the boy who had won the sword bet against him. Unbothered by his rival's resentment, Su Ming, who was now level 11, only thought about how interesting and risky his class change mission had been. Suddenly, he felt a hostile presence approaching and looked back. Yang Ding tried a surprise attack, but Su Ming dodged the strike with extreme ease, leaving the attacker shocked. Furious, the rival ordered his men to surround him and stop him from escaping. Completely calm, Su Ming replied that he had no intention of running. Yang Ding then started pouring out his frustration, saying that the protagonist had caused him a huge loss in the past and that this meeting inside the dungeon would be their settling of accounts. Trying to scare him, Yang Ding asked if he was afraid. However, Su Ming only stared back at him, genuinely trying to remember who that guy was. When they realized they had been completely forgotten, the lackeys felt awkward, which made Yang Ding explode with anger, foaming with hatred over the fact that Su Ming did not even remember the 5,000 advent coins he had won from him. The leader ordered everyone to charge together and kill him. As the three ran toward him with weapons in hand, Su Ming commented that they did not need to use force just because he had a bad memory. Since the situation had reached that point, he decided it was the perfect moment to test his reward. With a light movement, he stretched out his hand and activated the skill, making the blade fly through the air wrapped in energy and tear through the attackers in the blink of an eye. The sword control attack was instant and deadly. The blade ripped through the air in a whirl of red energy, hitting the aggressors in a flash. They collapsed to the ground, wounded and screaming in pain, completely overwhelmed by the speed of the strike. Yang Ding watched the scene in complete despair. He could barely believe what he was seeing, because sword control was an advanced technique that required a sword master to reach the middle stages before being able to learn it. While his rival lost his mind, Su Ming celebrated the success of the test. He remembered that he had gained the skill through a silver grade scroll dropped by the elite goblin, which he had upgraded to gold grade with his talent, Sublime's Faldens. The result fit perfectly into his plans, since everyone would now be sure that he belonged to the class. But the true reward for completing Red Rock Cave came right after that. When Su Ming opened the final chest for the class change mission, he obtained the Ephetus's blueprint. Curious, he accessed the item, and the system revealed something even better: the exact coordinates for a hidden treasure located in part 2 of that same cave. Su Ming became intrigued by the new information that appeared on his screen. The subtitle mentioning trade and the life of goblins caught his attention, leaving him thoughtful about what it really meant for the next stage of the exploration. Meanwhile, at exactly 11:30 in the morning, in another area of the dungeon, a powerful magic explosion secured victory for a group of girls. They celebrated excitedly after clearing all the monsters in the area, breaking the prejudice that an all-female team would not be able to survive there. The highlight of the group was Fenfenzi, a 7-star awakened girl at level 7 who led the fight with her staff. Excited by the result, the young women decided to start splitting the loot left behind by the creatures. One of the girls asked if Fenfenzi was very tired, and she quickly answered that she was fine. However, a strange wind blew through the area, and Fenfenzi frowned, sensing that something was wrong. One of her companions had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Panic quickly took over the place. Looking around in desperation, she tried to understand where the girl had gone, since she had been there just seconds earlier handing out the rewards. The monsters in that region should have already been cleared, and there was nothing on the ground. Before Fenfenzi could think it through, a brutal attack cut through the air along with a scream of pure terror, revealing that the danger was far from over. When Su Ming opened the information panel about the monster's lifestyle, he came across a detailed description of goblin biology and social organization. The report explained that these creatures lived in dark, damp places to make ambushes easier, organizing themselves into tribes with a clear division of work between warriors, craftsmen, hunters, and shamans. However, the information became much more sinister as he kept reading. The system revealed the ruthless nature of the species when it came to keeping its birth rate high at any cost, pointing out extremely short pregnancy cycles of only 1 to 3 months, and extremely early sexual maturity, which resulted in a frighteningly fast reproductive cycle. Completely stunned by the cruel realism of the setting, the young man showed his shock at the disturbing descriptions on the screen. As he moved forward, he wondered why the goblin settings had to be so bizarre and dark. Right when the interface confirmed that the coordinates had been reached, he stopped on a dense trail in the middle of the dark forest, looking around and trying to locate the exact point. At first, the young man frowned when he noticed only trees, considering the possibility that the coordinates were wrong because there was no visible cave entrance in the area. Suddenly, a strange noise from the ground caught Su Ming's attention, followed by a sudden burst of dust and smoke that began breaking through the earth beneath his feet. As he analyzed the open crack, a mystical mark revealed itself, bringing immediate understanding of the puzzle. Su Ming realized that the name Red Rock Cave Part 2 was just a mental trap from the system, meant to make players search for a normal structure in a mountain. In truth, the secret was to solve the clue by connecting it to the idea of a buried treasure. Jumping toward the open crack, Su Ming immediately understood the map's riddle. The place was actually a real underground den. As he moved down with agility through the rocky depths, he noticed how clever the creatures were, using the thick smoke from a campfire to perfectly hide the entrance of of their lair from any intruder. As he slipped through the shadows, he thought about the mechanics of the place, remembering that killing a single goblin would be enough to alert the whole colony. Since his goal there was strictly to collect the hidden treasure, his first plan was to stay unnoticed. However, a shocking sight interrupted his thoughts. When he looked to the side, the young man came across a brutal scene. The group of female students challenging the dungeon had fallen straight into the ambush of the smoke trap. After witnessing the monster's cruelty toward the girls, Su Ming felt disgusted, realizing that those creatures were just as evil and repulsive as the stories and system records described. Watching from the top of the cliff, he saw the despair of the last survivor, who was crying while holding her staff and begging the monsters to stay away. Acting in a purely calculated way, the young man considered that her presence was a perfect opportunity. As long as she drew the horde's attention, it would be much easier to dig up the treasure. He thought about letting her die, thinking she could only blame herself for not being strong enough to challenge that place. However, just as she was about to be torn apart by the goblins jumping toward her, the young woman cried out desperately for help, promising a huge reward to whoever saved her. In her final screams, she revealed that her sister was the vice director of the powerful Jiang'an financial conglomerate. When Su Ming heard the organization's name, his eyes widened in shock, recognizing the geopolitical and financial opportunity that had just fallen right into his lap, just as the enemy blades were about to come down on the girl. Without hesitation, Su Ming stretched out his hand and activated his prekar, preparing a decisive move. The giant blade dropped from the sky like lightning, crashing violently into the ground and releasing an overwhelming wave of purifying energy. Knowing that goblins lived in the deep darkness of caves and ruins and desperately feared strong light, the young man perfectly used that system weakness. The intense blinding glow created by the impact subdued the monsters all at once, opening a path through the destructive force. Taking advantage of the chaos, the young man began a fast tactical retreat. He calculated with precision that, as long as he did not directly kill the goblins at that moment, he would avoid triggering the general alarm that would put the whole underground den on high alert. After stopping a little farther ahead, he looked back and confirmed that the creatures had stopped chasing them, exactly as he had predicted. Exhausted and with no strength left to keep running, the girl clasped her hands around her magic staff and looked at him with eyes full of relief. With a trembling voice, she thanked him for sparing her life and revealed her name, Gang Yunqing. When he heard the name and looked closely at her features, a memory suddenly hit Su Ming. He instantly recognized her as the girl from a striking photo he had seen before. Even with that surprising discovery, Su Ming chose to keep his distant and indifferent attitude. Turning his back to continue on his own path, he answered coldly that she did not need to thank him because he had only been passing by. Desperate when she saw her savior walking away, the young woman called out for him to wait, begging for his attention as she reminded him of the huge reward she had promised in the real world, and mentioned her sister's high status at the top of the financial conglomerate. Walking away with firm steps, Su Ming coldly told Zhang Yunqing to talk about rewards only if she managed to leave that place alive. Desperate, the girl begged him not to leave her behind, but the young man was blunt and ordered her not to follow him, saying that he had already saved her once, and that, with her current strength, she would only get in his way. Ignoring her pleas, Su Ming focused his attention on the system panel, which started giving off a pulsing signal. A circular holographic interface showed that he was at the exact search point, confirming that the hidden treasure was right there, buried under the rocky surface. Zhang Yunqing, still scared, asked if the goblins really had not followed them, and the young man assured her that he had checked the area with absolute care right before announcing that he had found the objective. In front of the girl's amazed eyes, Su Ming dug up the biggest drop from that dungeon level, a random silver quality lottery chest. Without wasting time, he decided to use his talent to upgrade the item. A strong golden light covered the object, instantly turning it into a coveted low-grade gold lottery chest. The system activated a holographic roulette with the classic 777 symbol, showing the high chance of randomly drawing higher-level items, skill books, or rare equipment. Anxious and with a confident smile on his face, the young man exclaimed that something very good was about to come out, while the light shone even brighter. The draw was a total success. The golden interface congratulated Su Ming on his achievement, revealing that he had successfully obtained the powerful Taingnend and an extremely rare soul healer skill scroll. Looking at the new rewards, Su Ming did not hide a slight hint of frustration. He thought about how hard he had worked in his first class change mission for that extra reward, and in the end, he felt that the Dark Flow set seemed only decent. To make things worse, the platinum-grade soul healer skill scroll, even though it went far beyond normal drop expectations, did not match his current fighting style at all. After analyzing the situation, a thought suddenly crossed Su Ming's mind. He glanced sideways at the young woman beside him and started wondering if that specific support drop had appeared only because because she was there. Shy and visibly embarrassed, the girl confirmed his suspicions by stuttering that her awakened class was actually a 7-star soul healer, drawing a comically shocked expression from the protagonist. Their connection was officially sealed right after that, when a golden system notification confirmed Jang Yunqing's entry into the party, making Su Ming the official leader. Meanwhile, the calm of the dungeon was nowhere near the 9 o'clock direction. In that area, a merciless massacre against other students was taking place. Cruel blades ripped through the air, making blood spray out, while a sinister first-class change mission demanded a terrifying goal: kill 50 players, with the count already showing 33 victims taken. Walking coldly over the bodies stretched out on the ground, the figure responsible for the slaughter revealed a sadistic smile. With a mocking tone and smoke slipping from his mouth, the killer declared that, in that place, the weak had only one path: death. Turning around with disdain, he wiped the blood from his weapon and started looking for his next target on the horizon, threatening that the next one could already get ready. The intense fight happened at 12:30 in the afternoon, where Ji Yao, wearing the Xuanjing Academy uniform, faced an opponent much stronger than her. During the battle, the attacker mocked the girl's resistance, calling her a little chick and praising her unusual skill for a student, commenting that Xuanjing Academy was not made up only of weak people. The battle followed a chase pattern, with the attacker provoking Ji Yao by comparing the situation to a game of cat and mouse. When she was cornered, the student questioned the reason for the attack, noticing that the attacker's uniform clearly identified him as a student from Wujing Academy, located in the neighboring city of Wuyang. The antagonist stood firm, a threatening silhouette in the middle of the carnage, with his blade ready for the next strike. When confronted about the massacre of innocent people inside the beginner dungeon, he only smiled, showing a total lack of empathy for the lives he had taken. His casual attitude revealed that there was no deep grudge behind his actions. Instead, he was only following the ruthless demands of a level 10 class change mission. That specific task required him to eliminate 50 players, a goal he planned to complete at any cost. He explained his logistics coldly, noting that he could not simply start attacking people in his own city's dungeon region, because that would attract unwanted attention. To work around that, he had used his private jet to travel to that beginner dungeon, seeing it as the most convenient hunting ground for his mission. With a cruel laugh, he dismissed his opponent's outrage, telling them to blame their own academy for producing the weakest and most useless students in the whole region. He mocked the victim, suggesting that, if they had any desire to survive, they should have chosen an easier target instead of facing him. Ji Yao moved with desperate agility, each action showing her struggle against an opponent who was far stronger than her. In an attempt to turn the fight around, she fought back with her powers, summoning basic skeletal undead to try to create some space, but the effort seemed useless against his overwhelming strength. The antagonist pushed aside her defenses with contempt, shattering her summoned skeleton with one brutal strike of his weapon. He mocked her little toys, making fun of them for being unable to withstand even a fraction of his true power. Determined to end the encounter, he advanced, his eyes fixed on Ji Yao with lethal intent as he prepared a devastating technique, declaring that he would not let her escape this time. Ji Yao was in the middle of an intense battle, trading fierce blows with her powerful opponent while trying to stay standing. At the critical moment, when the tension reached its peak, she was surprised by a call coming from the shadows. Her allies finally appeared on the battlefield, declaring that they had arrived to give her the cover she needed to keep resisting. When she looked at the approaching group, Ji Yao immediately recognized the classmates she had interacted with before. At noon, Su Ming finally completed his first class change mission by submitting the treasure fragment, marking his transition into Sword God. This achievement brought major bonuses, including 10 more points in every attribute, an upgrade to the mythical talent Origin Sword Body, and double the power, speed, and proficiency gain of his sword techniques. Believing he was now more prepared to face the hidden boss of that dungeon, he used the Soul Healer skill scroll on Jang Yunqing. The system successfully recorded the use, revealing that she had gained Soul Boost, a superior platinum-grade skill that, when activated, consumed soul power to grant every party member an impressive 200% increase in experience. Su Ming was visibly shocked by the power of the skill, realizing that Zhang Yunqing's luck in drawing a god-level leveling technique was remarkable. Faced with such usefulness, he changed his previous attitude and agreed to help Zhang Yunqing clear the dungeon. Relieved and excited, the girl said she would feel much safer by his side, since the mercenaries her sister had previously hired had died in the Goblin Den. Although Su Ming admitted in his inner monologue that he did not like rich young people who bought shortcuts with money, he concluded that he had no choice but to accept the partnership so he could take advantage of that exceptional skill. Su Ming then received an urgent notification that immediately caught his attention. It was a message from Ji Yao. The situation in the dungeon was critical, and the battle taking place was brutal. The antagonist, a student from the rival academy, proved to be a force of nature, moving with violence and taking down anyone who dared to stand in his way. In a desperate attempt to stop him, his opponents launched the skill Demon Sealing Arrow, but the attacker intercepted it with terrifying ease, destroying the attack with a single slash of his blade. Without losing momentum, he channeled his devastating technique, the Piercing Blood Blades, and charged toward the group. Ji Yao and her allies watched the battlefield and realized with growing horror that the enemy was far too strong. Their group's efforts had not been enough, and all of their teammates had been sacrificed before the overwhelming power of the rival academy student. Ji Yao and Yan Zhe faced the terrifying truth that Wujing Academy had students with an unusual level of power, something they had investigated before entering the dungeon, but which had still exceeded every expectation. The opponent was identified as Li Chenguang, a genius from the neighboring city of Wuyang, holder of an innate 10-star talent and the hidden class Blade Maniac. The group situation was desperate, with Yan Zhe admitting that his long-range class could not keep the distance he needed, while Ji Yao confessed that her mana was exhausted, stopping her from summoning more undead for protection. Their despair grew when Ji Yao, after being asked about the possibility of reinforcements, confirmed that they were completely alone and had no help. Realizing the group's isolation, Li Chenguang decided to focus his attack on the archer Yan Zhe. Ji Yao shouted for him to run while desperately trying to hold the enemy back, but Li Chenguang looked down on her effort, saying the girl was only overestimating herself as he advanced into the fight. The situation for Ji Yao had become impossible. The attacker, with a look of pure arrogance, threw insults at her while overpowering her, declaring that a weakling like her had no right to save anyone. With a devastating blow, he struck her, leaving her vulnerable and with no options against his overwhelming power. However, at the exact moment when the danger reached its peak, a figure appeared and intercepted the attack, completely changing the direction of the fight. When Ji Yao fixed her eyes on her savior, she felt the shock of the revelation. It was Su Ming. He had arrived to confront the threat, ignoring the warning sent earlier that described the 9 o'clock area as dangerous and begged him not to approach under any circumstances. Now, face to face with the enemy who had once seemed unbeatable, Su Ming's presence on the battlefield became the decisive factor the young woman had not dared to hope for. Su Ming remembered his past life, marked by Ji Yao's sacrifice to save him, and when he saw her once again facing extreme danger while still trying to protect others, he felt unshakable determination. Ignoring Ji Yao's desperate warnings about the danger ahead, he assured her that she did not need to worry about others first, swearing that in this life he would be the one to protect her. Su Ming launched his attack with an impressive sword technique, surprising the red-haired antagonist. The attacker, who had shown complete confidence before, was shocked when he recognized the sword control skill being used with such mastery. The realization hit the red-haired man hard. The one confronting him was actually the legendary 10-star sword controller. Focused on revenge for Ji Yao being hurt, Su Ming gave him no breathing room, charging at the opponent while directly accusing him of the damage he had caused the young woman. The battlefield gained new energy when Yan Zhe, impressed, commented that the 10-star Su Ming was incredible, deciding to provide long-range support because he believed they now had a real chance to win. Suddenly, healing effects began restoring the allies' energy. When they questioned who was filling up their health, Zhang Yunqing revealed herself, introducing herself as Su Ming's teammate and a soul healer ready to help them. As she began the healing process, Zhang Yunqing explained that she was still not fully familiar with her recovery skills and needed a little time to focus. Yan Zhe expressed his distress, showing concern about the risk Su Ming was taking by facing the enemy alone. However, Zhang Yunqing calmed him down, asking him not to worry so much, and reaffirming her unshakable trust by declaring that Su Ming was someone truly amazing. The air vibrated with tension as Su Ming and Li Chenguang entered a high-speed exchange of blows, their blades moving so fast that they looked like blurs against the battlefield. Li Chenguang, forced to react to the relentless attack, was visibly shaken by his opponent's technical skill, openly questioning whether Su Ming was really just a sword controller. The efficiency of Su Ming's movement technique was especially disorienting, leaving Li Chenguang frustrated as he struggled to predict the next stage of the assault. With his brows furrowed and his eyes locked on his target, Su Ming prepared his next strike, showing the icy calm of an experienced fighter. In the middle of the maneuver, Su Ming used advanced spatial positioning to regain the initiative, circling his opponent in a display of tactical superiority. Li Chenguang, pausing to readjust his stance, could not help but admire the raw power coming from his opponent, recognizing that Su Ming's strength had greatly surpassed his initial judgment. With a confident smile, Li Chenguang made the rivalry official, introducing himself as Li Chenguang, the 10-star awakened Blade Maniac of Wuyang City, and challenged Su Ming to prove whether he or Suanjing Academy's sword controller was the superior fighter. Su Ming processed that information instantly. The name Li Chenguang sparked immediate recognition because the man had been a key figure in his past life, even though their paths had never crossed directly. It was a twist of fate he had not expected, finding himself locked in a deadly battle with such a legendary figure so early in his current journey. Unintimidated by his opponent's reputation, tone. Su-ming smiled and accepted the challenge with a sharp, provocative statement. He planned to settle the debate through raw force, deciding which weapon, his sword or Li Chenguang's blade, would prove to be the final tool of victory. The two warriors collided with devastating force, their blades locking in a spark-filled climax that shook the area around them. Su-ming and Li Chenguang kept up a fierce and fast exchange of blows, where every strike tested the limits of both their endurance and agility. Su-ming activated the skill, creating an oppressive aura capable of instantly immobilizing the opponent. Taking advantage of the enemy's paralysis, Su-ming delivered a direct strike meant to end the fight. Li Chenguang, however, showed great strength by breaking through the immobilizing effect and freeing himself from the paralysis forced on him by the technique. In response, Su-ming used his skill to retrieve his weapon, which instantly returned to his hand, allowing him to keep control of the armament, even from a distance. Now with the strategic advantage, Su-ming watched his disarmed opponent and advanced, preparing to pressure him while he was vulnerable. The confrontation continued, with Su-ming staying on the offensive while Li Chenguang searched for a way to defend himself without his blade. The sequence of events captured the peak of the clash between the two warriors. First, Li Chenguang was seen taking a direct hit, with a trail of red light cutting through the air, followed by a sound effect that emphasized the violence of the impact. Right after that, Li Chenguang's face appeared in a close-up that revealed the warrior's shock and frustration, with drops of sweat running down his face as he tried to process the level of skill he was facing. In a recovery moment, Su-ming's hand firmly grabbed the handle of his sword as it returned to him with a sharp impact sound, signaling that he had taken back his weapon. Without wasting time, Su-ming used the newly recovered blade to launch a precise attack against Li Chenguang, forcing him into a desperate dodge. The flow of the fight changed when the system interface confirmed the activation of Divine Shadow Step, marked by the icon of a speeding boot. With this new advantage, Su-ming unleashed the Soul 5 or as an inch strips of energy slicing through space, while the system recorded a major increase in his speed. Su-ming's face appeared with a smile of absolute confidence as he stayed under the SPD plus acceleration effect. Li Chenguang reacted with a stunned look and wide eyes, watching Su-ming's speed suddenly shoot up right in front of him. In a returning motion, Su-ming appeared with his arm stretched out, catching his sword as it flew back in an arc of light, while Li Chenguang stayed right behind him, clearly cornered by the situation. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Zhang Yunqing, with her hands joined and energy flowing from them, announced that the healing was finished, while Yan Ze, holding his bow, said the group was moving forward to support Su-ming. Yan Ze stared at the area ahead with a look of worry and fear when he saw only the fighters' silhouettes wrapped in smoke. Finally, the scene showed Li Chenguang kneeling on the ground, looking exhausted, while Su-ming stood upright just below him, his sword ready. Zhang Yunqing noticed the movement too late and froze in shock when she saw Li Chenguang appear behind Su-ming. Her face changed instantly, her eyes widened, and she desperately tried to warn him, saying the attack was coming from behind. But everything happened too fast. When Su-ming turned around, the red energy was already tearing across the battlefield with terrifying force. The strike hit Su-ming head-on. Li Chenguang's energy exploded around him, throwing up dust, blood, and chunks of the ground. The pressure was so intense that it seemed to rip through the air. Even so, Su-ming still tried to stay on his feet, holding back the pain and forcing his body to keep going. He had no room to fall, because Li Chenguang kept advancing without mercy. Seeing Su-ming get attacked like that, Ji Yao completely lost her calm. She tried to run to him right away, desperate to save him, but Yan Ze held her back before she could throw herself into the middle of the fight. He knew that, if Ji Yao stepped in, she would be hit too. So even while seeing her desperation, he held her tightly and tried to stop her from moving forward. Ji Yao struggled in Yan Ze's arms, yelling that she needed to save Su-ming. She did not think about the danger, the difference in strength, or the fact that she could die if she got close. To her, the only thing that mattered in that moment was reaching Su-ming. But Yan Ze kept holding Ji Yao, trying to make her understand that rushing in would only put her life at risk too. Even injured, Su-ming noticed their movement and ordered everyone not to come closer. His voice came out firm, despite the pain and the state he was in. He knew that anyone who tried to help would end up entering the range of Li Chenguang's formation. So even while he was at his limit, he told everyone to stay away and not approach. After that, the scene shifted to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere else. The director appeared with a young man with light blue hair, both of them watching dungeon data through a computer. The director looked surprised to see the young man working with that information, and asked if he had managed to access the real-time player level ranking inside the dungeon. The young man denied it. He explained that it was not exactly that. The data showed something even stranger. In the 4 o'clock direction of the dungeon, between 12 o'clock and 12:30, several players had died. The problem was that the records did not show that they had been killed by difficult monsters, as would be expected inside a dungeon. The director became serious when he heard that. If those players had not died at the hands of monsters, then something else was happening inside. The young man kept analyzing the data, and explained that the death records showed signs of a player who did not belong to their city's region. In other words, someone from outside had entered that dungeon and attacked players. The information made the director even more worried. He realized that the neighboring city was probably plotting something again. him. It did not seem like a coincidence, but a planned move. Because of that, he ordered all data records to be saved immediately. If another city really was involved, that evidence could become important later. The beginner dungeons of each city were competing against each other to see who could clear everything first. For Xuanjing Academy, that was a very complicated situation, because as the bottom-ranked academy, they once again became an easy target in the eyes of certain people. Outside the dungeon, the director followed everything on the screen along with the other teachers. He wanted to know how the students inside the dungeon were doing, since this no longer seemed like a normal evaluation. The mood was tense, and everyone paid close attention to the data they could receive in real time. According to the report, the dungeon's progress was going well. Most of the transport areas had already been taken by the students, and the limited images they could access showed that some strong players had already organized large groups to start attacking the dungeon boss. The one leading one of those groups was Zhang Tang, the son of the Zhang family, an 8-star innate magic hammer warrior. He commanded several students and looked very confident, as if it was only a matter of time before he reached the final boss. The director watched the screen and felt impressed. To him, Zhang Tang still had a lot of potential. A few hours earlier, he had completed the expert level mission, and now he was probably already close to level 10. Since he was leading a large group, there was a good chance he could quickly kill the boss and bring pride to the academy. But when the real-time ranking data analysis came out, the situation became a little different. The director realized that Zhang Tang was tied for first place with another student. That other student was Yan Zhe, and right behind them, in second and third place, were the girls Zhang Yunqing and Ji Yao. The two were doing very well. Zhang Yunqing appeared as a soul healer at level 8, while Ji Yao, as an undead summoner, was at level 7. That made it clear that their performance was above expectations, especially considering the dungeon's difficulty. Then the director remembered Su Ming and asked if anyone had seen the student. He wanted to know what level Su Ming was at that moment, since his name did not appear among the top players in the highest level ranking. When Su Ming's data was pulled up, everyone was shocked. Su Ming was only level 2. The strangest part was that, after getting first blood, his level simply had not gone up anymore. The screen showed the dungeon record at 7:33 in the morning, showing that he had obtained the first kill, but after that, he had remained stuck at level 2. That left the director completely confused. For someone who had gotten the first kill so early, it was far too strange that he had not evolved afterward. It looked like Su Ming had done something important right at the start, but then had completely fallen out of the expected rhythm. Later, at 2:30 in the afternoon, inside the dungeon, Su Ming finally killed an elite spiny-toothed beast. With that, he jumped straight to level 14 and also unlocked the hidden set appearance. In just a few hours, Su Ming had gone from level 2 to several levels higher at once, simply by hunting monsters one after another. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunqing and Ji Yao had also improved a lot. Zhang Yunqing was already level 8, and Ji Yao was level 10. Ji Yao commented that, now that she was level 10, she could already challenge the dungeon boss. But the reason they had leveled up so fast was exactly Su Ming's help. He had given her an incredible skill, and that had completely changed the group's efficiency. Zhang Yunqing recognized that too. To her, the current team was far too strong. With Zhang Yunqing's experience-boosting healing, combined with Ji Yao's undead summoning power, the group could move forward in a much safer and faster way. Ji Yao said she could summon her creatures to provide cover for the team, while Zhang Yunqing stayed responsible for keeping everyone alive with her healing skills. But to them, the most important thing was still having Su Ming leading the group. He was the one who made everything seem possible. Listening to that, Su Ming told them not to be modest. He said all of that was also thanks to their own strength, and that he was just riding along with the group's light. Of course, his words had a slightly sarcastic tone, and Ji Yao noticed it right away. She asked if Su Ming was being sarcastic with them, because if it had not been for him saving the group, both she and Yan Zhe probably would have already died under Li Chenguang's blade. Even so, it was clear that she spoke with admiration. To Ji Yao, Su Ming's fight against Li Chenguang had been amazing and extremely cool. She believed that, if their combo was used to challenge the dungeon boss right then, they would definitely be able to clear everything with ease. But Su Ming disagreed. He said Ji Yao was partly right, but his goal was not to challenge the regular boss. What Su Ming wanted to face was the hidden boss, which was even more powerful. He held a special key, the Water Ripple Key, an item obtained after killing the elite spiny-toothed beast. That key was meant specifically to find the hidden boss of the beginner dungeon, but having the key alone was not enough. To locate the hidden boss, they first needed to solve the 5 riddles guided by the dungeon data and collect the 5 matching items. Only after that would they be able to open the path to Su Ming's true target. Facing the first riddle, Su Ming did not take long to understand what it meant. The clue talked about the silver moon in the sky, but he quickly realized it was not referring to real weather, especially because the beginner dungeon had no weather changes. So instead of looking up at the sky, he analyzed the scenery around him and concluded that the large crescent moon-shaped structure, together with the lake surface behind it, was the real trigger point. To him, that place was exactly the hidden boss's location. After figuring that out, Su Ming continued connecting the next clues. The second riddle talked about the lake water turning into mist, iris petals serving as a guide, and armor hidden beneath the submerged submerged sand, still guarding an ancient pact. But instead of panicking while trying to figure everything out on the spot, Su-ming showed that he had been prepared from much earlier. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he had already gone after the trigger item called the iris flower, obtained in the monkey monster area, exactly because he suspected it would be useful later. With the iris flower in hand, Su-ming then combined the item with the water ripple key which he had obtained earlier. The third clue explained that the key had to be used to reflect the bottom of the lake, making new ripples circle through the rock and the sword, waiting for the light to break through the murky waves. Su-ming followed that logic without hesitation and activated the items the right way. The moment he did that, the reaction truly happened. The water began to respond, energy spread out, and the combination worked. Ji Yao, Yan Ze, and Zhang Yonqing were clearly surprised to see Su-ming solve those riddles with such precision, as if he had known the path from the start. Soon after, the whole lake began to shake. The water formed a huge whirlpool, spinning hard in the center, and that phenomenon made it clear that the dungeon's hidden mechanism had been activated. Following the clue about the ancient pact and the light of the stars, a presence began rising from the bottom of the lake. First came the sword, then the whole figure rose from the water. That was how the red-armored knight who slept in the cold abyss appeared, exactly as the riddle had said. The water opened and revealed the dungeon's hidden boss, while alerts began appearing everywhere, warning that the hidden boss had emerged. The atmosphere changed instantly, becoming much heavier and more dangerous. The creature's name was revealed right after that: Guardian of the Lake, Lost Knight. As soon as the challenge officially began, the system also reorganized the team. Yan Zi entered the party, then Ji Yao joined too, and Su-ming was set as the team leader. Without wasting time, Su-ming took command and told everyone to get ready for battle. The system warned that the red-armored knight was searching for a hostility target. At that same moment, the group's mood became heavy. Nobody knew exactly who would be chosen, so everyone stayed silent, hidden in the tall grass, waiting for the hidden boss's next move. Yan Zi became nervous and suggested that maybe it would be better to keep hiding. To him, showing themselves at that moment did not seem like a good idea. Ji Yao was also scared and asked if it would not be better to try again later, because the boss had just appeared and its pressure was already absurd. But Su-ming stayed still, staring in the direction of the hidden boss with a serious expression. He watched everything in silence, trying to understand the enemy's pattern. Out of nowhere, the Lost Knight shot across the field with absurd speed, passing like a shadow between the trees and leaving trails of energy behind. Su-ming then asked the others one thing: how did they plan to kill that boss if the guy could run that fast while riding that horse? The speed difference was so huge that nobody there could properly keep up. Even before the fight truly started, it was already obvious that this boss was not normal at all. When the data appeared, everyone understood the problem better. The hidden boss, Guardian of the Lake, Lost Knight, was level 15 and had absurd attributes. Its mount speed was 500 points, and that did not even include half of its own stats. In other words, it was already far too fast even before counting its full real strength. Yan Ze was completely frightened. He could not believe that a level 19 hidden boss, or something close to that, could appear in a beginner dungeon. To him, it was far too unreal. A monster at that level should not exist there, much less as an enemy for a team of students. Before anyone could think properly, the Lost Knight charged. The attack came so fast that there was barely time to react. The boss crossed the field like an arrow, and the strike hit the group with brutal force. The impact was so sudden that everyone panicked. The group's strategic plan came into action in a coordinated way. Ji Yao appeared moving through the forest, while holding her scythe, reporting to Su-ming that she had acted according to his orders. Then, breathing heavily, she revealed that they had used all the group's mana potions to prepare a delay trap. Su-ming recognized the good work and gave the command for Yan Ze and Yunqing to continue the planned action, receiving a firm answer from everyone. While the strategy unfolded, Su-ming analyzed the situation in his mind. He remembered that in his past life he had not challenged the hidden boss of the beginner dungeon, since most awakened people would not risk such a summon so early, especially knowing that this place could only be challenged once in a lifetime. He thought about how very few people knew the true face of that hidden creature. He considered how new awakened players had accidentally discovered the logic behind the riddles and left clues online, allowing him to memorize the solution method. However, an unexpected factor appeared. The hidden boss's equipment included an imposing mount with 500 speed. Facing the fast advance of the enemy knight, Su-ming realized he immediately needed to change the approach to kill him. He stretched out his open hand and decided that the top priority was knocking him off the horse. Right away, Yan Ze took the offensive with a focused look and activated Marcelet to Mitchell the Wealth, releasing bursts of green energy toward the target. The group's strategic plan advanced with the precision of a perfect machine, where every member played their role with absolute timing. At the top of a cliff, Yan Ze led the offense by firing his long-range arrows, successfully catching the attention of the Guardian of the Blood Lake and pulling the monster's aggro back to himself. Down below, Yunqing carried out the second step of the trap. She blew on a small fire at the base of the bushes, using a classic technique learned in the Goblin Den to raise a thick curtain of smoke. The gray fog quickly spread through the forest trail, covering the area and completely confusing the vision of the boss knight as he charged forward blindly. Satisfied with the ambush's progress, Su Ming watched the imposing enemy's silhouette get swallowed by the smoke. The heavy armored knight advanced without noticing the danger closing in, until the trap shut around him. In a quick response to stop the mount's advance, the skill Sanemiao was activated, causing corpse-like creatures to burst out of the ground and surround the horse's legs with a terrifying cry. Without giving the Guardian time to react to the undead blockade, the group triggered the final part of the ambush with Team Mirror Trap Releasa. In the end, the strategy against the Guardian worked perfectly, all thanks to the team's cooperation. Ji Yao revealed that, following what Su Ming had said, she had combined several summoned monsters to create a powerful delay trap, which was the third step of the plan to completely lock down the boss's mount. At the same time, Yunqing stepped in and activated Solsum Danamensek, making the combo between the skeletons and the slowing spell work perfectly, and leaving the knight completely trapped. Seeing the monster immobilized, Su Ming enjoyed the success of the plan and thought to himself that, without his friend's help, he would hardly be able to solo that boss on his own. With the enemy fully vulnerable, he took the chance, pushed off the ground and jumped with everything he had toward the Guardian to deliver the final decisive blow. The group's strategic plan finally reached its crucial moment. With the Guardian completely surrounded by summons and weakened by slowing spells, Su Ming used the opening and launched himself from above with a devastating kick aimed at the chest of the heavy armored knight. The impact was violent, and the force of the blow sent the opponent crashing straight into the carefully planned ground. With the thunderous fall, the main objective was achieved. The boss was finally knocked off his fast mount. Seeing the creature fall, Yunqing celebrated the success of the first part of the plan, but Ji Yao quickly warned her companions that they could not let their guard down at all, because that was only the first phase of an even more complex battle. Back in a conversation that had happened 10 minutes before the fight began, the allies had been very worried. Ji Yao had pointed out to Su Ming that his plan was great, but that the constant mana cost for her and Yunqing would be absurd, leaving the group with no energy to deal damage to the boss after knocking him off the horse. At that moment, with his usual confident smile, Su Ming reassured everyone by saying that the plan was already enough, and that, from that point on, they just had to leave the rest of the fight to him. Back in the present, Su Ming fully took responsibility for the battle. Holding his sword glowing with blue energy and staring at the Guardian, now stripped of his speed advantage, he prepared to go all out. With total determination to solo the monster once and for all, the two warriors collided in a massive clash of blades and sparks that made the entire area around them tremble, beginning the true final duel inside the dungeon. What was supposed to be Su Ming's decisive attack turned into a frantic and dangerous exchange of blows. Even without his horse, the Guardian managed to react quickly, and the two clashed with full force, sending sparks and shockwaves flying everywhere through the forest. Watching that destruction from far away, along with the force of the energy whirlpool forming on the battlefield, Yan Zhe was completely impressed by the intensity of the fight. Knowing that Su Ming was facing that monster alone, he pulled out his bow and decided he could not just stand there watching with his arms crossed anymore. He prepared to shoot and help in the fight, but at that same moment, Ji Yao stretched out her hand and stopped his movement, telling him to wait. Student Yan Zhe, with total calm, she reminded him that Su Ming had asked them to leave the rest to him, and that the group needed to trust their leader, focusing only on the mission they had been given. Meanwhile, the direct duel grew even more intense. Su Ming activated Divine Shadow Stee to move like lightning, and began unleashing a strange sequence of fast slashes against the Guardian, making the monster's armor crack under the impacts. With an active speed bonus shown by the system, Su Ming's gaze became extremely focused, and he landed another crushing blow that completely broke the enemy's stance. Fully in control of the situation, Su Ming dodged the monster's reactions with ease, and threw out a harsh taunt, saying he was too slow, and mocking how weak and vulnerable the hidden boss had become after losing his mount. The system panel displayed the monster's real stats on the screen. He was the hidden boss, Guardian of the Lake, Lost Knight, level 19, with 301 points of raw strength and 250 constitution. Even though the monster had only a pathetic 55 speed points without his mount, the real problem was that overpowered passive skill, Heavy Armor Mastery level 5. Knowing that, Su Ming charged forward with everything he had and released a stylish upward slash, shouting that a hidden boss without speed was nothing special. He poured all his energy into his arm, building up a destructive pink aura, and shouted for the monster to die with bloodlust in his eyes. His blade crashed straight against the monster's metal armor, with a violent snap that sent dust and sparks into the air. The Lost Knight took the damage, and even gained an attack power bonus, AP+, but barely moved. Su Ming felt the rebound of the impact in his hands, and when he looked at his weapon, a system warning showed that the sword's durability had dropped sharply to only 7%. He realized the monster's heavy armor attribute was truly a problem, since his damage had fallen hard because of the blade's wear. The monster, with its red eyes glowing behind the helmet, took advantage of the opening after the strike and tried to run back through the forest. Su Ming understood his intention right away and mocked him, asking if he wanted to get his horse back, and saying that that he was actually pretty smart while watching the knight silhouette try to retreat through the night mist. As the Guardian desperately tried to pull back, Su Ming kept full control of the situation with a confident smile, revealing that the enemy's huge mounted speed advantage had been completely cancelled out, since his horse had been captured by the rest of the group. A little farther away, the boss's mount neighed in panic while wrapped in mystical energy and restrained by the allies. That was exactly the crucial mission Su Ming had planned and trusted them with earlier. Hold down the boss's horse so he could not mount it no matter what. To complete the objective, Yan Zhe and Ji Yao used all their strength to pull and restrain the animal by the reins, shouting for the monster to stop struggling and warning that they would not let it escape. While the two held the beast back, Ji Yao reinforced the importance of staying focused, remembering that Su Ming himself had trusted them with such an important task. At the same time, Yun King provided key magical support, continuously using her magic to slow down the Guardian's fighting speed and leave him completely vulnerable for the final duel. The fight entered a critical stage when the Guardian, showing that it also had tricks up its sleeve, activated the skill. A blast of bright, cutting energy rushed forward with an absurd sound, forcing Su Ming to react fast so he would not get hit head-on. Surprised by the counterattack, Su Ming watched the destructive impact of the skill, which sent pieces of rock flying everywhere, and realized that the hidden boss was a much more technical opponent than it had seemed. The monster used the opening to raise its giant sword and bring down a heavy vertical strike. However, Su Ming used to counter, making a red blade of energy fly at high speed and crash into the enemy with a deafening boom. In the middle of that brutal clash, a worrying alert appeared on the system screen. Su Ming's weapon durability had dropped to only 3%. Even with the blade about to shatter, Su Ming pushed off the ground and jumped high, spinning in the air to launch another violent attack. He knew he was at his limit, and kept reminding himself that he could not waste any more of the weapon's durability, no matter what. With his eyes fixed on the cracked armor of the lost Guardian, he noticed that his effort had paid off. The boss's heavy armor was finally about to be completely destroyed. The Guardian's downward strike cut through the air without mercy, leaving behind a violent reddish trail of light as it rushed toward its opponent. With its red eyes glowing fiercely behind the helmet, the monster brought its giant blade down with full force, hitting Su Ming's body directly with a deafening crash. The impact was brutal, raising smoke and sparks at the point of contact. However, to the hidden boss's surprise, the body that had been hit broke apart into pure energy. It was only a clone. The real Su Ming had already moved quickly and used to catch the enemy completely off guard from behind. The real weapon slammed with full force into the monster's defense, breaking its resistance once and for all. A system notice appeared on the screen, confirming the decisive moment. Heavy armor broken. The impact shattered the metal protection into dozens of pieces, leaving the Guardian completely exposed. Feeling that victory was in his hands, Su Ming appeared with a confident smile and activated a special bonus with the command, "Activate Set," saying how much he liked that skill set. The monster collapsed on the ground, exhausted and unable to keep fighting. With the enemy completely vulnerable at his feet, Su Ming raised his blade, now covered in a devastating purple aura, to deliver the finishing blow. The system displayed the final warning that the weapon's durability had been fully used up, right as he executed the skill to end the battle once and for all. At 3:30 p.m., the scene changed completely to the impressive building of Xuanjing Academy. In the school administration communications room, the automatic gates opened for Director Wang to enter. The room, filled with high-tech global holograms, already had the directors from the other institutions inside, intensely discussing the progress of the assessments. When one of his colleagues mocked him about his academy's history of finishing in last place, and the way he seemed late to bring reports, Director Wang answered calmly, explaining that the reason for his delay was not directly related to the dungeon itself. He revealed that he had been analyzing real-time feedback data and discovered that players from outside the school had secretly entered Xuanjing Academy's newbie dungeon. Wang raised the suspicion that the mysterious invader, a skilled blade weapon user who had been eliminating other students inside the dungeon, might be a student from the 3 nearby cities, directly pointing to Li Chenguang, the genius student from Wuyang Academy. The rival director immediately reacted harshly, demanding proof and bragging that Li Chenguang was actually leading the main attack against the final boss, and should clear the dungeon in less than half an hour. The other leaders also praised the progress of their teams, mentioning that Dongling Academy already had 3 groups challenging the boss, and that Nangong Academy was in an intense battle that should end soon. Hearing the overwhelming progress of his rivals, Director Wang began to break out in a cold sweat, realizing that the situation had turned into a true race against time. He looked at the golden tokens in his hands and thought anxiously that, if his academy failed to get the first clear this year, they would receive only 2 spots for the Heavenly Tower Council, the lowest number in their entire history. With only one option left, he focused his thoughts on the hologram of his best fighter, concluding that the player currently closest to killing the boss in his school was the student Zhang Tong, leaving him with no choice but to place all his hopes on Zhang Tong's strength. At 3:15 p.m., the atmosphere inside the dungeon was filled with total tension. Zhang Tong appeared on the front line, pushing his group to advance with everything they had, and unleash unleash every available skill, holding nothing back, so they could take down the final boss. Their opponent was terrifying. The king of the forest of the raging tide, Zinba, a level 15 monster with a lion-like appearance and crushing brute strength. The creature quickly began tearing through the group's formation, throwing students into the air and spreading chaos across the battlefield. Facing the massacre, some of Jiang Tang's allies panicked and admitted that the team's level was still not enough to win. Even surrounded by his companion's failure and under Sinba's threatening gaze, Jiang Tang flat out refused to retreat. Taken over by ambition and the desire for glory, he insisted that they had already come too far to give up. With his eyes locked on the creature, he declared with determination that the newbie dungeon clear rewards had to belong to him, throwing himself into the attack again in a desperate attempt to secure the prize. The plan reached its turning point when Jiang Tang's memory went back a little, recalling the desperate messages Xiaoman had sent to his phone. In the conversation, Xiaoman begged for help, saying that Su Ming had hurt her and asking Zhang Tong to take revenge. That memory filled him with rage in the middle of the battlefield, making him focus on getting the final reward and making his rival pay for it no matter what. Shinba let out a loud roar, preparing to bring down a crushing strike with all the presence of a boss. But the monster never even got to attack. Before it could make its move, its huge level 15 body started breaking apart into blue energy cubes and disappearing into the air. Zhang Tong looked around, completely confused, with absolutely no idea what was happening there. The explanation for the mystery was on the other side of the forest, where the real silent showdown was ending. Su Ming appeared with a ruthless smile and delivered the final blow to the Guardian with a shout of, "It's over." The hidden boss exploded into particles of light, leaving Ji Yao, Yanze, and Yunqing completely stunned. As they watched the remains of the mystical creature disappear, it finally hit them, and Ji Yao exclaimed with proud, shining eyes that it was definitely Su Ming who had pulled off that feat all by himself. At the same moment, the dungeon's global notification appeared on the screen, confirming that the hidden boss had been defeated and congratulating the player team for the achievement. Back in the school administration room, the holographic panels shone brightly, warning that the official result was out. The rival director, believing his own student was the best, asked in shock if it had been Li Chenguang, having no idea about the damage Su Ming had just caused to the overall ranking. The victory over the hidden boss brought an immediate and massive reward to Su Ming's group. While the glow of the achievement still lit up the battlefield, the system notifications confirmed that everyone had leveled up twice at once, with Su Ming proudly reaching level 16. Ji Yao, completely excited, ran over to congratulate him, recognizing how amazing he had been throughout the entire fight. Acting like a true leader, Su Ming called his companions closer and told them to use the time before the dungeon's exit portal opened to split the loot right away. However, humility took over his allies. Yanze and Yunqing immediately said that they were already satisfied with the levels they had gained, and sincerely thanked Su Ming for saving their lives. Yanze even scratched his head awkwardly, saying that he had not been strong enough to help with anything. From the moment they were saved from Li Chenguang's blade, to the moment they uncovered the hidden boss's secret, all the way to the final duel. Because of that, Yanze admitted that he would feel really bad accepting any share of the loot. Even with their refusals, Su Ming ignored the protests and used his leader distribution authority to make sure everyone left well equipped. He gave Yanze the Putupal Power, a powerful level 20 restriction item made exclusively for the ranger class with bow proficiency. The weapon came with the spiritual suppression affix, which used spiritual power to make every arrow fired from it produce completely random enchantment effects. Right after that, he gifted the shocked Yunqing with the Putupal 10 accessory exclusive to the soul healer class. The necklace was perfect for her because it had the effect of increasing the storage limit of soul power, while also greatly improving absorption efficiency. After finishing the loot distribution, Su Ming gave Ji Yao the Blood Armor Undead Summoning Scroll, a valuable item that allowed her to summon the hidden boss itself as an ally whose stats scaled with the player's level. He stressed that every reward dropped by the boss was closely tied to the specific classes of his companions. The leader made a point of saying that the mission's success was not his merit alone, but that the newbie dungeon system itself recognized the effort and importance of each of them in completing the challenge. With a grateful smile, he admitted that, without the support and help of the group, he never would have been able to complete that objective. The system then made the victory official, congratulating the challengers for clearing the rank F dungeon in a total time of 8 hours and 20 minutes. Su Ming pointed to the swirl of energy that appeared right behind them and explained that, with the map completed, the settlement phase had begun, opening individual exit portals that would convert each survivor's contributions into real-world rewards. He encouraged everyone to congratulate one another, celebrating the fact that they were alive and that the mission had been an absolute success. At 4:30 p.m., every player's exit was confirmed. However, the mood outside the dungeon was pure despair. While Su Ming's group celebrated, many other students returned in shock, searching for relatives and mourning the brutal losses that had happened inside. Among the shaken survivors, a young woman cried heavily as she said that her boyfriend had not survived and had ended up dying during the trial. The despair kept echoing outside the dungeon, with the survivors crying as they talked about the terrible losses. students. One young woman sobbed hard, saying that out of the students from class 5, only about 10 had returned, while another cried that only 17 people from her class were still alive. In front of that sea of suffering, the allied group watched the bleak scene and said in fear that, out of all the teams that had entered with them, they were the only ones who had made it out alive. Watching the survivors cry, Su Ming silently thought about the harsh reality they had faced since the Day of Awakening, a world ruled by the law of the jungle, where the winner took everything, and only the constant challenge to become stronger could guarantee survival. He thought about that absurd and crazy contrast, where some people cried over the loss of friends, relatives, and lovers, while others celebrated the gain of power and money as a reward. Seeing the focused look on the leader's face, Jiao came closer with a sad gaze and asked if, with so many lives lost, he felt sad or happy under the rules of that world. At that moment of reflection, a huge holographic panel lit up in the courtyard with Director Wang's face, sending a message of congratulations to all the students who had survived and successfully challenged the newbie dungeon. The director declared that this was only the first step of many in a world of awakened people, and the final lesson the academy would give them as graduates. He asked them to remember that being awakened did not only mean power, money, and honor, but also responsibility, love, and peace. The director then aimed his final words both at comforting those who were suffering and guiding the winners in their responsibilities, hoping they would find their own values along the way. And that was when he revealed the real lesson. The fallen students had not truly died. Wang explained, with a mysterious smile, that to properly complete that simulation, all the classmates, relatives, and lovers believed to be lost would revive in 30 minutes, returning from the dungeon straight back to their side. The news shocked the group and made Ji Yao widen her eyes in pure surprise, wondering if that was serious. While everyone began to process the relief of that reveal, Ji Yao fixed her gaze on Su Ming's back as he calmly started walking away with his hands in his pockets, and she wondered in her mind how he had managed to know absolutely all of that from the very beginning. The dungeon's final clear stats began to be calculated by the system, starting the count and settlement of the reward coins earned by the participants. Individual screens floated in the air, showing each person's detailed performance, like Li Guangran, who had killed 3 lovesick frantic rabbits and 1 bloodthirsty reverse feather chicken, adding up to 4 monsters killed and earning 16 advent coins with a contribution value of $0, $0.03. Right after that, Songju's panel showed the defeat of an elite hairless sharp-clawed cat, reaching a contribution value of $0, $0.06, and receiving 22 advent coins, while Zhang Xiaoyu's record showed the elimination of 33 fighting monkeys, 2 mutant lizards, and 6 jackals, ending with a dungeon contribution of $0, $12. The biggest highlight appeared on the massive panel dedicated to Su Ming's overwhelming performance, where his kill list recorded 113 gray-backed wolves, 1 mutant monkey, 24 mining goblins, 1 elite goblin, 87 thorn-toothed beasts, and 13 elite thorn-toothed beasts. On top of that, the system recorded that Su Ming had defeated a hidden boss, completed the primary class change mission, achieved a perfect challenge, and crossed the Red Rock Cave without taking any damage, securing the dungeon's first blood. With a final rank S evaluation and an incredible 91% total contribution, he earned the coveted title of King of the Newbies, which granted a bonus of +15 to all attributes and a +10% gain in skill proficiency. In front of the huge hologram, an imposing silhouette waited for him in the main control room, and Director Wang soon appeared in front of him to formally receive him, saying that he was late, and officially declaring the young man as first place in both the school and Xuanjing city rankings. With his hands behind his head and showing his usual relaxed attitude, Su Ming simply yawned and calmly answered that he had overslept. When he looked at the official city ranking displayed on the holographic screen, the positions confirmed his group's absolute dominance, with Su Ming in first place at level 16, followed by Zhang Tang and Yan Zhe tied for second at level 12, Zhang Yunqing in third at level 11, and Ji Yao in fourth at level 10. Knowing that the newbie dungeon had ended and that his school life was over, Su Ming calmly walked toward the exit, thinking to himself that he no longer had to worry about being low-key or changing his information to hide his power. After all, he knew very well that from now on, the gap between his level and those former classmates would become tens of thousands of kilometers wide. Director Wang, completely overwhelmed with emotion, threw himself into Su Ming's arms in a tight and somewhat funny hug, making the boy so embarrassed that he asked to be let go. With tears streaming down his face, the director thanked him deeply, admitting that although he did not know what method the young man had used, he had finally pulled Xinjing Academy out of its uncomfortable historic last-place position and restored the institution's pride. Grinning from ear to ear, Wang said how old Shay from the rival Woyang Academy had been left speechless when he saw the results, since he loved mocking him at every school meeting. He proudly declared that his academy was now #1 among the 4 nearby cities, celebrating that the genius Li Chenguang, the blade maniac everyone had bet on, had only placed 3rd overall because serious injuries delayed his time in the dungeon. Curious, the director changed changed his tone and asked how Su Ming had actually managed to solo a higher-level hidden boss, reminding him that despite his 10-star talent, he belonged to the sword controller class, which was considered very weak in the early game, and he did not come from a noble or rich family that could buy him divine equipment. Wang even wondered if the extra items given after the awakening had made the difference, though he knew they only raised combat power a little. Keeping the secret of his reincarnation, Su Ming only smiled and humbly answered that it had been pure luck because he had gotten great skills and useful treasures in the dungeon, as well as found excellent teammates. Thinking to himself, he admitted that without his group's help, he would not have defeated the Guardian either. Impressed by the young man's maturity, Director Wang praised him, saying that he was not only an exceptional awakened one, but also an amazing leader. He also mentioned that the other students in the top 5 had come earlier to collect their rewards, and that Ji Yao had spent the whole time showering him with praise for their teamwork. Su Ming revealed that she had messaged him that morning, asking him to come with her, but he had refused exactly because he had already guessed how the girl would react. Remembering the excited and cheerful personality of the young woman with purplish hair, he thought, a little awkwardly, that he had already known she would praise him so much that it would make him embarrassed, because she had always had that kind of personality, naturally lifting others up in such an open way. Director Wang stretched out his hand and handed him an ornate bronze object with a glowing circular carving in the center, telling him to take it because the Heavenly Tower Council token was rightfully his. He revealed, with a proud smile, that thanks to the boys' crushing performance and first-place finish, the vice mayor, who had originally looked down on Xuanjing Academy, had been forced to confiscate tokens from other academies and transfer them to theirs. Because of that, Xuanjing had won 5 spots this year, distributed among Su Ming, Ji Yao, Yan Zhe, Jiang Yunqing, and Zhang Tong. When the director mentioned that it was time to explain the importance of that item, Su Ming smiled with his back turned to the holographic panel and calmly answered that there was no need, because he knew its value very well. He clearly understood that the Heavenly Tower Council was the place many newly awakened people dreamed of using to start their careers. Usually, after challenging the newbie dungeon, a student graduated from the academy and entered the real world, only taking beginner-level dungeon training over the following days and growing slowly, gradually, and safely. However, having the Heavenly Tower qualification completely changed the game, working as a much faster training channel. Although the challenges inside were varied and complex, the speed and amount of improvement rewards were far greater than the common method. As he stared at the horizon, Su Ming remembered his past life with a serious look, recalling that not getting that qualification right at the start had stopped him from building a lead over most players early on. Back then, the resources he got were scarce, and after they were divided, they became totally insufficient for him to stand out. With his bright eyes fixed in determination, he told himself that everything would be different in this life because he planned to take absolutely every chance to prepare for the future. Director Wang interrupted his thoughts with a firm handshake and a sincere smile, officially congratulating him on graduating as an awakened one from Xuanjing Academy. Director Wang ended the meeting at the academy with a solemn warning, saying that future challenges would not allow any restarts after failure, and that, from now on, the young people would face one-chance situations where they would bet their own lives. With a firm handshake and a proud look, Director Wang expressed his hope that Su Ming, whom he called a hidden genius, would reach a great future and make a meaningful contribution to the world. Su Ming accepted the handshake with a confident smile, thanking the director and saying that he understood the lesson. Meanwhile, in the noble area of Xuanjing City, the scene shifted to a luxurious residence where Jiang Yunqing's family celebrated her return. Her father welcomed her with a warm hug, extremely happy that she had returned safely from the newbie dungeon and had even won 3rd place in the academy ranking. He said that the helpers hired by her sister Xiaoan must have been very capable, but Xiaoan quickly stepped in to explain that the credit this time did not belong to them, but to an awakened student named Su Ming, who had saved and helped Yunqing. Yunqing confirmed the facts to her father, explaining that the mercenaries hired by her sister had fallen into a monster trap because of unexpected problems, and that she had almost failed the dungeon until Su Ming appeared to save her. She described with excitement how he had not only protected her, but also given her great equipment and skill books, taking her along to level up and clear the dungeon, calling him an amazing challenger. Shaolan, hearing the story, remembered when she had looked for Su Ming at the very beginning to take her sister with him, but there had been a conflict at the time, and he had refused the offer, even with the promise of a lot of money. She smiled when she realized that fate between the two had been strong enough for them to meet inside the dungeon, and said that they really needed to thank him. Her father, noticing how much both of his daughters approved of the young man, agreed that the family would need to find time to properly thank him for everything he had done. Still inside the luxurious residence, Jiang Yunqing's father reinforced his desire to meet the boy, saying that since he was such an incredible awakened one, he wanted to speak with him personally. He told his other daughter Xiaolan to check his contact information right away. Excited to celebrate his youngest daughter's successful dungeon clear, he announced that he had decided to hire the best famous chef to cook for the family that very night. However, the festive mood was suddenly interrupted when the patriarch's phone rang. He answered casually casually, saying that he was very busy at the moment and ordering them to cancel any meeting, urgent or not. But the expression on his face instantly changed into pure shock. Frightened, he stepped away and asked the person on the other end of the line to repeat the information clearly. The voice on the phone revealed a serious crisis. Over the last 2 days, someone had sent assassins who had killed many of his allies. Breaking into a cold sweat, Yunqing's father asked if they already knew who was behind the attack, and he immediately received confirmation that the culprits belonged to the Zhang family. 2 days passed after the turbulent incident involving the aristocratic families. In the outside world, Ji Yao called Su Ming to warn him that the scheduled time for them to leave together for the Heavenly Tower world was getting close. She used a firm, almost bossy tone on the call, making it clear that this time he would not be allowed to act alone again, and that everyone was already waiting for him. With a confident smile while holding the phone, Su Ming answered casually that he knew, and that during those 2 days of break, he had already carefully prepared everything he needed, promising to meet them soon. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming focused his thoughts on the instructions Director Wang had given him about how the Heavenly Tower Council worked. The director had explained that traveling there was simple. The player only needed to carry their bronze credential and summon the portal to the final destination. Knowing that this access was exclusive to the few people who had earned the token qualification, Su Ming stretched his arm toward the sky and channeled his energy to summon the item, making a beam of blue and golden light cut through the air as the system validated the command and displayed the message that a qualified person had been formally identified. With a determined smile on his face, Su Ming stared at the glow of energy surrounding him, focused on the start of his newest journey, the challenge at the Heavenly Tower Council. The beam of light cut across the city landscape, rising above a massive modern skyscraper toward the unknown. Among the clouds, the scenery transformed, revealing the huge and mystical structure of the ancient Heavenly Tower, floating in a majestic way and surrounded by currents of spiritual air. Su Ming was transported through the flow, looking carefully around as his body materialized at the entrance of that sacred realm. As he stepped firmly onto the clouds surrounding the base, he admired the greatness of the 100-floor tower. Looking over the wide territory of the Heavenly Tower Council, Su Ming remembered his past with a calm expression. In his previous life, the young man had only managed to step into that place much later, at an advanced point in his journey, and through pure coincidence. Now, seeing that many challengers from every corner of the country who had earned tokens were still being teleported there non-stop, a wave of excitement took over him. The chance to test his skills and challenge that mythical place once again made him genuinely thrilled. To complete his entry, Su Ming presented his credential in front of the security holographic panel. A digital interface with the design of a fingerprint scanned the item, giving off a bright notice that confirmed the Heavenly Tower token had been successfully validated for the user Su Ming. The portal opened completely, and he moved forward, crossing the main gates with his hands in his coat pockets. However, after entering the huge complex, the young man suddenly stopped and let out a doubtful whisper. A new system message echoed through the first-floor hall, instructing the new challengers to wait there for the official start of the opening ceremony. Looking at the crowd gathered inside the huge wooden amphitheater, Su Ming frowned and wondered in his mind why that lobby was so different from the one he had known in his past life. Su Ming looked at the richly decorated ceiling of the hall, noticing that in this life, the place seemed even bigger than it was in his previous memory. While he admired the architecture, he was surprised by Ji Yao's voice as she welcomed him beside Yan Zhe and Zhang Yunqing. When he commented that they had arrived early, Su Ming received an annoyed answer from Ji Yao, who said they had been waiting for a long time, and questioned why he always preferred acting alone. The conversation revealed that the group had grown close after the hardships they faced in the newbie dungeon, forming a friendship among everyone there. Ji Yao stressed how important it was for them to act together so they could look after one another, reminding him that only they, from Xuanjing Academy, had managed to qualify for the Heavenly Tower Council. Suddenly, a tense mood took over the place when someone launched a strike at Su Ming, shouting, "Especially you." The attacker was identified as the student Zhang Tang, who showed great courage by starting a fight in a public place. Zhang Tang said he was there to settle the score for what Su Ming had done to Xiaoman, and admitted that he had not been able to find him during the newbie dungeon because he had hidden too well. Ji Yao tried to step in, asking what Zhang Tang's problem was and what had happened with Xiaoman, while Su Ming stayed calm in the face of the threats that he would be finished right there. With a mysterious smile, Su Ming told Zhang Tang to calm down, because the mess involving Ren Xiaoman would not be solved at that moment. Immediately, the Heavenly Tower system detected the conflict, issuing an alert that battles were not allowed in that area. The Heavenly Tower's automatic defense system acted instantly against the attack. Blue energy bolts covered Zhang Tang's body, completely paralyzing him as he screamed in pain and rage. A large floating system window reinforced the punishment by displaying a warning that no behavior disturbing the order of the Heavenly Tower Council was allowed. Even while fallen on the floor and surrounded by electric sparks, Zhang Tang kept yelling, telling Su Ming not to think about running away and to wait for him. With an ironic and confident smile on his face, Su Ming looked at the opponent defeated by the system and warned him that there were people above watching the situation. He took the chance to give the final final warning himself, telling his rival that once the activities at the Heavenly Tower Council were over, they would settle things for real. Nearby, Yanzi watched the movement inside the amphitheater and silently reflected that although it looked like no one was there to receive the newcomers, in truth, everyone was being watched. He recognized that the place was really not simple at all, drawing attention to a mysterious young man with red hair and crossed arms, who was watching everything from a distance with an analytical and imposing gaze. Ignoring the initial chaos, Su Ming began climbing the wooden steps and called his companions to follow him, telling the local guards to take the injured challenger to the infirmary first. Curious, Ji Yao asked him why they were going to the higher seats, reminding him that the ceremony had not started yet and that they were supposed to wait for the beginning before reading the challenge guide. The young man calmly explained that they did not need to stand in line reading guides, because that was only for people coming there for the first time. He revealed that the real secret of that place was actually in those seats. Surprised by the statement, Ji Yao asked if he was not also there for the first time. Without directly answering about his reincarnation, Su Ming simply sat down on one of the straw mats and told them to watch carefully, saying they only had to sit there quietly for a while. As soon as he positioned himself, a blue holographic interface materialized right in front of him, surprising Ji Yao, who let out a shocked sound. Su Ming concluded with a smile that by doing this, the Heavenly Tower Council selection system would appear ahead of time. The Heavenly Tower Council admission challenge was officially announced as the 100-floor tower, keeping the traditional format of climbing and clearing each floor. Su Ming explained in detail to the group that the total number of completed floors would determine the final evaluation for entering the council. When Ji Yao asked if it was a climbing race, he confirmed it and added that the higher the challenger reached, the greater their final rank would be. Also, in situations where competitors stopped on the exact same floor, the system would use the time spent climbing and the selected difficulty as tiebreaker rules. Ji Yao immediately realized that climbing time carried a crucial weight in the evaluation. With a strategic smile, Su Ming revealed that the opening ceremony itself worked as a hidden test from the council to evaluate the participants' observation, adaptation, and initiative, meaning that standing in line and waiting for everything to end just to read the printed guide would only leave them behind. Knowing that, Su Ming asked his three companions if they wanted to keep fighting as a team, just like they had done before in the newbie dungeon. Ji Yao agreed right away, saying with excitement that following Su Ming's lead gave her a huge sense of safety. Zhang Yunqing also supported the idea, saying honestly that access tokens for the council were extremely limited, and that her family would never be able to hire helpers for her in that place, even if they wanted to. However, Yanzi broke everyone's expectations and surprised the girls by firmly announcing that he would not team up with Su Ming this time. Seeing their shock, he explained in a mature way that, in the previous dungeon, Su Ming had basically killed the hidden boss alone, leaving the rest of the group to be carried while they gained a large number of levels without any real effort. Yanzi admitted that they were depending too much on the protagonist's strength, and that, with his current skill level, Su Ming surely had much bigger goals and challenges ahead of him. With a determined and honest expression, he concluded by saying that he refused the partnership because he did not want to become dead weight, and he expressed his genuine desire to train and grow using only his own strength. Ji Yao immediately agreed with Yanzi's stance, saying that he was completely right, and that they truly needed a real test to measure their abilities. To make sure they had a real chance of winning, she formally suggested that the three of them form a team this time, moving forward independently without Su Ming. With that plan in mind, Ji Yao directly asked Zhang Yunqing if she wanted to join them in this new formation. Yunqing hesitated for a moment, but then clenched her fists with determination and accepted the invitation, exclaiming that she also needed to learn how to become stronger by relying only on her own abilities. From a distance, the genius Li Chenguang, the red-haired boy, analyzed the holographic interfaces of the students from Shenjing Academy and gave a slight smirk. He murmured to himself that he understood the setup, then stared intensely at Su Ming, thinking that the rivalry between them, especially with that 10-star guy, was not over yet. With their decisions made, the agreement was sealed among them, establishing that Su Ming would challenge the tower in solo mode while the other three would climb together as a three-person team. The system confirmation appeared right after that, announcing that team selection had been completed and that the 100-floor tower challenge was about to begin. Surrounded by digital particles and about to be teleported, Su Ming said goodbye with a calm smile, telling them that he would go ahead first and that he would be waiting to see good results from his friends. In sync, Ji Yao, Yunqing, and Yanzi waved back, wishing him good luck and firmly promising that they would also do their best during the tower climb. Su Ming moved forward alone and crossed the blue light portal, which transported him directly into the 100-floor tower challenge, registering his entry with challenger ID number 001. As he materialized in the empty arena, a deep feeling of familiarity surrounded him. Soon after, the system displayed an information message on the screen, announcing that his first opponent in the first-floor challenge would be a creature described only as the Furious One. Confident that he would face a large beast that matched such an imposing name, the young man looked at the summoning rift and thought to himself that the fight would be easy. However, the 10-star young man's expectations were broken in a comical way. Instead of a monstrous beast, the beam of energy faded away and revealed a simple giant farm chicken with a glowing purple comb. Completely stunned and with a drop of sweat on his forehead, Su-ming let out a surprised sound and asked out loud why the challenge was so bizarre and different from his past life. Without wasting any time, he quickly rushed forward and grabbed the bird straight by the neck with one hand, holding the animal in the air as it struggled wildly and clucked non-stop. While keeping the creature lifted, he stared at it without understanding anything at all, confused by the fact that the first-floor monster was only a farm chicken. As he kept the opponent restrained, Su-ming mentally went over his old memories. He clearly remembered that when he challenged the tower in his previous life, the first floor was guarded by a fierce and intimidating level 5 monster known as the purple-furred evil tiger, a huge creature with horns and glowing red eyes. Realizing that the current reality of the test had been completely changed and softened compared to his past experience, the young man stared at the helpless bird and wondered, half annoyed and half amused, if the 100-floor tower was trying to call him a weak little chicken by putting an opponent like that in his path. Su-ming was shocked when he noticed that the chicken's level was shown as a question mark, which made him wonder about the bird's true power. When he tried to keep it pinned down, the chicken showed unexpected strength, breaking free from his hands with a sudden and furious movement. Realizing that the animal was not playing around, the young man decided to end the fight quickly before the situation got out of control. He drew his weapon and launched a series of fast strikes against the birds surrounding him in the arena. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the opening ceremony for the newcomers officially ended with fireworks, and the organizers began explaining the transportation system and challenges for this edition of the 100-floor tower. However, the crowd was caught by surprise when they looked at the big screen and saw that a floor ranking was already active, showing that someone had started climbing the tower before the instructions had even ended. The first name on the screen was identified as Challenger ID 002, the 10-star genius from Wuyang City known as Li Chenguang, the Blade Maniac, who had already completed the second floor. The battle between Su-ming and the birds took an unexpected turn when the opponent used its pull, revealing surprising agility for a creature of its size. Using the skill Stealth Step, Su-ming noticed that the enemy's attack speed was impressive, comparing it to the speed of a bullet. He admitted that the explosive power of the Furious One was truly strong, forcing him to dodge with perfect precision. The situation escalated even more when the chicken glowed brightly and activated the skill FOP. The impact of the repeated attacks against the ground and the fast charges showed that the bird was truly not playing around, turning what had seemed like a simple fight into a dynamic challenge where the opponent's brute strength and speed tested Su-ming's reflexes on the tower's first floor. Su-ming found himself in trouble against the giant chicken's aggressive charge, thinking to himself that the creature's attack was way too violent. He quickly analyzed the fight and realized that his current active skills, like and or Rs, were not working very well in the current situation. Knowing that he urgently needed to find an opening in the opponent's defense, the young man dodged through the air. He realized that if he kept dragging things out like that, the fight would only take longer, causing the time advantage he had gained by entering the tower first to disappear completely. Staring straight at the opponent, Su-ming decided that this was the perfect time to test the new skill he had gained after defeating the hidden boss in the newbie dungeon. Confident in the hidden power of his new trump card, he waited for the exact moment when the giant farm chicken jumped to attack him from above and planned to hit it precisely the instant it landed. With a determined smile, he summoned the devastating technique. The system description materialized on the interface, explaining Sword Tomb as a sword technique, whose concept stated that the giant sword sank into the tomb, falling to suppress evil. The effect of the skill was to summon a giant sword technique that burst out of the ground at the chosen target, causing massive damage. A huge explosion of red energy and shattered stone consumed the area where the creature had been standing. When the dust and gusts of wind began to settle in the arena, Su-ming watched the impact and told himself that it had worked, though he soon wondered, still unsure. Did it? Su-ming watched with sweat on his forehead as his devastating attack still failed to hit the target because the farm chicken managed to jump out of the impact area in time. Frustrated after being pushed backward by the wind, he realized that the fight seemed endless and noticed that the strength of that creature, which had looked ordinary at first, was far beyond what would be expected from a first-floor opponent, making it nowhere near a normal enemy for that stage. As he carefully watched the bird's behavior in the air, Su-ming had a sudden flash of understanding and wondered if it was really just an ordinary chicken under the effect of some specific mechanic. He decided to test a theory from his past life and used the technique on the ground, creating a path of light directly in front of the creature. With a smile that showed his suspicions had been confirmed, he said that in the end, the opponent was nothing more than a common little chicken. The system then opened a blue knowledge encyclopedia window, explaining the chicken paralysis technique, also known as chicken tonic immobility. The text explained that this was an instinctive defense behavior where the chicken pretended to be dead in response to stress. When it was forced to lie on its back and its head was fixed in a restricted position, such as making it stare at a straight line, its balance and touch receptors sent a signal of inescapable danger to the brain, temporarily blocking the motor nerves and leaving leaving it completely stiff and motionless. In that trance state, it remained conscious, but its heartbeat and breathing slowed down to fool predators, and it would start moving again after a few seconds or minutes once it was turned back over. Using that biological weakness to win the fight without effort, Su Ming settled the matter, and the floating interface announced its congratulations, confirming that the first floor challenge had been successfully completed. As a swirl of blue light materialized to open the portal to the next level, the young man walked toward it while thinking that, despite its normal size, that really was a chicken with strength far beyond what that floor should have had. With a small satisfied smile, Su Ming thought that the real test proposed on the first floor was not brute strength, but intelligence. He found it very interesting how the challenges in this new edition of the 100-floor tower were unfolding. Looking at the panel interface again, he noticed the updates in the 100-floor tower ranking and saw that Li Chenguang had indeed taken first place, proving that his rival had also entered the competition. Seeing that other challengers had started climbing soon after, the 10-star young man realized that his huge initial time advantage was already gone. Far from feeling discouraged, he gave a slight smirk and thought that this was great, because it only lit up his fighting spirit even more for the race ahead. With full determination, he told himself that the top would definitely be his. Meanwhile, inside the huge wooden amphitheater, the speakers finished the presentation on the giant projection, explaining that the registration method for the 100-floor tower challenge was very simple. From the exact moment the newcomers stepped into the place, all the seats on both sides had already been working as automatic registration points. Without dragging things out any longer, the holographic master of ceremonies spoke into the microphone and told the participants to run and sit in their respective challenge seats. The late reveal instantly caused a wave of panic and anger through the crowd that had been patiently waiting. Several young people began running desperately up the stairs, shouting in frustration when they realized the start of the test had been simple and that they had fallen straight into the council's psychological trap. Furious that they had listened to the long and boring opening ceremony like idiots until the very end, the students yelled at one another to run and find any empty seat as fast as possible. As they stumbled forward through the rows of mats, they finally realized too late that the competition had already started as a merciless race against time, and that it had been obvious from the very beginning that access to the tower was done directly through those seats. One student commented in surprise that the chance to enter the challenge through the seats had been clear from the start. He pointed out that it was no wonder Li Chenguang was already standing out in the tower ranking, while another wondered how he had managed to discover that secret. Suddenly, a warning echoed through the hall, telling everyone to quickly look at the ranking screen. When they checked the display, the crowd saw that Li Chenguang, challenger ID 002, had already made serious progress and completed the 6th floor of the tower. In the next instant, the ranking updated again, revealing the entry of team challengers into the trial. On the new leaderboard, Li Chenguang held the lead alone, while the team numbered 003, 004, and 005, led by Ji Yao, took 3rd place overall after clearing the 4th floor. The surprise grew when the system registered another update. A student in the audience noticed in shock that challenger ID 001, the first person to enter the place, had just climbed in the ranking. The screen showed that ID 001 had taken 3rd place under the codename God of Slaughter, with the 1st floor completed. The crowd stared closely at the big screen, wondering if that strange name was some kind of achievement title. Meanwhile, alone in challenger 001's space on the 2nd floor, Su Ming received a golden system notification, congratulating him for successfully clearing the 1st floor. The floating screen announced a new reward, a custom title. Looking at the blue interface, he wondered thoughtfully what that prize was used for. He clearly remembered that in his past life, after defeating the guardian monster of the 1st floor, the purple tiger, the reward he had received was only a small wooden chest containing an almost useless healing potion. Realizing that he had not received any title last time, Su Ming watched as the system command asked him to enter the title he wanted. He silently concluded that many things had changed drastically in this life, and wondered if all of this was happening simply because he had been reborn. Su Ming faced the situation seriously, knowing that he had to accept the facts and keep moving forward with the admission challenge. With his hands on the holographic panel, he decided to use the name of his class from his past life to fill in the required system field, typing the codename God of Slaughter. The interface confirmed that the title had been received successfully. Right after that, a golden alert appeared on the screen, saying that Su Ming's display in the 100-floor tower challenge had been changed to the new title. Holding his sword with determination, the young man watched the change and wondered if the codename had replaced his real name on the public ranking board. The warning that the guardian boss had appeared echoed through the arena, and with the title floating impressively above him, Su Ming showed a confident smile, saying that this was exactly what he wanted. The opponent on the 2nd floor, a level 3 flying bat, materialized in front of him. Without hesitation, the young man launched a precise diagonal slash, slicing the creature in midair. In the audience, the crowd watched his progress in disbelief. The ranking updated to show God of Slaughter in 3rd place, having completed the 2nd floor. The spectators were shocked when they noticed that only 1 minute had passed, and he had already cleared the floor alone. Su-ming reached the 3rd floor and faced a level 5 troll hunter, eliminating it with one lightning-fast blow. A golden notification confirmed the victory, validating the floor's completion. Without losing momentum, Su-ming advanced to the 4th floor and wiped out a level 6 three-eyed herbivorous monster, continuing his fast climb toward the top. The speed at which the mysterious god of slaughter climbed the floors left the spectators in the audience completely speechless, drawing comments that his pace was simply absurd. The big ranking screen updated once again, showing Ji Yao's team holding firmly in 2nd place after clearing the 5th floor. Right below them, Idaho 001 closed in on the fight for 2nd place by recording the 4th floor as cleared in less than 10 minutes. However, in the lead by himself, Li Chenguang made it clear that he had no intention of giving anyone a chance to catch up, locking in the impressive mark of having cleared the 8th floor. Isolated in his own test area, Su-ming learned about his rival's rapid climb. With a confident smile, Su-ming admitted that the Blade Maniac had already cleared the 8th floor and thought to himself that this frantic race was getting more and more interesting. Staring at the projection of the previous battles, the young sword controller reflected that all the precious time he had wasted dealing with the chicken on the 1st floor should be treated as nothing more than a voluntary advantage he had decided to give his opponents. With narrowed and focused eyes, he decided that playtime was over and that from that moment on, he would move forward with his full strength. As soon as he stepped into the glowing portal of the 5th floor, the system sounded the summoning warning. The blue energy rift instantly created the new threat, a fierce level 7 three-headed saber-toothed hound. Without giving the beast time to take a battle stance or even finish crossing the summoning threshold, Su-ming rushed forward with his blade in hand. In a ruthless movement, Su-ming thought that he would not waste time waiting for the monster to come out of the door. A devastating slash tore through the three-headed creature in an explosion of blood, killing the guardian instantly before it could even touch the floor of the arena. While Su-ming crushed the levels in solo mode, Ji Yao, Yunqing, and Yan Zhe's team also showed the results of their joint effort. Working in perfect sync with their weapons and skills, the three overcame the dungeon's challenges. The trio's effort was rewarded soon after, when the system's holographic notice appeared above them to congratulate them, confirming that Ji Yao's team had successfully cleared the 6th floor. Ji Yao celebrated the group's progress, saying that even though it had been close, they had managed to clear another floor successfully. Ji Yao explained the strategy they had used, pointing out that her summons held the front line while Yan Zhe focused on total damage, and Zhang Yunqing handled the team's control and healing. Walking beside Yan Zhe, Ji Yao smiled and noticed with satisfaction that their teamwork was getting better and better. However, the calm was interrupted when Zhang Yunqing, frightened, called her companions to quickly look at the announcement screen. When she saw the codename near the top, she immediately recognized the style and speed. Shocked, she pointed at the ranking board, showing that he had climbed in the ranking in a very short time, taking 2nd place alone after clearing the 7th floor and leaving the trio behind on the 6th floor. Meanwhile, in his own testing area, Li Chenguang advanced mercilessly, launching bloody strikes against his opponents. Li Chenguang killed the guardian boss, and the system validated the victory, confirming that the 9th floor had been successfully cleared. Looking at the fallen enemy, he reflected that the monsters had finally started to give him some trouble, and that now the climb felt like a real challenge. Even so, he showed arrogance as he thought that the situation was no problem at all for his skills. Li Chenguang analyzed the floating rules and focused on the extra prize hidden inside a shining golden chest, knowing that the first person to clear the 10th floor would receive that bonus reward. When he checked the panel and saw the codename of the person in 2nd place, he also figured out that God of Slaughter was Su-ming, the sword controller. He only found it strange that Su-ming had taken so long on the 1st floor, since he had been the first to enter the place. Confident, Li Chenguang began to be teleported and concluded that, although his opponent was trying to recover the time he had lost, he would not be faster than him, deciding that the 10th floor reward already belonged to him. Li Chenguang stared at the holographic interface with an expression of complete shock as sweat ran down his face. He let out a sound of disbelief when he realized that, although he was still in 1st place with the 9th floor cleared, Challenger ID 001, God of Slaughter, had just matched his exact progress in the blink of an eye. In Challenger 001's space, the system announced that Su-ming had reached the 10th floor. The blue energy portal burst with electric sparks to summon the guardian of the round, a massive level 15 furious minotaur, with imposing horns and eyes that gave off pure electricity. In the main amphitheater, the crowd in front of the ranking board grew quickly. Among the students, the mood was filled with resignation. One of them asked why so many people had stopped to watch the ranking, and another answered that there was no point trying now, because nobody could catch up to the leader's absurd speed. The murmurs pointed out that both competitors were already challenging the 10th floor at the same time. The audience split into heated bets, with some placing their faith in the mysterious God of Slaughter, and others trusting Li Chenguang's talent. Back in the dungeon, The fight against the level 15 beast was overwhelming. With precise movements, Su Ming dodged the brute charges and counterattacked with deep cuts that made the monster's blood spray out. Watching the weakened Minotaur, the young sword controller showed an ironic smile and taunted the opponent, asking if it could no longer handle the pressure. Su Ming coldly pointed out that the Guardian had lasted only 30 seconds in front of him. Channeling reddish energy through the handle of his sword, he prepared the finishing blow. With a focused look, he concluded that the beast's weakness had perfectly helped him in his fast race up the tower, saying goodbye in his mind. By thinking that the fight had been a nice contribution, Su Ming unleashed a powerful sword strike, releasing devastating reddish energy that cut through the air and killed the furious Minotaur instantly. In the same second, golden notifications flashed across the system interface to confirm his achievement, announcing that the 10th floor had been successfully cleared and congratulating him for being the first challenger of this edition to clear the 10th floor. The final message announced that he would receive a valuable extra reward. Meanwhile, inside a peaceful infirmary room, a nurse with pink hair and green eyes checked a patient's heartbeat and confirmed that his pulse was normal. She moved closer to the bed and exclaimed that he had finally woken up. The young man in the bed, Yang Ding, the student who had caused trouble during the opening, slowly opened his eyes, blinking in confusion when he realized he was in a hospital-like room. The nurse explained that he had passed out from being electrocuted after trying to start a disturbance in the 100th-floor tower. When Yang Ding noticed the nurse's physical features, he immediately blushed, raised a hand to his face, and thought about how the nurses in that place looked. He quickly scolded himself for those thoughts, remembering that his heart belonged only to Xiao Man. Suddenly, the memories of what had happened rushed into his mind. His eyes widened in shock when he remembered Xiao Man's name and the boy who had defeated him, and he shouted Su Ming's name in fury. Fully recovered and consumed by hate, the young man ran back to the huge main amphitheater, yelling that he would get revenge no matter what. However, when he crossed the central carpet, he suddenly stopped and let out a disappointed cry. The massive hall was completely empty and silent. He realized that all the challengers who had earned the council tokens had already started climbing the 100th-floor tower a long time ago. Desperate, Yang Ding grabbed his own hair and broke down, wondering what he was supposed to do now. He shouted into the empty hall that he had been completely left behind in the competition, and that there was no longer any chance to avenge Xiao Man. With cold sweat running down his face and his eyes trembling, he stared at the floor and bitterly admitted that his combat level would never catch up to Su Ming. Regretting his arrogance, he collapsed in frustration, admitting that he had been far too impulsive and reckless. Yang Ding kept brooding over his defeat. Convinced that everything had been a trap coldly prepared by Su Ming, he slapped a hand against his forehead, desperate for a solution, and reminded himself of his high social status. He was the young master of the prestigious Zhang family. A new idea came into his mind. He admitted that his current level could not catch up to the leaders, but decided that he would not let the protagonist get away with it, even if he had to use his family's influence and political power. Determined to take revenge at any cost, Yang Ding pulled out his mobile device and sent a direct and ruthless order to a contact named Zhang Tong, demanding that they use the family's connections to eliminate Su Ming. He put the device away with a sinister smile on his face, telling himself that he had been forced to go this far. As he walked toward the seats in the main hall to begin his own journey, the blonde young man decided to check the floating holographic panel to see the current state of the competition. He noticed that more than 100 people were already actively registered in the tower ranking. When he searched for Su Ming's name, he did not find him in the middle positions. Looking higher up, he found Li Chenguang from the prestigious Wuyang Academy in second place overall, with an impressive mark of 16 cleared floors. Yang Ding admitted in his mind that Li Chenguang was still incredible even outside the school environment, but then he let out a cry of complete shock when he looked at the top of the ranking. In first place alone, the codename God of Slaughter stood out with the 18th floor fully cleared. Intrigued and unaware of the real identity behind the title, the blonde boy thought that it definitely did not look like the name of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, unaware of the revenge plans and focused on his climb, Su Ming jumped with agility through the dungeon scenes, facing rocky creatures crowned with purple crystals and marked by a large red eye in the center. With sharp reflexes, the young sword controller dodged an aerial charge from the monster, stared seriously at the opponent, and launched a devastating diagonal slash. Su Ming took a strategic pause in the middle of the battles, observing the scenery around him. He thought that climbing the tower up to that point, specifically in the challenger space of the 19th floor, really required some effort with his current level of power. The young sword controller noticed that the mechanics of the boss monsters became more and more complex as the floors went higher. In front of him, the level 20 amethyst crystal beast of the crypt materialized. Su Ming quickly analyzed the opponent's combat pattern. The monster buried its main body underground in the subterranean environment, leaving only the incredibly hard amethysts on its head exposed on the surface. It attacked by sending non-stop hordes of smaller monsters to the surface, while its real body stayed protected below the ground. The young man noticed that those annoying little monsters also shared an extremely tough amethyst-based defense, while he dodged with agility and struck the enemies, spreading blood across the arena. Su Ming recognized one major truth. It would be completely impossible to easily break through those monsters' defense using only his old silver rank weapons. However, he showed a calm expression and thought that, luckily, he had a trump card. As a reward for getting the best clear time on the 10th floor, Su Ming had received a gold rank weapon chest. Using his exclusive talent, Vaev the young man had upgraded the 3 gold weapon chests directly to the platinum category. From that upgraded chest, he obtained the powerful Black Sextric Durellen and Black Timamine Blave, and he was currently holding it firmly. The system description explained that the weapon was made up of 1 long sword and 1 short sword. It had originally been a single long sword, but it broke into 2 during a historic battle and was later reforged by a blacksmith who used a precious dragon scale as the core to reunite it and bring it back to its peak. The broken blade could work as a sword-type weapon when unified, but when split apart, it became a broken sword classified as a dagger. It had the fire scale affix, which granted a 200% fire attribute damage bonus to the dagger. Holding the imposing blade with both hands, Su Ming finished analyzing his equipment, knowing that in longsword mode, it greatly increased the bonus damage of slashing attacks, although it sacrificed a bit of attack speed. After studying the horde around him, Su Ming concluded that the unified form of his new weapon was not very practical for dealing with a large number of enemies. So, he decided to make a quick move, unlocking the handle to activate the weapon's special attribute. The system explained that the skill split the equipment into 2 parts, turning it into longswords held in both hands. With that transformation, his attack speed increased by 50%, although his slashing damage was reduced by 30%. Even knowing that his raw attack power had dropped, the protagonist advanced with full confidence. He had one crucial advantage, the passive bonus from his other exclusive talent. That talent granted bonuses to all weapons, allowing Su Ming to use both the improved speed and high attack power at the same time. With the twin blades moving swiftly, he began slicing through the amethyst monsters with extreme ease. Meanwhile, the situation was completely different in Challenger 002's space, located on the 17th floor. A massive boom echoed when the heavy roots of a colossal enemy slammed into the arena floor. Li Chenguang was thrown backward by the impact, dragging across the dust-covered ground as he tried to recover. The status panel revealed that his current level was 16, and his face showed clear exhaustion and cold sweat under the huge pressure. Facing the giant wooden creature in front of him, identified by the system as a level 18 giant Trant, the warrior clenched his teeth and bitterly admitted that he had already reached his physical limit. Li Chenguang analyzed the tactical situation with frustration, knowing perfectly well that this specific monster's weakness was the fire element. Since he had chosen to enter the dungeon completely solo and did not have any fire skills in his arsenal to truly counter the boss, he found himself trapped inside the dungeon. Li Chenguang suffered from the strategic and tactical disadvantage, getting thrown headfirst into the ground while the monster's heavy roots destroyed the scenery around him. He reflected with deep bitterness that the situation was even worse because he was facing that challenge at a lower level than recommended. Tired and frustrated, he bit his lips, remembering that the worst part was that he had not received any truly useful rewards to improve his basic attributes after clearing the previous floors. His mind drifted into a brief flashback to the moment he cleared the 10th floor. At that time, the system had displayed a screen congratulating him for the victory and showing that he had obtained a silver rank chest. Li Chenguang regretted that the huge drop in loot quality had happened only because he had lost the tower speed race directly to Su Ming. Because of that, he had to settle for a completely ordinary silver reward. To make his luck drastically worse, the item revealed inside the chest was a bluish crystal necklace. When he held the object, he confirmed that the reward from that crucial floor was an accessory exclusive to magic classes, something that had absolutely nothing to do with his sword-focused fighting style. Back in the harsh reality of the fight on the 17th floor, the giant Trant launched another violent attack. Without enough strength to dodge in time, the swordsman was hit directly by the wooden splinters and brutally thrown across the arena. Sliding along the dungeon floor, Li Chenguang admitted that he simply could not keep forcing it. Looking up at the ceiling with a bloody face and heavy breathing, the young man realistically concluded that if he kept enduring that severe punishment, he would end up dying right there. With no other choice if he wanted to preserve his life, he stretched his bandaged hand toward the system interface. A blue holographic notification soon appeared on the screen to officially announce his withdrawal. Challenger ID 002 has chosen to give up the 17th floor challenge. With the fall of the second-place challenger, the system displayed an updated status cascade of several other competitors from that edition who had also gotten stuck on their respective journeys. Challenger ID 96 stopped on the 9th floor. Challenger ID 103 got stuck on the 7th floor. Challenger ID 66 ended his activity on the 11th floor, and Challenger ID 27 ended his climb after stopping on the 10th floor. Su Ming moved through the arena with impressive speed, cutting down the smaller amethyst monsters in his path with his twin blades. He showed a clever smile and thought that he had finally managed to get close to his main target. Without wasting any time, the young sword controller channeled powerful scarlet energy and activated one of his devastating skills. The attack cut through the air with violent force. A clean strike strike hit the weak point exposed on the surface, making the enemy's blood gush out in large amounts. Under the overwhelming impact of Su Ming's technique, the monster let out a sharp cry as its real body, which had been hiding underground, was finally skewered out of the earth. Calling the crypt boss a coward, the young man ended the fight in a flash. The golden system screen soon blinked and announced his victory with the message, 19th floor successfully cleared. Outside the dungeon, the panel displayed the end of the other competitors' progress in real time. The team of challengers IDs 15 and 14 stopped on the 12th floor. The team of IDs 77, 76, and 75 got stuck on the 13th floor, and competitor ID 53 stopped on the 14th floor. Highlighted on the list, the system officially confirmed that second place overall, Idaho 002, Li Chenguang, had permanently ended his advance after stopping on the 17th floor. Watching the results while breathing heavily, Su Ming commented to himself that even the famous Blade Maniac had ended up getting stuck in his climb. The protagonist walked toward the huge glowing blue portal that led to the next floor and thought about the climb. He admitted that the difficulty of the 100-floor tower really did increase step by step after the 10th floor. He even mentally praised his rival, thinking that reaching the 17th floor on his very first challenge was already an amazing achievement for Li Chenguang. Looking at the massive structure stretching above him, the young man pulled knowledge from the memories of his previous life. Based on his past life experience, he knew that the 20th floor worked as a true turning point, because from that point on, the difficulty of the following floors jumped in a geometric way. Being completely realistic about his current condition, he admitted that with his present stats, reaching the 19th floor was already very close to his physical limit. However, a determined expression appeared on his face. The status panel confirmed that he had finally reached level 20 after putting in a lot of effort during the recent battles. With a confident smile, Su Ming concluded that he now had a golden chance to use that nostalgic move he knew so well. A glowing golden crest appeared on the divine interface to confirm the release of his potential, while the young man thought that he would do it in this life through his powerful class. After crossing the portal, young Su Ming officially reached Challenger 001's space, located on the feared 20th floor. The fight began in a frantic way when he was thrown to the side by a blast of cutting wind. An imposing opponent, wearing black armor and a long dark cape, stared at him from the center of the arena. The protagonist recovered with agility in midair, but a drop of cold sweat ran down his face when he felt the enemy's immense pressure. Su Ming tried to take the initiative by launching a series of fast strikes with his twin swords, but the armored warrior raised his blade and blocked every attack perfectly. The clash of metal echoed violently through the hall in a chain of bright sparks. Seeing his techniques being pushed back one after another, the young man admitted to himself that this opponent was defending against his attacks way too easily. Realizing that brute force would not be enough, Su Ming decided to change tactics. He connected the handles of his weapons to unify them again, and with a fast move, activated his movement skill. With his speed drastically boosted by a bluish aura, he instantly reappeared behind the armored knight, throwing a powerful punch with his closed fist to try to break the enemy's stance. Su Ming continued his fight against the powerful opponent of the 20th floor, identifying it as the level 25 Seal Knight. The protagonist watched tensely as the enemy, an elite guardian monster, looked at him coldly through its armor. The knight raised its weapon, charged with intense purple energy, and launched a devastating attack, forcing Su Ming to desperately try to dodge as he was still hit by the shockwave. After feeling the impact, Su Ming admitted that the power of a higher-level monster's skill was too strong to be handled with his current defense alone. He was thrown backward, trying to regain his footing on the arena floor while checking his damage. Looking at his health bar, he realized that with his current equipment and attributes, it was impossible to fully block the knight's blows. The young man quickly calculated that each hit cost around 1/3 of his total HP, which meant he could only take one more attack before being defeated. Despite the immediate danger, Su Ming reflected that even after being reborn with previous knowledge, overcoming the huge level gap imposed by the Heavenly Tower Council inside the 100-floor tower was a massive challenge. The Seal Knight stayed firm, waiting for his next move. Even so, a confident smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He took a deep breath and concluded that this critical situation was already within what he had expected for this challenge. With a slight smile, Su Ming explained that the real reason he had kept climbing the tower so stubbornly was exactly to test his new trump card. With the level indicator confirming his recent growth, he prepared to activate the exclusive skill that could only be unlocked at level 20. The command, Activate Set, Shadow Sword. Staring firmly at the Seal Knight, the protagonist remembered his journey. He revealed that in his past life, this was the technique he had been most proud of among all his combat skills. Gathering a massive amount of scarlet energy around his body, Su Ming charged mercilessly toward the armored guardian. He executed the ultimate move with mastery, releasing the devastating power of Goat of Claw. Red energy erupted from the ground like a massive pillar and slammed directly into the Seal Knight, swallowing the guardian monster in an overwhelming explosion of destructive power. Meanwhile, in the tower's main hall, the challengers waiting outside watched the final results on the holographic ranking board in complete shock. One of them exclaimed in amazement when he noticed that that the mysterious newcomer was still climbing without stopping, while another commented in frustration that he had been knocked out as early as the 10th floor. Another competitor responded that he had done a little better by lasting until the 12th floor, but admitted that the monsters appearing after the 10th floor were way too difficult for anyone. Everyone wondered where that codename had come from, unable to believe that someone could challenge the 20th floor on their very first climb. Calm returned to the main hall when the teleportation portal shone brightly, bringing Li Chenguang back to reality after his own withdrawal on the 17th floor. He walked forward thoughtfully and in shock, thinking about Su Ming's absurd achievement of reaching the 20th floor. Suddenly, a female figure approached, calling him Brother Chenguang. The young woman, identified as Luna, said in an analytical tone that this seemed to be the first time since they were children that he had lost in performance to someone else. Li Chenguang only clenched his teeth with a bitter expression and let out an irritated sigh. The impact of Su Ming's attack created a huge curtain of smoke and debris inside the arena. When the dust settled, the Seal Knight was still standing, revealing that its health bar had only dropped by half. Su Ming, fallen on the ground with his HP dangerously in the red zone, stared at the Guardian and coldly admitted that all he had left was to accept defeat, since even his strongest attack had not been enough to deal with the opponent. With no other way to continue the fight, the young man reached out to interact with the system interface. A holographic notification appeared on the screen to make the decision official. Challenger ID 001 has chosen to give up the 28S floor challenge. As his body began to dematerialize into blue teleportation particles, Su Ming silently regretted that he was the one who had been defeated this time. To the protagonist's surprise, an imposing voice echoed from the level 25 armored guardian itself as it began breaking apart into digital data. The knight said that Su Ming had not truly lost, leaving the young man confused. The creature explained that at his current level, the boy's stats were simply not enough, and because of that physical limitation, he still could not bring out the true hidden power of that nostalgic skill. Su Ming returned to the rest area after finishing his challenge in the 100th floor. When he arrived, he noticed that the place felt familiar and saw that the overall ranking had been updated. Around him, other challengers talked in shock about the performance of the mysterious god of slaughter, noting that even Li Chenguang, the prodigy known as the Blade Maniac, had stopped on the 16th floor. When some people approached and tried to discover the real identity of the god of slaughter, Su Ming denied being him, thinking to himself that keeping his anonymity would avoid headaches and unwanted attention from curious people. Reflecting on his situation, Su Ming thought that his skill worked well inside dungeons, but did not work properly inside the floor. Though the title he had received as a reward from the first floor had been very useful, he noticed that Ji Yao and her team were still trying level 14, seeing an improvement in their teamwork, and decided that if they played safely, they could still continue challenging higher floors. Since he had reached level 20, Su Ming now had access to a mission for his second class change. He planned to choose a that was close to the goal of that class change mission, so he could complete both at the same time. When he checked the available options in the system, he wondered about the limitations, noticing that for his current level, only rank F, E, and D options were unlocked. After comparing the locations, Su Ming decided to accept D17. This mission's goal was to hunt the Python King in the wild forest of the Southern District. After completing the challenge, the reward would be 10,000 Advent coins and one. After selecting the mission, the system notified him that the Heavenly Tower Council Pass had unlocked his access to the Aurea at any time. The protagonist also received permission to enter the Realm of Ills. He noticed that the realm was an illusion area connected to the Heavenly Tower Council, but it looked different from the real-world area. The history of the world revealed that before the Day of Awakening, the real world was the place where humans lived. With the arrival of that event, anomalies, dungeons, magical beasts, and monsters began to appear in the original real world. Humanity then became part of the world of awakened classes. Thanks to the sacrifice of those who came before, order was restored to the real world, which had once been destroyed and thrown into chaos. The realm was created separately from the real world to serve as a space where those monsters and alien beasts could survive, allowing the current world to keep its relatively peaceful atmosphere. Su Ming thought about the importance of the understanding that it served as a key threshold for allowing newbies to venture into the realm of ills. There was a legend that the truth about the world's Day of Awakening was buried at the top of the understand, a goal Su Ming regretted failing to reach in his past life. However, in this life, Su Ming felt lucky to have the chance to start over, and he was determined to complete the goals he had not achieved before. After receiving the portal's instruction, he decided not to go to the realm and choosing to return to the real world first. He used the 10,000 Advent coins reward he had earned from challenging the 20th floor to pay for an order he had placed 2 days earlier. Su Ming headed to the real-world weapon trading center. The protagonist remembered that he had previously obtained a Suldix in that place by opening stones. He needed to look for better equipment for his plittle. Su Ming understood the great value of the sword he already had, especially because the effects built into it gave him huge support, and he did not want to give it up easily. The sword had the effect Ikira, which could absorb the target's blood through attacks or contact to heal the wielder's injuries, and the effect Akira pack, which increased all of the wielder's stats by 5 points for a short period of 30 seconds after killing a monster. Thinking about that, he remembered something that had happened 2 days earlier when Ji Yao had invited him to buy equipment with the group, but he had refused so he could focus on preparing his own weapons and gear, heading to the main building of the Folic Abuse. At that time, after a brief phone call, he managed to have a scheduled order accepted with an advance payment of 10,000 advent coins. Now, Su Ming arrived at the indicated location, floor A2, basement 2B, warehouse 9S. When he met the person in charge of the warehouse, she commented that he was late and asked if he had brought the rest of the payment. With the 10,000 coin transaction confirmed, he successfully obtained the 5th Rebellic. Su Ming used the 5th to improve his equipment, knowing that his talent could only be applied once to each item and that the upgrade result was random. He handled the device carefully, because if he wanted to keep the effects of the 5th Rebellic while upgrading it, using that device was the only viable option. The 5th Rebellic had the effect of increasing the item's level while keeping the original skill attributes, with the basic stats increasing randomly. The V was then successfully upgraded into the VVV. This new weapon kept the V affix, which could heal the wielder by absorbing the blood of wounded monsters, and improved VVV, which now temporarily increased all of the wielder's stats by 20 points for 1 minute after killing monsters. After the process succeeded, Nahura commented that she was the only person capable of creating such a device, since she was an 8-star awakened one from the VV class. She asked how Su Ming had found her, since she usually hid in the underground warehouse to quietly study forging. Nahura also expressed her surprise that a newly awakened student was willing to spend more than 10,000 advent coins on materials, asking if he had not been afraid the process might fail. When Nahura questions him, Su Ming answers with a smile and asks who said they did not know each other. That leaves the blacksmith completely confused, making her wonder if her own memory has really gotten that bad. He quickly changes the subject and says it was only a joke, but he keeps to himself the truth that, in his past life, the two of them knew each other very well. In that former timeline, Nahura was an incredibly talented weapon blacksmith who, even with only an 8-star talent, reached great success in the future because of her passion and unstoppable effort. She had forged many unique and exclusive weapons for the protagonist. Su Ming remembers that the price he paid for those partnerships in the past was insanely high, which makes 20,000 advent coins look like nothing in comparison. Because of that, he sees the need to get ahead and set things up early. His strategy is to use the present moment to help her while she is in her worst financial situation. Returning to the conversation, Su Ming surprises the blacksmith by revealing that he not only has her contact information, but also knows she has been racking her brain because she does not have enough money to buy the materials for the next weapon she is developing. Seeing Nahura shocked, he offers an immediate sponsorship of 10,000 advent coins in advance, promising to keep increasing the investment once he completes his quests and collects the proper rewards. When he asks what she thinks of the offer, Nahura reacts with huge excitement and asks if he is serious. After Su Ming confirms that he is, the blacksmith becomes radiant and, surrounded by a cheerful mood, even asks if he is an angel. However, the protagonist raises one finger and sets a crucial condition for the future. When he needs her to forge new weapons for him, Nahura must charge only 30% of the forging price. Without hesitating, she happily accepts the deal right away, confirming that they have an agreement with no problem. Su Ming arrives at the wild area of the Realm of Illusions, specifically entering the Evil River Forest. After crossing the portal, the protagonist thinks the place is exactly what he expected from that domain, instantly noticing that the trees there are giant compared to the ones in the Novus dungeon. Besides the strong smell of grass and plants, he can also sense a faint scent of blood scattered through the air. The danger of the place is confirmed right away when a small wild creature is caught by surprise and devoured by a massive carnivorous plant. Focused on his goal, Su Ming checks the holographic interface to confirm the location of the target for his D17 rank subjugation quest, whose goal is to hunt the Python King. The report explains that the creature is around level 25, has terrifying strength, has already killed several members of the Heavenly Tower Council, and lives deep in the forest of the Southern District. The reward promises advent coins and a random platinum rank skill scroll. Looking toward the south, Su Ming notices that the size of the trees blocks everything, making it hard to clearly analyze the situation. In the end, he thinks the local vegetation is far too tall, which will stop him from jumping over it as easily as he used to do in the Novus dungeon. Observing the obstacles in the forest, Su Ming thinks there is another method he can try, even though he does not truly belong to the class. Still, he remembers that he has the skill available to him. The young man imagines it would be very impressive if he could glide through the sky while balancing on the blade, copying the movements of real controllers. Thinking about how cool that would be, he decides there is no harm in trying. He jumps onto the weapon and calls on the power of Saida. As expected, the experiment completely fails, making him lose his balance and crash awkwardly straight into the ground. Sprawled out on the dirt, Su Ming admits that flying on a sword really is a restricted technique, exclusive to true members of that class. While he is thrown through the air and yells from the sudden force of of the impact, Su-ming suddenly has a realization and shouts that he finally understands the secret behind the technique. He understands that, even though he cannot fly while standing directly on the blade, there is a perfectly possible alternative if he holds the weapon with both hands, aims at a target, and activates several times in a row. Putting the idea into practice while still in midair, he uses the technique again and again while holding tightly onto the sword so it pulls him along. With that quick thinking, the protagonist excitedly realizes that, through this improvised method, he can simply fly freely, completely overcoming the barrier of the giant treetops and reaching a great height. The young man opens a confident smile and says with satisfaction that the view from up there is very good. From above the forest, Su-ming finally manages to see the region and watches with curiosity what is happening toward the south. Meanwhile, at ground level, a blue energy portal appears loudly between the giant trees, allowing a group of hunters to arrive and confirm that they are in the exact area of the D-17 subjugation quest. Operating a holographic panel, one of the men explains to his companions that it was easy to find Su-ming's location since he made the mistake of accepting a mission of that level completely alone, which made him an obvious target in the search system for players without a party. A woman in the group mocks the young man's boldness, and one of her companions describes him as nothing more than an ignorant rookie who does not understand the real danger of death he is in. Even though the group considers the chance that he may be killed by the forest creatures before they even face him, the level 27 warrior leading the attack orders everyone to hurry. The group's goal is to make sure the bounty on the young man's head is not lost, in case he dies too quickly to the local monsters. The system panel announces that Challenger ID 111 Zhang Tang has chosen to voluntarily give up the challenge on the 13th floor. Frustrated with his own performance, he regrets stopping so early, thinking that he fell behind from the very beginning because he could not find anyone to form a team and climb the tower with him. That lack of partners led to a terrible first climb, leaving him far behind in the evaluation of the 100th-floor tower. Walking through the rest area, Zhang Tang notices that only a few challengers remain there, since most of them have moved on to the subjugation quest of the next stage. When he checks the holographic panel, he sees with irritation that Su-ming's name does not appear in any ranking from the tower or the rest area. That absence worries him deeply, because without knowing his rival's exact location, the assassins he arranged would not be able to act at all. While dealing with those thoughts, Zhang Tong starts hearing the conversation between the other students. Yanzhe praises Ji Yao, saying that thanks to her commands, they managed to pass the 15th floor. Ji Yao answers modestly that it was a team effort, but she also points out that they could have gone further if they had a better main tank in the group, since her own summons are a bit fragile. Yunqing adds that reaching that result without Su-ming's help is already amazing, and that they should be happy. Hidden nearby, Zhang Tong burns with envy when he notices that, even though they are all from the same academy, their results were far better than his. The group then decides to hurry and take the quest for the next stage so they do not waste time, while Ji Yao silently wonders about Su-ming's progress. Ji Yao reveals to Yanzhe and Yunqing that she talked to Su-ming and found out that he had already accepted a subjugation quest and left. Seeing Yunqing shocked that he would face the challenge completely alone, Ji Yao explains that he has always had that lone wolf personality since childhood. Without the group realizing it, that reveal gives Zhang Tong the crucial information he needed so badly, while the three young people decide to keep their trio together and try not to fall too far behind Su-ming. With a wicked smile on his face, Zhang Tong celebrates finding an important clue about his rival's location. He figures that, since Su-ming had the nerve to leave alone, he must be doing a very low-rank subjugation mission. Using his Challenger invitation permission from this edition of the Heavenly Tower Council, he filters the device for targets doing solo missions and sends a direct, ruthless order to his lackeys: find him and kill him. While danger closes in from behind him, the action shifts to the Southern District, the area assigned to the D-17 subjugation quest. Su-ming moves through the ruins of a completely destroyed settlement and, looking at the recent destruction around him, estimates that the attack happened only a few hours earlier. He comes across the bodies of villagers scattered through the ruins. Examining the crime scene in detail, he realizes that the place used to be a beastmen village. The corpses are covered in a green, corrosive liquid, making the cause of death clear, and the strong rotten smell coming from the area confirms that it is snake venom. To the protagonist, this is definite proof that the Python King is nearby, since the scent of blood is mixed with another extremely sharp trail. Noticing that the strong signal is coming from the back of the village, Su-ming follows the trail and is forced to cover his nose in deep disgust when he finds a huge amount of green, slimy waste covered in flies. Even though the mountain of filth is disgusting and explains why the air is so polluted, the discovery serves its strategic purpose perfectly, confirming that the terrifying target is getting closer and closer to his reach. While thinking about the massive size the Python King must have to cause so much damage, Su-ming is suddenly interrupted by a suspicious noise in the vegetation. Acting fast, he activates his toward the source of the sound to check what is hidden behind one of the giant trees. To his surprise, the young man finds a small, frightened girl with feline features who, while crying, tries uselessly to sound intimidating. She backs away desperately, letting out meows and warning him that she has extremely sharp claws, so he should not come closer. Seeing that scene, Su-ming watches the creature in silence for a moment and humorously concludes that she is just a pet. That statement leaves the young girl completely offended, making her shout with confidence that she is not a pet. Still trembling and defensive, the small level 3 member of the cat people asks in a shaky voice if the protagonist is also one of the invaders who came to attack her village, begging him once again to stay away. To better understand who he is dealing with, Su-ming activates his skill. The system's detailed scan reveals that the girl belongs to the assassin class and has the feline bloodline talent, which gives her 1.5 times more agility than common classes. In the end, the holographic display confirms the identity of the small survivor right above her health bar, allowing the young man to discover that her name is Leah. Su-ming tries to calm Leah down, but she keeps backing away while yelling at him not to come closer. Calling her by name, the young man tosses her a small red bottle and tells her to catch it. Surprised and confused by the object, the cat girl hears him explain that it is a healing potion, given to her because he noticed she is clearly hurt. Su-ming reassures the small survivor, saying that he did not come to harm her village, especially since the settlement has already been destroyed. His real goal there is to hunt the giant snake responsible for the attack. Shaken, Leah tries to warn him about the creature's huge danger and questions the risk of the protagonist facing it alone. However, Su-ming asks her not to worry because that is his specific mission in that place. In a moment of determination mixed with desperation, the little girl offers to guide the young man, saying she can find the python's nest and begging him to take her with him. With tears in her eyes, Leah reveals her painful reason. That monster devoured her whole family, and she cannot hide the deep pain she feels because of the tragedy. Su-ming and Leah continue walking through the thick forest as the area around them slowly becomes more frightening. The young man says that, even though the darkness is getting stronger, he cannot sense any kind of movement nearby, and asks if this is really the right direction. But the cat girl firmly says the target is just up ahead. When they reach the base of a massive tree, the protagonist first concludes that there is absolutely nothing there, until Leah, overcome with panic, points upward and desperately screams for him to look above. Surprised by the sudden warning, Su-ming raises his eyes and comes across a terrifying sight. The monstrous Python King is completely camouflaged and coiled around the upper branches of the giant tree. Looking at the creature's enormous size, the young man admits to himself that the monster is powerful and much larger than he had first expected. He understands internally that a D-rank subjugation mission should never be underestimated, and concludes that he will need to build a new strategy from zero if he wants to eliminate an opponent of that scale. However, before the two can even start making a plan, Leah's sharp senses detect an immediate threat coming from another direction, and she screams an urgent warning for him to watch his back as armed silhouettes sneak out from the branches of a nearby tree. A projectile fired by the enemies explodes against the ground, missing its target and causing deep irritation among the hunters. One of them yells, unable to understand how the young man managed to notice the attack from such a long distance, while the group leader declares that, since they have been discovered, they will finish him off in a direct face-to-face fight. Furious at the dirty ambush, Su-ming turns sharply toward the attack and demands to know who the cowards are that are shooting arrows at his back. In response, the group of assassins emerges from the shadows, led by the level 27 warrior, who steps forward laughing with contempt and mocks the protagonist's reaction, saying in a provoking tone that the young man is actually pretty good at dodging. The gang leader, clearly surprised, says with scorn that he never imagined some random level 20 awakened would be able to escape his first ambush. He says Su-ming was just lucky and declares that the young man's fate is sealed. Today, he will die there. Without wasting any time, the group coordinates a full attack, with the blue-haired archer and the white-haired mage moving at the same time to end the fight in the blink of an eye. The level 27 warrior swings his giant sword, ordering his companions to complete the wanted quest so they can finally collect the reward for the protagonist's head. Su-ming tries to dodge the coordinated attacks frantically, but the mage provokes him, asking if he will dodge her fire magic as easily as he dodged the arrows. A massive explosion happens and hits him directly. Su-ming is badly injured, with his health bar reduced to a critical level as he tries to recover from the impact. Surrounded and with no way out, he becomes the target of the cruel mockery of the hunters around him. The gang leader lets out a sinister laugh, asking if that was all the power the young man had, and saying it was overkill for the three of them to be hired together just to kill such an easy target. The group's mage jokes that rich people's money is very easy to earn, and mocks Su-ming's nerve in trying to complete a D-rank mission completely alone. The blue-cloaked hunter calls him an ignorant rookie who sealed his own fate by offending the wrong people, saying he is basically asking to die. While Laya watches the scene hidden and horrified among the bushes, the leader says all the time they spent tracking the young man will serve as one last lesson before his execution. Su-ming, seeming to accept that his end is near, makes one final request. He wants to know the identity of the person who ordered his death, claiming he would like to die knowing the reason. The warrior, believing that telling the truth to someone who is already about to die will bring no risk, reveals that the mastermind is Zhang Tong, the son of the powerful Zhang family. With the truth revealed, revealed and hatred stamped across his face, he raises his massive blade and delivers a brutal strike against the protagonist, who appears to be in his final moments. Leah watches the scene while hidden, in complete shock as she witnesses the brutal attack. Meanwhile, Su Ming, still lying on the ground, confirms his suspicion. The mastermind really is Zhang Tong, the only one cruel enough to arrange such an ambush against him. However, the hunter's victory turns into fear when the body on the ground turns out to be fake, while the real Su Ming reappears with a powerful and untouched presence behind the group. With an icy look, he calmly explains that the one they attacked was only a clone created by his set skill. The attackers realize, far too late, that they have been completely fooled. Coldly analyzing his opponents, Su Ming notices that the group followed the survival laws of the awakened world to avoid becoming internationally wanted criminals. Because of that, their levels do not go past 30, with the level 27 swordsman being the strongest among them. Determined to take control of the situation again, Su Ming chooses to begin his counterattack with the lowest level target, the archer. With a burst of speed that leaves the gang leader stunned, Su Ming instantly positions himself behind his prey. With the blade pressed against the archer's neck, he gives one final and deadly warning, telling no one to dare do anything stupid and reminding them that hitting vital points completely ignores the HP bar. The situation fully turns around as Su Ming keeps his blade against the archer's throat, while the man sweats in pure terror. The white-haired mage, shocked, calls him a disgusting bastard. With a sideways smile, Su Ming answers that, for someone who shot arrows at his back and set up an ambush first, it is pretty clear who the real disgusting one is. The gang leader, trying to regain his composure, mocks Su Ming by calling him a brat who just awakened, and asks if he really has the courage to kill someone, saying the feeling the first time is horrible. However, Su Ming's gaze stays steady as he delivers the final blow, coldly declaring that he feels great. The ease and coldness of the attack leave the survivors frozen. They cannot believe he did not even blink while taking a life. Su Ming walks calmly, explaining that their level is not much different from a bunch of rookies, and sarcastically asking if they really thought hunting a few bounties made them professional killers. With a sinister shine in his eyes and a manic smile, he reveals a dark truth. In his past life, the souls that died under his blade were simply countless. Hidden among the bushes, Leah watches the fight with an expression full of deep worry and sadness. In the center of the battle, Su Ming shows ruthless precision by striking the enemy mage's hands, making her scream in agony as her HP bar drops sharply. He analyzes the situation coldly, noticing that because he did not hit any vital points, the damage was only superficial. Then he mocks the fact that her speed was not enough to dodge, even though she is at a higher level than him. The counterattack comes quickly when the gang leader, a level 27 swordsman, tries to crush the young man with the technique. In the middle of the exchange of blows, Su Ming realizes that the 7-level difference dangerously balances the fight. Even though the opponent is focused on raw strength, his agility and speed stats are almost equal to his own. To gain a better position, the protagonist activates stealth, using the speed bonus to flank the warrior. However, when Su Ming strikes the enemy's back, he is met with contempt. The leader is not shaken at all, and asks if he is only scratching his back. That moment reveals the cruelest side of the laws of the awakened world. The level disadvantage acts like a physical barrier, drastically reducing the effectiveness of the young man's attacks against an opponent so much stronger than him. Su Ming reflects deeply on the rules that govern the awakened world, knowing that life or death battles between humans do not follow the same mechanics as fights against monsters. Even though they mainly depend on base HP, that calculation is limited to hits on ordinary parts of the body. For a quick victory, the best strategy since the rise of the awakened has always been to strike a vital point, which grants bonus damage and a high chance of an instant kill. However, when facing a higher level opponent, that chance drops drastically, showing just how much level stats matter in combat. While the protagonist analyzes the situation, the wounded mage desperately cries out in pain. The gang leader, irritated, orders her to stop screaming and promises that he will use the bounty money to find a high-level healer to fix her hand once they finish the job. Despite her suffering, the sorceress forces herself to keep going and demands that her companion finish the boy quickly. Su Ming recognizes that, because he is at a lower level, dragging out this fight against stronger enemies will turn the situation into a dangerous battle of attrition. In the middle of that stalemate, a sudden idea changes the young man's attitude. With a sideways smile, Su Ming realizes there is a tactical alternative and decides to try a new plan, a way to kill the enemies using someone else's weapon. He charges forward in a fast and stealthy rush, moving so quickly that the gang leader, held back by his heavy combat class, admits he cannot keep up with his speed. Desperate, the warrior yells for his ally to lock her spells onto the boy. Showing resilience, the sorceress raises her energized staff and swears that, even without one of her hands, she will not take her eyes off the protagonist. Determined to end the fight, the mage focuses on him and casts the Tree Salbitu, angrily shouting for him to swallow her ultimate attack. In an instant, she fires the terrifying B-face, sending a huge sharp crystal structure tearing across the battlefield with overwhelming force. Su Ming reacts with instant agility, speeding up to escape the spell's straight path. In an impressive evasive move, he activates his and launches himself straight upward, rising into the sky and floating in the air far above the enemy's reach. When the sorceress sees the boy hovering in the air, she panics and shouts in disbelief that he is flying. The group leader snaps back in frustration that there is nothing strange about it, since he is a shorng, then orders her to cast more spells and bring him down no matter what. A little farther away, hidden by the plants while beams of energy slice through the trees in the background, Laya watches the young man's incredible skill with shining eyes full of pure fascination, amazed by how incredible he is. As he moves with extreme agility between the treetops, Su Ming looks back to confirm whether the enemies are taking the bait. When he sees that the powerful guided ice magic is still chasing him, he smiles and confirms that his vertical dodging strategy is working. Using his blade with surgical precision, the young man lands a clean strike directly on the branch where the monster is resting, declaring that he hit the target perfectly. With a calculating shine in his eyes, he watches the trap close exactly as planned while redirecting the enemy attack's path. Down below in the forest, the hunters watch the magic explode. The leader asks if the boy was finally hit, and the mage answers with complete arrogance, saying there is nothing to worry about because her ultimate skill is guided and impossible to shake off. However, the gang's confidence is interrupted by a colossal and deafening roar that echoes through the woods. Terrified, they look around while trying to figure out where that disturbing noise came from. Sensing that something huge is moving, cold sweat runs down the swordsman's face, and his eyes widen in pure fear when he realizes the massive structure above them is falling. Fiercely awakened and enraged by the impact of the ice spell, the legendary Python King appears through the clouds of dust with its red eyes shining in fury and its mouth wide open, ready to devour anything it finds. Taken over by complete panic, the gang leader finally understands the genius behind Su Ming's trap when he comes face to face with the true and terrifying target of the subjugation quest. The huge creature reveals its overwhelming stats. It is the giant venomous python, the wild area boss, a level 26 monster with an impressive 401 strength, 350 constitution, and a set of deadly skills, including corrosive poison and infernal strangling. Instantly, the beast's fury turns toward the white-haired mage, locking her as the aggro target. Without giving her any time to react, the colossal snake unleashes its karkin fikid, spitting a stream of green acid while the sorceress runs desperately to save her own life. In total panic and fleeing from the acid trail, the mage yells in frustration, unable to understand why she is the only one being chased by the creature, angrily asking why the monster is not going after Su Ming. Safely hidden high in the trees, the protagonist watches the scene with an ironic smile and explains the obvious mechanic of the situation. Since her ultimate skill attacked and woke the boss first, there would be no one else for the python to hunt. To put the perfect finish on his trap, Su Ming looks at the creature's health bar and confirms how effective the plan was. As expected from the high destructive power of a magic class, that single guided attack from the sorceress was strong enough to tear away 1/5 of the boss's total HP. From his high vantage point, Su Ming watches the slaughter below with a cynical smile, satisfied that the chaos will make the final kill much easier. With no other choice if they want to survive the beast's rage, the hunter's leader is forced to take on direct combat, desperately activating his heavy strike skill. The warrior channels all his strength into a brutal sequence, unleashing the technique against the monster. The giant venomous python roars in blind fury, but the swordsman does not back down and manages to cut through the creature's scales with a bloody kev. Completely driven mad by the battle and screaming "Die!", the hunter tries to seal the serpent's fate with a kun, then immediately follows it with a crushing trang to hold the creature back. Watching the fight from a perfect seat above, Su Ming acknowledges his enemy's performance. He admits internally that the power of a full-force attack from a warrior specialized in heavy weapons is truly absurd, especially considering that the hunter is one level above the giant snake. With a cold and focused look, the protagonist concludes that his plan to use the enemy's own strength to make both sides wear each other down was an excellent idea. Now that both sides are severely weakened, Su Ming gets ready to step in and deliver the finishing blow, deciding that it is time to end the job while the python keeps charging relentlessly at the trapped hunters. Panic takes over the hunter's leader when he finally understands the reversal of the situation, cursing that now the protagonist is the one carrying out the ambush. In front of him, the giant serpent opens its mouth wide, its red eyes shining with fury as it charges forward to bite him. While the warrior is caught by the monster, Su Ming watches everything from above and lets out a triumphant laugh. Mocking the cornered enemy, the young man points out that, by now, he must have realized the reality of the battlefield. The swordsman, consumed by hatred and badly wounded, can only mutter insults, but Su Ming continues his reasoning with complete calm. He makes a point of stressing how horrible it is to receive an unexpected counterattack, emphasizing how painful it is to suffer a surprise like that. With a purely analytical look, the protagonist celebrates the success of his attrition strategy. Thanks to the hunter's own effort, the wild area boss's HP has been reduced to only 1/3. On top of that, the earlier impact broke the creature's scales and sharply lowered its physical resistance, all without Su Ming needing to lift a single finger to weaken the monster himself. While the leader lets out a scream of agony after being hit by the beast's fury, Su-ming stretches out his hand and prepares his skill. With the situation perfectly under control, he shows a victorious smile, fully aware that all the rewards and loot will eventually fall straight into his hands. Looking at the massive defeated body of the serpent, Leah lets out a sigh of relief when she sees that the bold strategy worked. As she watches the giant venomous python completely defeated, she cannot hold back the tears of relief and gratitude rolling down her face, deeply moved when she realizes that the young warrior truly avenged her. Meanwhile, Su-ming collects the loot with a smile of obvious satisfaction. He judges that the rewards from that D-rank subjugation quest are not bad at all, sealing the total success of his mutual attrition plan. However, the mood of victory is suddenly interrupted. Sensing a hidden presence, Su-ming turns toward the thick bushes and demands to know who is there. From the shadows of the forest, a hooded figure calmly steps forward. With an icy and threatening tone, the stranger warns that, right now, the protagonist should not be worried about who he is, but about his own well-being. Before the young man can show any combat reaction, the assassin, revealing a glimpse of blonde hair and a sadistic smile under the hood, declares that without even noticing it, Su-ming has already walked straight into his trap. Suddenly, sparks of static energy begin to crawl across the protagonist's body. He tries to raise his arm, but his hand shakes violently and completely loses feeling. Cold sweat runs down Su-ming's face as fear sets in. His muscles are fully locked, leaving him completely paralyzed. Completely paralyzed and unable to make any defensive move, Su-ming desperately tries to understand the situation in his mind. He carefully reviews his recent steps. The previous hunters were completely eliminated, and he was not even touched by the giant snake, which fully rules out any side effect from the monster's poison. To the young man, it is simply impossible to understand how this new enemy managed to disable him so effectively without landing a single direct hit or even touching his body. While the protagonist searches for an answer to the mystery, the unknown figure walks forward smugly, reciting an old saying about the mantis hunting the cicada without noticing the bird waiting behind it. The man brags about his great luck in running into such a golden opportunity, saying he never imagined someone would accept the D-17 subjugation quest that day, much less that he would find a group of awakened people fighting among themselves. Faced with that arrogant and calculating monologue, Su-ming immediately realizes that he is dealing with an opponent specialized in the assassin class. The hooded man continues his mocking speech, saying it would be a huge waste not to collect everyone there as proper spoils of war. When Su-ming asks if he is another mercenary sent by Zhang Tang, the stranger bursts into loud laughter full of pure mockery, sarcastically asking if a mere newly awakened level 21 student would really be worth a bounty high enough to justify hiring him. That reveal brings sudden clarity to the protagonist, who realizes that his original rival would never be smart enough to predict the first group's failure and send backup so quickly. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the enemy's arrogance, Su-ming quietly activates his ace bosh. The system panel appears before his eyes and reveals the opponent's full profile. His name is Ding Pan, a level 27 fighter belonging to the Disguiser class. Even though his base physical strength is only 30, his agility reaches an impressive 80 points, supported by a skill set focused on hiding and sabotage. By analyzing that list of skills, the young man identifies as the exact technique locking his movements. Believing his victory is completely guaranteed, the assassin steps forward with a cruel smile and promises that everything will be quick and painless, swearing that his skill will finish the boy in a single instant. However, going against all of Ding Pan's expectations, Su-ming breaks the silence in a perfectly calm way and asks if the method used to make him fall into the trick was that missed from earlier. The sudden deduction hits the criminal like a real blow. His sadistic smile vanishes instantly, and he starts sweating cold, stammering in complete fear as he asks how the protagonist was able to discover his secret. With a confident smile, Su-ming pulls off a masterful bluff, saying the paralysis time from the enemy's skill is almost over. The statement hits Ding Pan like a total shock, making the assassin sweat cold and wonder in panic if he made some crucial mistake in his calculations. Desperate to prove he is still in control, Ding Pan starts talking too much and reveals that the paralysis should still last exactly 1 minute and 2 seconds. Internally, Su-ming is surprised by the power of the technique, while the opponent keeps mentally bragging about his palast, an incredibly powerful slow-acting poison whose total duration can reach up to 2 minutes. Even though the protagonist feels proud for tricking the enemy into giving away that information, he understands how serious the situation is. 2 minutes of total immobility is too short to let his guard down, and too long to stay defenseless. It does not take long for Ding Pan to realize his own stupidity. He points at the young man furiously, accusing him of trying to deceive him and insisting that he has no idea how the technique works. However, Su-ming's analytical mind is already working at full speed. Reviewing the enemy's list of techniques, which includes, the young man notices a crucial weakness and realizes he still has a real chance to survive. Using that information in his favor, Su-ming mocks the assassin, pointing out how pathetic it is for a big-shot level 27 fighter to not have a single active direct damage skill. He aggressively attacks the enemy's mind, saying Ding Pan must be terribly nervous because he knows he will have no chance once the the paralysis effect wears off. Completely shaken, the villain loses his composure and asks in horror how the boy found out his secrets. Even while trying to keep up his act and shouting that his basic stats are more than enough to crush a newly awakened level 21 fighter, Ding Pan's fear is obvious. He steps forward and presses his blade directly against Su Ming's throat, demanding to know why he should listen to that provocation. Keeping a frightening calm and a smile on his face, the protagonist mocks him by saying the shoe clearly fits, stating that the assassin is scared and challenging him to settle things once the paralysis finally expires. At the exact moment the assassin prepares to deliver the fatal blow to the defenseless protagonist, a dramatic twist cuts through the forest sky. Breaking through the plants with a fast and acrobatic leap, little Leah appears as an unexpected savior. Driven by fierce determination, she channels her energy and activates her special technique, diving straight toward the criminal with everything she has. With her heart overflowing with loyalty, Leah cries out that Su Ming avenged her village and that she will never allow the villain to lay a finger on him. The sudden impact catches Ding Pan by surprise, forcing him to stop the execution. Completely stunned and in pain, the mercenary curses loudly, trying to understand what kind of creature just appeared out of nowhere. His mind spins when he notices there is a helper at the scene. After all, according to his plan, all the awakened in that area should have been completely poisoned and paralyzed by his stealthy skill. When he fixes his gaze on the opponent, recovering her balance on the ground, he finally recognizes her features and realizes he is dealing with a beast woman from the realm of illusions. When he notices that his attacker is only a level 3 creature, the villain's shock quickly turns into sadistic contempt. Furious that his moment of triumph was interrupted by someone so weak, Ding Pan raises his curved blade and charges forward without mercy, shouting that a useless beast should not dare help an awakened and that she is only asking to die. He corners the girl, ready to eliminate her without pity. However, before the strike can fall, lines of red energy begin to cut through the air behind him. With a commanding call, Su Ming interferes in the fight, making it clear that the assassin has made a serious mistake by underestimating the situation. The tension reaches its peak when Ding Pan, sweating cold with a blade close to his face, tries to deliver one last threat. With a sideways smile and an aura of scarlet energy surrounding him, Su Ming cuts him off without mercy, declaring that the only fate sealed there is the assassin's own. The ending is quick. Looking at the fallen enemy, Su Ming comments on how pathetic the opponent's strength was, though he is pleasantly surprised by the huge amount of loot found among his belongings. Leah watches the scene, still uneasy, but the young man calms her down, saying the opponent only fainted and is no longer a danger. He uses the moment to mention that, as a matter of principle, he never kills women. After finishing looting all the backpacks, Su Ming decides it is time to move on and complete his second class change quest nearby. Helpless and grateful for the help with her revenge, Leah begs to follow him, offering to become his disciple. However, Su Ming refuses her request directly. Instead of taking her with him, he tosses the girl a valuable item, a disguiser skill scroll called Blood Wave Surge. He honestly explains that, in her current state, she is far too weak and would only slow down his progress. Su Ming encourages her to train hard in the environment she already knows, using the scroll to become a powerful assassin of the realm of illusions. Leah, now inspired and accepting the orders of her new master, promises not to disappoint him as she watches him leave. Su Ming in turn walks away in silence, waiting for the day when their paths will cross again in the future. After consuming the legendary 1000-year purple vein Lingzi, dropped directly by the defeated giant venomous python, a powerful wave of energy rushes through the protagonist's body. The system immediately notifies him that his 5 main attributes, strength, constitution, agility, spirit, and luck, have been greatly improved. The peak of his evolution happens right after that, with a new golden notification. The third class change quest is officially complete, promoting the young man to the glorious level of Gay, instantly raising all his stats by 10%. As the final bonus from his victory against the disguiser Ding Pan, he receives the Assassin's Diary, a special reward item that can be turned in at the nearest quest hall. With his new powers fully settled, the scene shifts to Southwest Point number 63 of the Realm of Illusions, where the large and futuristic structure of the quest hall stands. As he walks through the doors of the place, the young man faces the usual chaotic atmosphere, filled with challengers discussing their successes and failures. Right at the entrance, a heated argument catches his attention. One awakened angrily asks if his companion is really going to abandon the group just like that, only to receive a furious lecture in return. The partner snaps back that teaming up with a noob almost cost them their lives in an M-rank mission, blaming the allies' pathetic healing class before declaring the end of their partnership. In the corners, other hunters complain in frustration, saying that choosing K-rank quests is a total waste of time because of the miserable rewards. Walking calmly through the chaos, the protagonist observes the movement and notices that many groups have already returned from their own subjugation missions. It is at that moment that much of the crowd's attention turns toward an important figure who has just arrived, the influential Mo Mei. Wearing an elegant blazer, Miss Mo walks with a firm posture as the murmurs around her grow louder. The local hunters comment, clearly impressed, that her team has just successfully completed an F-rank subjugation quest, a feat considered far too amazing for newly awakened people. Among the rumors spreading through the hall, people say the mission went extremely smoothly because the group had the support of a mysterious and super low-profile 10-star exorcist. Unbothered by the crowd's looks and whispers, Mo-Mei is focused on a phone call, firmly telling Bai Yi to remember to contact her before the next quest. However, her words are suddenly cut off by the beep of the line ending. Looking at the phone screen with a mix of anger and disbelief, she complains to herself that he hung up on her before she even finished speaking. Mo-Mei lets out a frustrated sigh, annoyed that even after they completed a high-level mission with total success, the young man still insists on keeping the exact same cold and distant attitude as always. Mo-Mei's frustration is suddenly interrupted by a deafening uproar, echoing through the entire quest hall. Someone in the crowd points frantically at the central panel, shouting that a D-rank subjugation mission has just been completed. The announcement stuns everyone present, creating a storm of shocked whispers about how a mission of that level could have been finished with such high-grade rewards. The hunters squeeze around the displays, confirming in real time that the system's announcement is completely true. At the top of the large holographic board, glowing letters shine with the official notice of the D17 challenge in the land of the past, declaring an undeniable victory. The crowd completely loses it in the face of that absurd achievement, questioning what kind of god could pull off something like that, since the boss of a D-rank wild area is far beyond the level of mere newly awakened students. One of the young men widens his eyes in absolute shock, believing he must be seeing things when he witnesses a legendary chest appear on the screen, showing a superior diamond-grade reward. Mo-Mei freezes in place, cold sweat running down her face as shock takes over. She stares at the central console and instantly recognizes the lone silhouette that caused all that chaos. There, standing with a totally relaxed posture, one hand on his waist, and completely indifferent to the panic he created, is Su Ming. Overwhelmed by pure disbelief, the young woman watches him without being able to look away, while one painful question echoes in her mind. What the hell did he just do? While analyzing the details of the technique he obtained, Su Ming figures out exactly how the traceless paralysis transmission skill works. The system report shows that it uses elements from the environment, such as rain, fog, or sandstorms, to quietly corrode and conduct an energy capable of immobilizing the opponent. Although the conduction time changes depending on the size of the space, ranging from half an hour to 2 hours, the result is devastating. A human enemy exposed for long enough enters a state of total paralysis for almost 2 minutes, becoming completely unable to move. The young man thinks about the mechanics of the technique, recognizing that even though it needs an extremely long setup time, a paralysis effect lasting that long is truly insane. He checks the assassin's records and concludes that the power of that paralysis explains why Dingpan's direct attack skills were so weak, since even without strong raw attacks, he could sabotage and assassinate countless challengers with total success. The full danger of the disguiser becomes clear when a long list of successful assassinations against targets of several high levels appears, which ended up turning Dingpan into a C-rank bounty hunter. To the protagonist's surprise, the system reveals that the dead target belonged to the prestigious diamond grade. Faced with that fact, Su Ming takes on a tense expression, processing the weight of having completely eliminated an opponent of that caliber. The reward for defeating such a dangerous target appears right after that, confirming the completion of the C-rank quest. The system grants Su Ming a diamond grade reward, even surpassing the platinum grade he had just received from the D-rank subjugation quest. Of course, an achievement of that size does not go unnoticed by the people in the hall. The hunters go wild as the crowd shouts in shock that a mere level 21 challenger has just received a diamond level evaluation. Murmurs and conspiracy theories spread quickly, with stunned people questioning how he managed to do it, and speculating that he may have pulled strings with someone powerful in the organization. Surrounded by the spreading chaos, the protagonist's expression darkens as he admits to himself that all this sudden attention is exactly what he hates the most, leaving him completely uncomfortable in the middle of the crowd. The atmosphere in the quest hall becomes clearly hostile, as the challengers express their deep disbelief about the evaluation Su Ming received. Some hunters argue that it would be impossible for anyone to pull strings or cheat a system supervised so strictly by the authorities of the Dragon Country, especially one belonging to the Heavenly Tower Hunter Association. Even so, outrage takes over the place because many veteran warriors at levels 30 or 40 have never managed to earn a diamond grade evaluation, leading the crowd to openly accuse the young man of using some kind of cheat and demand that he be reported immediately. Under the heavy pressure and accusing stares, Su Ming decides to step in and calm everyone down, asking for their attention and assuring them that he did not use any kind of cheat. Deep down, he knows very well that if he told the truth, that he got lucky enough to run into a C-rank bounty hunter and defeated him to collect the spoils, no one in the hall would believe him. Because of that, the protagonist decides the best way out is to use his vast experience from his past life to make up a believable story and fool the crowd. He then says that the method he used is actually very simple, and that he only took advantage of a logical loophole in the mission rules. In a cynical way, Su Ming starts explaining that all they need to do do is accept a solo subjugation quest at the highest difficulty limit of their current level, using D rank as an example. Even though the hunters around him see that idea as pure suicide, the young man asks them to let him finish and reveals the real trick. The idea is to take that high-level solo mission while knowing that much stronger challenger teams will definitely be in the same location doing the same task. That way, the opportunistic hunter only needs to blend quietly into the crowd and follow the main group while they eliminate the subjugation target. By doing that, it is possible to get carried by others and still secure the highest evaluation score for the solo quest they accepted, with the only penalty being a much lower money reward because of the lack of real contribution in the fight. The explanation leaves the hunters curious, and a girl in the crowd asks if that method really works and how many people Su Ming had to leech off to get the evaluation. Raising one finger with an innocent look, the young man calmly answers that it was not a small team, but a group of 100 people that cleared the area for him. That reveal completely disarms the tension in the room and triggers loud laughter and mockery all across the hall. The hunters start making fun of him, calling him a cowardly opportunist, and deciding that he is the kind of person who only cares about the status on the panel, but accepts receiving pocket change as the final reward. Extremely satisfied to see that his bluff worked perfectly and that the unwanted attention turned into a joke, Su Ming smiles to himself, relieved that they are no longer causing a scene, and decides that this is the perfect time to get out of there. While the crowd laughs about the supposed lucky trick, Mo Mei processes the story with deep suspicion. In the background, one of the hunters is still shouting and mocking Su Ming, asking him to say which expert team he clung to because he also wants to be carried. Ignoring the other person's joke, the protagonist walks right past Mo Mei and drops a subtle clue, saying it was exactly the team they were just talking about, then asks if the expert's name was not Shen Baiyi, leaving the young woman completely shocked. She immediately sees through the bluff, realizing that he is shamelessly lying to the whole hall, and decides to go after him, shouting for the boy evaluated as Diamond to stop. Su Ming only glances sideways and keeps walking out of the hall. Mo Mei follows him to the outside area of the structure, confronting him directly on the slope of a grassy area, and repeating that she knows he is lying. When cornered, the young man tries to dodge the subject in a cynical way, but she keeps pressing him, insisting that he really completed the D-rank subjugation quest by himself to get that diamond evaluation. Faced with her persistence, she pulls out her phone and shows an absurd amount on the screen, 100,000 advent coins. Mo Mei's offer is direct. She is willing to transfer that small fortune immediately if he simply tells the truth about how he completed the challenge. Su Ming stays silent for a few moments, staring at the device with a bored expression while she stresses that she is being completely serious. Unmoved by the money, the protagonist simply turns his back, gives a cold and dry bye, and starts walking again, leaving the blonde completely stunned when she realizes she has been flatly rejected. He adds to his decision by glancing slightly back and pointing out that the two of them do not even know each other, so there is no reason for him to accept that kind of money so easily. He finishes with a lecture, saying rich people should not spend money so irresponsibly. Desperate as she watches him walk away, Mo Mei reaches out and shouts that her name is Mo Mei, begging him to at least tell her what his name is. However, her words fade into the air. The young man is already far away, disappearing among the forest trees, and leaving the girl behind with a huge drop of frustration over her head. Mo Mei shows an expression of disbelief and fascination as she watches the situation, thinking to herself that there really is an expert willing to hide his strength like that, and even noticing that his personality is somewhat similar to Baiyi's. Soon after, she reflects on how the awakened students from that year are truly interesting. After eliminating a few assassins sent by Zhang Tang, Su Ming starts thinking again about his safety, concluding that he needs to be extra careful because his actions have probably drawn the attention of his pursuers. In a calculated risky move, he decides to stay in the campus dorm, believing that the most dangerous place may actually be the safest, since Zhang Tang would hardly suspect that he would keep living there after most of the other awakened students had moved out. While resting, Su Ming receives a message notification from Ji Yao, who reports her team's success in forming a group and completing a G-rank subjugation mission. When he opens the messaging app, he sees the excitement in the group chat, where the other members celebrate Yanzei's performance in defeating the wild area boss, while also wondering about Su Ming's absence from the conversation. However, the young man keeps his introspective attitude, recognizing that his cold and distant personality ends up being an obstacle when it comes to matching the genuine enthusiasm Ji Yao shows toward him. Many times, he feels like someone who did not really take part in the team's social interactions. In the middle of those thoughts, a new message interrupts him, this time sent by Yunqing. When Su Ming reads the content, he is surprised to find that the message comes from Zhang Yongli, Yunqing's father. The message is direct and carries the weight of gratitude. Zhang Yongli insists on sending Su Ming a gift as thanks for saving his daughter's life inside the dungeon, strongly emphasizing that the young man must not refuse the gesture under any circumstances. As the message appears, a progress bar shows a file loading onto Su Ming's device, leaving him thoughtful in the face of Yunqing's family's unexpected gratitude. After receiving the gift, Su Ming analyzes the item he obtained, a recording you and thinks about what it really is. Even though it is a weapon with very high market value, its practical use is only average. Sitting on his bed, the young man looks at the item and comments on how flashy it is, comparing it to other typical gifts from rich families, which often show off luxury but lack real usefulness. Planning how to make the most of his resources, he mentally calculates the C-rank quest reward in Advent coins together with the money he will get from selling the 10-star. His goal is to use part of that capital to sponsor Nahura. In the end, he estimates that he will still have around 200,000 Advent coins left, an amount he considers enough for his plans. When Su Ming reads the message, he hesitates and falls into a deep memory after recognizing the name Zhang Yongli, connected to the powerful Zhang'an consortium. In his past life, the news of that man's death caused a huge stir, and even though Su Ming does not remember the exact cause, he knows the death happened only a few months after his own awakening. He thinks about how much Yunqing must have suffered back then, but admits to himself that, because he has been an orphan since childhood, he has a hard time truly understanding or feeling real empathy for that kind of family loss. While the young man processes that information in his room, the scene shifts to the imposing Department of Affairs of the Dragon Country. In the silence of the night, a knock on the door interrupts the tense atmosphere of an office, where the director allows a visitor to enter. The visitor is Anne Ranling, the vice mayor of Xuanjing City, who arrives visibly nervous and confused about the reason for an official summons so late at night. The director gets straight to the point, saying that the evaluation results from the novice dungeons across the entire country were released that day, and confirming whether she is indeed the person responsible for supervision in Xuanjing City. With a sudden punch on the table that scares the official, he reveals that a critical situation has come up involving two specific students and demands immediate explanations. Terrified by his harsh reaction and urgent tone, the vice mayor quickly asks whether the young people committed some kind of crime, fearing the consequences of what is about to be revealed. The director of the Special Skills Security Agency, Wen Tianlei, identifies two students who have become the center of an important provincial decision, Li Chenguang and Su Ming. He declares that, between those two young men, one will have his provincial ranking reward cancelled, while the other will make sure the educational resources of the city he represents are tripled next year. Clearly anxious, the vice mayor of Xuanjing, An Ranling, asks whether Su Ming made some serious mistake, admitting that at first she did not have much faith in him because of his sword controller class. An Ranling explains that she was surprised when Su Ming managed to kill the hidden boss of the novice dungeon so quickly and take first place, something the province had not seen in many years. She defends her recent actions, saying she made exceptions and gave more spots to the Heavenly Tower Council, not because she abused her power, but because she wanted to improve the resource distribution for Xuanjing, which usually comes in last every year. However, director Wen Tianlei cuts off her excuses with a shout, saying she guessed everything wrong. To the vice mayor's total shock, he reveals that the one who had his reward qualification cancelled was actually Li Chenguang, the blade maniac, leaving her desperate to understand the reason for that turn of events. Wen Tianlei directly points out Anne Ranling's negligence, explaining that, as vice mayor, she did not even know Li Chenguang had invaded the novice dungeon of Xuanjing Academy that year. The director stresses how serious the situation is, revealing that many students were brutally killed by the boy, and that, even though the dungeon system resurrects challengers at the end of the test, Li Chenguang's behavior is completely disgusting. After all, despite being so young, he kills people as if they were flies and massacres his own countrymen as if they were wild beasts. Intimidated and sweating cold in front of the authorities' fury, Anne Ranling quickly agrees, repeating that the behavior is indeed repulsive, but soon gathers the courage to ask how the director managed to find out about all of it. With a confident smile, Wen Tianlei reveals that he and the director of Xuanjing Academy are close friends, pointing out that the old master deeply admires the young Su Ming. He admits that because of that strong connection, he has always wanted to help Xuanjing City, which unfortunately ranked at the bottom in resources every year, but his official position demanded total fairness, leaving his hands tied. Learning about the invasion and Su Ming's achievement ended up becoming the perfect justification he needed to legally triple the city's educational resources for next year. Overflowing with joy, An Ranling thanks him deeply, but the director shifts the credit away from himself, saying she should not thank him, but should instead be grateful that Xuanjing produced and awakened as exceptional as Su Ming. However, the celebratory mood is suddenly cut short when a subordinate enters the room with a communicator in hand, announcing a maximum level emergency. When Wen Tianlei questions him, the agent reveals with extreme seriousness that a large group of high-level awakened from Tianqi country has crossed and secretly infiltrated the country's borders. While the leaders deal with the shock of that coming military crisis, the huge screens spread across the streets begin to flash, officially publishing the results and overall performance ranking of the novice dungeon for all newly awakened students in the province that year. On the public screens, the final results shock everyone by declaring Xuanjing Academy the absolute first-place winner. The surprise becomes even greater when the panel reveals the name of the person responsible for that legendary achievement, Su Ming, from the sword controller class, leaving the public in a complete state of disbelief. As the news echoes through the streets, the morning begins noisily in the campus dorms, where the endless sound of beeps breaks the calm scene filled with cherry blossoms. Inside his room, Su-ming wakes up on the floor, complaining about pain and covering his ears because of the deafening noise coming from his phone. Confused, he gets up and tries to understand why so many message notifications are suddenly appearing on his device. When he stares at the glowing screen in shock, he discovers that he has gathered no fewer than 113 new notifications, realizing in disbelief that all of them are recruitment invitations sent by different guilds. As he studies the display carefully, the young man reads offers from large organizations, such as the Special Skills Association, which has more than 3,000 members and mentors focused on monster hunting, and the Bounty Assassin Guild, promising a large amount of weapons and high-level skill scrolls. There are also messages from the Lanshang hunting gang, offering veteran teams to help him level up quickly, and from the Heavenly Spirit Sword Sect, which claims that the sword controller class fits perfectly with their goals. Sweating cold with his back to the window, the protagonist becomes thoughtful and does not fully understand what is happening, thinking that even though he earned a diamond grade evaluation, there should not be so many people trying to pull him in like this. He recognizes that the guild system in the awakened world basically exists so warriors can gather, grow stronger, and support each other, and that for a rookie who has just awakened, joining a guild early is truly a great choice. Su-ming continues thinking about the guild market. He knows very well that joining a powerful organization right away brings absurd advantages, such as mentorship from veteran hunters, valuable tips, and a flood of free perks, like top-tier equipment and skill scrolls. That early push is crucial because it greatly lowers the risk of newly awakened people kicking the bucket at the very start of their journey, clearing the path for them to one day reach the higher ranks of the Heavenly Tower Council. The big problem is that this perfect situation only existed at the beginning, when the order of the awakened world was still taking shape. With the boom of new warriors, everything turned into a free-for-all, and predatory competition started setting the pace for everything. To hold on to the power and status of their territories, major forces today, like the Bounty Assassin Guild and the Special Skills Association, have become extremely elitist and shut their doors to ordinary challengers. With the logos of famous factions like the Lanshang hunting gang circling through his thoughts, Su-ming figures out the truth of his current situation. It was exactly because he nailed that diamond grade evaluation that he became the perfect target for this flood of invitations. The phone does not stop beeping for even a second, and the young man quickly realizes that if he has to deal with this notification hell every single day, his peace is gone. Completely fed up, he decides to cut the problem off at the root. Instead of giving in to the pressure and tying himself to one of those giant corporations, the protagonist decides to throw everything aside and go in the opposite direction. He searches for the registration of a guild called Heiji, a totally abandoned faction that even accepts secondary accounts. The group description makes its low-level nature very clear. Few members, no entry requirements, no management, no complex career plan, and absolutely no benefits. The only real rule there is direct and simple. Each person's life is their own problem. It is perfect for someone who just wants to stay relaxed, with nobody breathing down his neck. Su-ming gives a small sideways smile and taps the screen, officially joining Heiji. While he celebrates his freedom, the notification of his choice instantly travels through the network and drops like a bomb on the Coaster Squad's panel. On the other side, two recruiters wearing ridiculous cosplay outfits are completely shocked, whining because they were too slow to snatch the province's #1 student. The news that the province's new rising star has finally joined a guild spreads like wildfire, leaving recruiters pulling their hair out. In the middle of the panic, everyone rushes to check the panels, convinced that some elite guild must be celebrating like crazy after catching such a prodigy. In front of the massive public screens, the crowd gathers and drops their jaws at what they see. The system reveals the unbelievable. Su-ming chose to join Heiji, a basic level guild with extremely low activity, making people start cursing and wondering why the hell he decided to enter such a trash guild. Walking calmly down the street at just the right moment, Su-ming hears the crowd buzzing and complaining about such a huge waste, saying that a guild with no rules has no future at all. When he looks at the big screen, he finally figures it out and understands that the overall results from the novice dungeon across the whole province have just been published. With a small sideways smile, he realizes that this is why his phone was almost exploding with invitations so early in the morning. Luckily, he already has an excellent card up his sleeve, the replaceable title he earned in the 100th-floor tower. Without wasting any time, he opens the system interface and changes his guild search information, using the codename God of Massacre as his official search ID. When he taps the glowing faction emblem, he relaxes, thinking that by combining a practically ghost-like guild with that title to hide his real name, no one will keep annoying him with boring offers anymore. To make it even better, he actually thinks the crest design looks nice, and confirms that a place with no rules and no mandatory activities is the ideal paradise for someone who likes playing completely solo. But peace is only half of the plan. The real trick of being officially connected to a group is being able to accept exclusive missions that only the guild system offers. He starts scrolling through the task list and runs into common E-rank contracts, such as the wreckage jungle, the steel ruins, and the rot cave, which pay modest rewards in advent coins. At first, he thinks it is pretty normal that the highest difficulty does not go past E rank, since the guild is openly low activity. However, as he keeps dragging the screen down, the young man's eyes widen in pure shock. Hidden right below the basic missions, the guild system reveals a secret list with insane C, B, and A rank missions, and to his absolute surprise, an S rank quest called Bloody Hades Abyss, promising the absurd amount of 10 million advent coins. While walking through the city and analyzing the system interface, Su-ming is caught completely off guard. The area around him explodes in a violent flash of lightning and blue energy, breaking the calm of the street and tearing through the air. In the middle of the blast, a mysterious voice filled with mockery echoes directly toward him, asking if he is surprised. The shock is immediate. The young man feels cold sweat running down as he tries to track the source of the ambush. Around him, panic spreads in the blink of an eye. Pedestrians look up in terror, shouting without understanding whether they are witnessing the start of a war or a fight between powerful awakened in the middle of the avenue. Before he can think clearly, a figure wearing a dark cloak charges straight at him with full force. The fight instantly turns aerial and frantic. The enemy launches fast attacks wrapped in chains and cutting energy, forcing the protagonist to dodge at his limit. Su-ming activates his combat reflexes, spins in the air, and manages to counter-attack, blocking the enemy's blade face to face. Impressed by the boy's reaction and skill in the middle of the clash of weapons, the opponent himself makes a comment, admitting that he is not bad at all. However, the fight ends in a way just as strange as it began. Instead of continuing the attack sequence to kill him, the hooded figure channels his energy to throw a golden object toward the young man. With a dramatic effect, the item cuts through the air and lands safely right in Su-ming's hand. It is the physical card for the guild quest. Wrapped in lightning, with his face completely hidden by the shadows of his hood, the mysterious warrior lets out a teasing laugh. He says goodbye in a light and sarcastic tone, warning that they will see each other around before disappearing as quickly as he appeared. Su-ming lands on the ground and catches his breath, staring at the card with a mix of seriousness and pure disbelief at the chaotic delivery method used by his new guild. After the sudden encounter, the truth behind the ambush begins to be revealed in an isolated place by the sea. Sitting on top of a power pole, a figure hidden by shadows confirms that Miss Mo's recommendation was not useless, and that guiding the young man into their guild was the right choice. A green-haired character with a mysterious smile watches Su-ming from a distance, praising his excellent skills for his current level and describing him as an extremely useful talent. Sitting on wooden beams with a laptop in her hands, the hacker reveals that it was worth the effort to manipulate the system and attract the protagonist. She points out that Su-ming joining the organization is an important preparation for the future battle tournament. Meanwhile, another hooded figure watches with expectation, hoping they were not wrong about the boy's potential and wishing he levels up as fast as possible. In the shadows, a white-haired veteran shows a sinister smile, confirming that every detail of this plan was carefully arranged. Su-ming, unaware of the conspiracy around him, stares at the physical guild card with growing suspicion. As he analyzes the Heiji emblem, he realizes that the situation is not simple at all, and that something is hidden beneath the surface of what looks like an ordinary organization. He thinks about how he only meant to choose a casual low-level guild, but he notices something different when a reddish symbol appears in his own eye while he checks the system's member and mission list. With the mystical pattern glowing brightly over his left eye, Su-ming stares at the system screen and pieces together what just happened. The truth hits him fast, and he realizes the real danger. This whole thing is a massive trap. It was not a simple coincidence that he ended up exactly there. Someone clearly used an awakened skill to manipulate his choices and guide him straight into the ranks of that ghost guild. An uncomfortable question crosses his mind. Are they trying to set up some kind of kidnapping against him? Worried about the hidden intentions of the group, he opens the management menu, and a crucial confirmation window appears on the interface. Do you want to leave the guild, Heiji? With his fingers hesitating over the digital options, he remembers the insane fight he just had in the middle of the street, the fury of the lightning, and the precision with which the quest card was thrown. That theatrical and violent approach did not feel like just a welcome test, but like a very well-planned move. Any sensible person would run away from there, but Su-ming is not a normal guy. He lets out a mocking breath of laughter, and with a sideways smile full of boldness, stretches out his finger and firmly presses the cancel button, choosing to stay exactly where he is. As he makes his decision, the chaos is still echoing on the asphalt below. Frightened witnesses run to report the mess, saying they called the police because casual fights between awakened are strictly forbidden in the real world, even though the people responsible have already vanished without leaving any trace. Ignoring the gossip and the coming arrival of the authorities, the protagonist moves toward the horizon with an excited shine in his eyes. Far from being scared about becoming a piece on someone else's board, Su-ming finds the situation incredibly interesting. If that mysterious organization went through the trouble of cheating the system and setting up an entire show just to recruit him, then he is willing to call their bluff. He decides to keep playing the game and stay in the guild, eager to discover what kind of plan they are building. Su-ming analyzes the device in his hands, and the system quickly identifies the item as the Guild Quest card of Heiji. When he opens the digital interface, he finds a special tab showing that new Guild Quest challenges are available for purchase. In front of him, a menu appears with different options and attractive rewards in advent coins, listing maps such as the Special Steel Ruins, the Tomb, the Zombie Apocalypse City, and the Dragon Cliff, which promises a huge reward of 1 million coins. Wanting to test his abilities before taking bigger risks, he decides to select a D rank option and taps the matching icon. The chosen dungeon is the Ice Nest of the Sea of Corpses. However, because Heiji is a completely disorganized guild that does not invest in infrastructure, the system immediately sends a warning. The association has not bought the unlock for that area, which means he does not have general access permission unless he pays the fee out of his own pocket. Without thinking twice, he presses the yes button to confirm the transaction and open the map. Before the transition begins, the screen explains the dark rules of the place. It is a terrifying frozen valley where the monsters have a bizarre persistence, do not die easily, and must be defeated over and over again until they finally fall for good. As soon as the purchase is processed, a glowing blue sphere of energy surrounds Su-ming completely, pulling him out of urban reality and starting the teleportation. His arrival at the destination lives up to the grim name of the setting. The young man finds himself surrounded by colossal glaciers filled with human skeletons, perfectly preserved in the ice, and bizarre skulls stuck inside walls of solid frost. Feeling a bone-cracking cold on his skin that seems to freeze even his soul, the young man falls from the sky wrapped in a vertical beam of light and lands on the snow-covered ground. Su-ming immediately feels the impact of the extreme climate after entering the dungeon, trembling from the cold and realizing that the environment is far too freezing. In the middle of his discomfort, a memory suddenly clicks, and he remembers a valuable resource he has. He recalls that while fighting monsters for his second class change, a rare item appeared as a reward. That item is the crystal hot water bag, a low gold grade object made exactly to maintain body temperature in extremely cold environments. Relieved, Su-ming uses it and realizes that this earlier drop ended up saving his life at that moment. However, the calm does not last long. A giant skeletal hand made of ice suddenly bursts out of the ground, and Su-ming has to move quickly to avoid being hit. The enemy is identified as an Icefield Undead, a level 22 creature with very high strength and agility stats. When Su-ming analyzes the monster's stats, he discovers that it has the immortal body talent. This trait is especially dangerous because even after death, the creature's bones can slowly reorganize themselves and bring it back to life. Su-ming does not waste any time and launches himself straight at the huge skeleton, starting an aerial attack with total determination. He hits the creature head-on, making its frozen bones crack under the force of the impact. Confident in the experience he carries from his past life, the young man thinks that he already knows the fighting style of this kind of enemy very well. The big problem with this monster is its annoying persistence. The parts that were just destroyed can regenerate in the blink of an eye because of its resurrection power. However, the protagonist knows exactly the trick to overcome that advantage. The secret is to wipe the target off the map all at once, before the reconstruction process can even begin. Showing outstanding agility, the young man delivers quick and accurate slashes with his energized blade, slicing off the Icefield Undead's limbs and splitting its skull into several pieces. To make sure no fragment can put the pieces back together again, Su-ming decides to raise the level of the attack and channels pure destructive energy into his hand, determined to finish things right there. He executes the draw line technique, firing a cutting shockwave that reduces what is left of the skeleton to dust. The monster instantly turns into smoke, completely preventing the activation of its immortal body talent. However, right after clearing the area, an unexpected glow in the corner of his digital screen catches his attention and leaves him curious. When Su-ming checks the system interface, he notices the icon of a small letter flashing right beside the guild crest, showing that a new notification is waiting. When he opens the file, Su-ming comes face to face with a warning sent by an anonymous sender, asking if he is sure he wants to challenge a D-rank dungeon solo while still being a rookie. Realizing that someone has discovered his real identity and is closely watching every step he takes makes the young man very irritated by the stranger's nerve, causing him to mentally snap back that it is none of anyone's business. The anonymous sender's message continues on the screen in a very direct tone. If the young man intends to risk himself that way, no one will stop him. However, since they are in the same organization, the stranger leaves him with a crucial warning. Su-ming must be very careful with challengers from other guilds who chose the same dungeon, because humans can be much more terrible and dangerous than the local monsters themselves. The protagonist reads the warning with an ironic smile. To him, it is almost funny that someone feels the need to warn him about something so obvious. He wonders to himself if that person really sees him as a complete rookie. After all, Su-ming knows perfectly well the mechanics behind Guild Quest dungeons. According to the system's rules, these identical maps work like public areas, allowing different factions to share the same challenge space at the same time. That public format inevitably creates violent competition. Open disputes and secret ambushes between rival guilds happen extremely often in those territories, creating chaos chaotic scenes that end in massacres, deaths, and serious injuries everywhere. To reduce unnecessary losses, the standard procedure for large organizations involves researching ahead of time to map out which factions will challenge the same place at the same hour. The usual tactic is based on intimidation. If they notice the presence of dangerous rivals, the groups increase the number of members on the front line to show strength and discourage the enemy's aggression. However, for Su Ming, who chose to take on a strictly solo challenge, that collective safety strategy does not apply. Even so, he thinks the warning sent by the anonymous person makes complete sense. That unexpected concern shows that, even though Heiji is a neglected faction with no management, its members still have a little empathy and camaraderie toward their new members. The young man's brief calm and thoughts are interrupted by the echo of dry cracking sounds along the ice walls of the valley. Su Ming leans against the frozen slope when he notices movement around him. He immediately realizes that the local creatures are already reorganizing themselves for battle, and he shows clear irritation at the return of that annoying noise that signals the monster's revival. Looking around, Su Ming realizes that the sound is announcing a large horde. The undead begin emerging from the depths of the ice, and from the look of it, there are not just a few of them. The silhouettes of frozen skeletons quickly multiply across the valley slopes, covering the horizon and surrounding him on all sides. Instead of backing away or showing any sign of worry in front of the overwhelming number of enemies, the young man only adjusts his fighting stance. He tightens his fingers firmly around the handle of his sword, feeling the weapon resonate and shine with golden particles of energy. Completely calm and surrounded by giant skulls rising from the snow, he faces the crowd of monsters with a cold and determined look, challenging the frozen army with one simple command: come. With a sideways smile that shows all his boldness, the protagonist quickly sees the positive side of that ambush. For someone playing solo and needing to keep evolving constantly, an endless regenerating horde is the perfect scenario. He concludes that using all those creatures to farm experience points and level up quickly is far from a bad idea. At the same time that the battles continue in the frozen valley, a new group of awakened crosses the region's access portal. The captain of the outlaw guild, showing extreme confidence because he leads a team with members around level 30, tries to reassure a newcomer by guaranteeing that the D-rank challenge will not bring any risk under his guidance. The rookie quickly thanks him for the chance to be guided by such experienced veterans, but that feeling of safety collapses as soon as they finish crossing the portal. When they inspect the area, the warriors fall into a complete state of shock after realizing that another force has already passed through and cleaned the area in a crushing way. In front of them stands a massive mountain of bones and completely destroyed monsters. Because of the absurd number of dead creatures, the captain and his subordinates immediately conclude that the team responsible for that slaughter must have been a huge elite squad. That frightening territory is the Ice Nest of the Sea of Corpses, a D-rank guild dungeon that combines frozen plains with hordes of undead creatures. To reach the desired victory screen, the system establishes that this map operates under exactly the same regulated format as the Novus dungeon, offering two different paths for challengers who enter the place. The first method follows the traditional progression goal, requiring warriors to explore the area to find and defeat the final boss or the hidden boss that commands the region. The second route, which ends up being the favorite choice for most competitors, focuses on statistical gain through the system's sampling panel. In that mode, the main goal is to get the highest contribution value possible during the challenge, carefully calculating data such as total damage dealt, number of critical hits, amount of healing done, and elite monsters killed, all to secure much more valuable rewards and loot at the end of the mission. Su Ming reveals that he belongs to the second group of challengers, the kind focused on farming XP to level up quickly through guild dungeon quests. He explains that these areas are open and shared. Different teams only need to choose the same challenge to end up on the same map, mixing players from different levels and factions. This system creates a unique mechanism called elastic level, where the monsters that appear have their level matched to the challengers, keeping a difference of no more than 3 levels. In the case of teams, the enemy's level is based on the average of the highest level players in the group, which guarantees theoretically fair competition in the public area. Since Su Ming is level 24, he finds monsters around level 20 to 22 because of that rule. As he advances, another group in the same dungeon finishes clearing an area, with their leader commenting on how exhausting it is to farm there. He explains that to stop the skeleton's immortal body talent from working, they need to be killed twice in a row. That group is following a treasure map in search of a riddle and shows concern about the public nature of the dungeon. They know that if they run into members of other guilds, the fight for the treasure could turn into a life or death battle in the blink of an eye. The group of adventurers moves toward the coordinates they just decoded, believing the target is right ahead. Watching them from a distance, Su Ming figures out that they also obtained the skeletal treasure map, a superior platinum rank item that he himself got while fighting monsters earlier. The map says they need to summon the light to reveal the secret of the ice field hidden in the resting place. When he uses his eye of perception, the protagonist notices that the team is made up of members above level 30, making any direct fight impossible for now. Because of that, he decides to follow them silently, waiting for the right opportunity. When they reach the exact spot, the explorers find a large gear mechanism buried under the snow. While they try to understand how to open the device, the gears begin to give off a strong glow. At that moment, a system message appears, saying they have touched the secret of the ice field and must choose between two options: light or secret place. The team becomes confused by the choices and asks the captain which path they should take. While Su-ming watches everything while hidden in a nearby tree, the captain asks for some time to analyze the situation before making the final decision. Su-ming analyzes the superior platinum rank skeletal treasure map and realizes that the riddle about summoning the light points directly to the option as the true key to the secret. Hidden away, he watches the rival group's captain completely ignore the instructions and choose the true option out of pure impulse. The wrong choice triggers a dark phenomenon where the sky darkens and black snow begins to fall, leaving everyone in shock. Right after that, a powerful undead creature with red eyes emerges from the shadows to attack them. Instead of taking responsibility for locking the mechanism, the captain starts shouting at his subordinates, trying to push the blame for the failure onto them. However, one of the men in the squad does not back down and snaps back at the accusation, saying the fault belongs only to the leader for making a rushed and careless choice. The harsh argument between the group members is suddenly interrupted by a warning that it is not the right time for fighting, since an unusual sound is echoing from the same path they came from. The team captain reacts in disbelief, arguing that his team just eliminated all the threats in that specific area. However, his expression changes into deep shock as he tries to understand the situation, watching a colossal ice creature violently emerge from the frozen scenery. The warriors try to strike the monster, but the impact of their blades proves completely useless against the enemy's rigid structure. Seeing his allies get pushed back with ease by the overwhelming force of the enemy, the leader cries out in desperation that short-range weapons have no effect on the target. The true danger of the monster's attack spreads quickly when one of the hit fighters begins turning into ice and begs for help. Facing the general panic and unable to understand where such a threat came from, the group receives one final desperate warning to watch out for the coming danger that appears right behind them.